Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you for coming and thank you for watching. Just before we start the show, I have an important announcement for you all.
That's right, everyone. This year's World Finals are going to take place on November 1st.
And we also have Oiko from Clash Royale to make an announcement here today.
Hey everyone! Clash Royale World Finals starts on November 1st.
And that's not all, everyone. Furry from Clash of Clans is also here.
Hello, hello. All right, so Clash of Clans World Finals is happening on November 1st.
So you might be wondering, aren't those the same dates? And you're probably right.
Yes, that's right. This year's All Games World Finals are happening on the same place and at the same time.
All right, guys, we rehearsed this. 3, 2, 1.
It's Superfest!
Ah, so cringe.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next world champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. But wait, there's more. Comment on this video online to win a trip to Superfest for yourself and a friend. Check the video description for details. See you at Superfest.
How about that for a major way to kick things off here at Gamescom? Hello and welcome to Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier. It is Golden Ticket Sunday, but before we talk about that, Superfest.
Insane. What a way to open a broadcast. Like, that's easy hype, isn't it?
Are you going to be there in Helsinki?
I mean, it's not far from here. We could walk right now and maybe be there by noon. Let's see.
Well, we know for sure that we're going to be there. We're going to be there and go and see all the action that goes down, but which teams will make it to Worlds? That is what this day is all about here for Brawl Stars LCQ. 8 teams, 4 of them will get their golden tickets and have their dreams come true. The others will have their dreams shattered here on the stage.
Sadly. You may or may not have noticed that I have a little bit of an accent. So, you know what? I'm going to fully embrace this and just for a moment switch back to my mother tongue, which is German, to address all these beautiful people here with us in Cologne at the Snapdragon Pro Series mobile event arena. We'll switch back to English right after this message. Hallo und damit herzlich willkommen hier in Halle 8 der Gamescom. Macht mal ein bisschen Lärm! Aber Ian hat es gerade eben schon erklärt. 8 Teams gehen an den Start, nur 4 davon können ein goldenes Ticket gewinnen, um dann auf dem Superfest in Helsinki die World Championship eventuell mit nach Hause zu nehmen. Und ich sehe gerade sagen, jetzt gehen wir wieder zurück, denn wir haben einen Broadcast, den seht natürlich nicht nur ihr, sondern ein weltweites Publikum. Ian, back to you.
Tell me again, how do I say make some noise in German?
Macht
mal
Lärm.
Lärm. Macht mal Lärm.
Brilliant.
Danke.
Oh,
hey?
Wow.
How about that? All right, listen, that's enough of us two. Should we bring some teams out onto the
those
stage?
Teams. Are you ready for the teams? Seid ihr bereit für die Teams? Dann macht mal ein bisschen Lärm, wenn die hier gleich auf die Bühne kommen. Ian.
Let's start with
Let's go.
STMN. These guys are on fire. coming into today. Phenomenal in the group stages. And they're feeling supremely confident on Golden Ticket Sunday.
The next team coming up, Eclipse Esports! This season, sadly, they reached the finals only once. The question is, can they punch their golden ticket to the big one?
Please welcome onto the stage, Reply Totem! They blasted through their group. They are on a hot streak, cooking on gas, ready to do it all here in Cologne.
Give a big welcome on the Gamescom for Tribe Gaming! Well, according to the people in the venue, at least yesterday, these guys are heavily favored. The question is, will they do their fans justice?
Up next, BSC Gaming! Many say that they are in surprise form here, but they're not surprised at all. They know that they belong under the big lights, on the big stage, in front of this big crowd.
It's time to light up the room. It's time for Luminosity! These guys are putting a slightly dark past behind them, but they're ready to shine on this very stage.
They're loving it up there. Look how cool, calm, and collected Luminosity are. Up next, Foot Esports! Big up South America, representing their region, looking to go big here. Big players looking to pull it together here as a unit and get that ticket.
And our last team for today, it's Toxic Lotus! Here we have China's #1 seed, but to quote the great Son Goku, can they go even further, beyond?
How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, you know what's at stake? You know that Superfest is just on the horizon. You know we've got 4 golden tickets up for grabs, and our 8 teams are ready to go to battle here on the stage.
Ian, I gotta be honest, I cannot wait any longer. I need to see some Brawl Stars action. How about you? You wanna see some action? Gamescom, wollt ihr ein bisschen Action sehen? German always does the trick, apparently.
All right, let's get into this. So much action coming your way, and it all starts right now with our casters.
4 golden tickets up for grabs for those teams that are willing to reach for them. That's right. Today, it is do or die, the Brawl Stars Championship LCQ, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Mitchell Leslie, and it is a pleasure, as always, or at least I have to say that because that's in my contract, to be joined by Kenny, Trav, Ark. What's going on, gentlemen? We've had a great day yesterday. Best of 3s, quick games. It was a good time, not a long time. Now, though, we've got 4 best of 5s to decide our last 4 teams going to Worlds.
It's going to be an insane day. The fact that we have such a level of caliber of teams here and only 4 of them get to advance forward kind of blows my mind a little bit. This is something that I think Brawl Nation is going to love. It's going to be the best kind of monthly finals we could ever ask for.
Yeah, it'll have that feel, right? Only 1 game for each of these teams. No second chances, Trav. And yesterday, we saw a couple of teams rise up. We definitely slept on the mainland China region. I think we're pleasantly surprised. Now they have the chance to go all the way.
Oh, I mean, I'm really surprised. I think every single one of these games is just so 50-50 today. Like, generally, all 4 games are just absolutely incredible. And as you mentioned, the Chinese team, it sounds bad to say I'm hoping for an upset and I hope they go to Worlds, but, like, you can't not back them after yesterday.
we get a bit of a rivalry renewed. Reply Totem versus Tribe. It has to be one of our highlight games of the day, Arc. I know I'm sure a lot of EMEA fans are getting behind this Italian-Spanish squad.
Certainly so. It's like the new battle of the regions really now, isn't it? EMEA versus NA. And it's really quite crazy to me that we are going to be losing one of those two teams. Like, I know it wouldn't be the same with the World Finals without Tribe Gaming or Reply Totem, but that's the reality. It is, as you said, do or die now for those two teams.
We're going to get onto it a little bit later in this show, but get your predictions in, event.brawlstars.com. But first of all, let's talk a little bit about how this weekend in general is set to work. We've already had day one, our group stage, 4 groups of 3 teams playing best of 3s with only 2 teams from each group being able to advance. We're through that now, and we're on to 4 golden ticket matches featuring our final 8 teams. We're whittling them down, of course, to 4 more teams qualifying for Superfest in Helsinki on the 1st of November. Let's talk prize pool here. $10,000, of course, going to 9th to 12th place teams. They've already been eliminated from the competition. That is a bit of a consolation for them. 5th to 8th, those teams unable to make it to the golden ticket will be taking $15,000 each. And, of course, our top 4 teams have a golden ticket, and naturally, they'll be headed to Worlds and taking at least the minimum prizing from that event, which is truly spectacular. It's been a great year for Brawl Stars esports, and I tell you what, the monthly finals have all led us to this exciting conclusion. Just around the corner, of course, is Worlds. We need to find our top 4 teams. That is why we're here on Golden Ticket Sunday. Let's talk a little bit more about those matches, because we have some cross-region rivalries and some opportunities, of course, for teams from lesser exposed regions to make their way through. We'll be starting with STMN EU, a super team formed by Bobby, the final piece of the puzzle. Pretty comfortable run through their group they had yesterday. And then Reply Totem versus Tribe Gaming. That's a ridiculous matchup. And again, the strongest soldiers get the toughest battles, they say. Only one of those 2 powerhouse teams that could, and any other year have qualified straight to Worlds, can advance through that game. BSC Gaming versus Luminosity, team out of the APAC region that has impressed us, coming in as angelic initially, going up against a Luminosity who was shaky yesterday, to say the least. And then Foot Esports versus the emerging story of this competition, Kenny. Toxic Lotus from that mainland China region. Well-known players, but never really been able to put a scratch on the international stage. They finally won their first series against a non-mainland China team. And now, the rest is history. It's up for grabs for them here today.
This would be something spectacular if they were able to accomplish one more. In the past, they've had guaranteed mainland China spots. This is the first year where every single one of them have had to earn it just like the rest of these powerhouses. The fact that Tribe, Totem, these level of teams are fighting for day 2 and now trying to advance to obviously Clash Fest, or excuse me, now Superfest, which is super exciting to hear about. I think it's possible, though. I mean, unfortunately for them, I think they're playing against one of the better teams this weekend in Foot. They've surprised us before, though. What's one more?
Foot, the only team that has 2 monthly final wins and still couldn't make it directly to Worlds. That's because it's how cutthroat out there in that South American region. But let's drill down a little bit more in our first match of the day. Eclipse Esport looked a little bit shaky when they got onto stage. Very rough first series for them in a pretty tough group. But STMN EU looked anything but. They did drop that first game, right? The very first, game of their series at the start of Group A. But after that, they bounced back beautifully. This is a team that is so recently formed, and they've been able to hit the ground running.
They have actually looked really, really solid, but I think you've kind of got to raise the point of their group. Coming into it, we were like, okay, this might be one of the strong ones. I think it looked the weakest. Like, Luminosity looked so shaky. Connections, I think, performed well, and I loved seeing them perform well, but them performing well isn't still at the same tier as some of the rest of our teams. Like, I think, regardless of how good STMN looked yesterday, I'm still questioning if that's them being good or if it was their opposition being even shakier.
Let's talk Eclipse Esports, Arc, because this is a team that, were on the cusp here in EMEA, but never someone to be considered a powerhouse team. And they came into their group, and against BSC Gaming, they looked completely rudderless. We were worried that they might not even get out of the group.
Genuinely so. It was like that first set, and it just blew by so quickly, and before they knew it, they were in deep, deep waters, and they were able to then bounce back later on, but there was definitely question marks along the way of the day about how Eclipse were going to fare. Certainly a momentum team, and once they had the crowd behind them, they were able to harness that.
Here are our predictions for day number 2. We're all on the same page for this first matchup, but I think the NA Cope is hitting pretty hard. I just cannot imagine a World Finals without Tribe Gaming. You guys clearly can't imagine one without, Maori Maru and, of course, iChaos. Fair point. I mean, I'm not surprised we've divided a lot. the line here. And finally, Foot Esports and Toxic Lotus, as much as we've loved the story of this mainland China powerhouse, Foot Esports have looked basically flawless so far through that group. They look deadly. They've got players who competed at the highest level on the biggest stages in the past. Like, we've got to put respect on their name, even if they're at an LCQ. In any other region, I feel like that's a team that could have made it, could have been a top 2 team, monthly finals, make it straight to Worlds. No questions asked.
And now we've got 2 teams that haven't quite sealed getting monthly finals wins or anything like that. It's kind of interesting. I mean, we're going to be losing one EMEA team regardless here in this opening match. Obviously, the paths for each of them getting there a little bit different. I feel like STMN EU was consistently semifinals worthy. ECP, it was kind of either make or break. They had 1 month with that 2nd place finish against Reply Totem, who's a team that's been outstanding this weekend. I feel like they've been kind of that momentum team that we looked at. I mean, you talked about how STMN EU was a team that you didn't love the group performance. ECP was pretty rocky. I mean, that whole Group C was on the outset kind of one of the weaker ones on paper that we thought were going to happen, and they only came out 1-1, and that first match was concerning to say the least.
I think the exact same way. Like, I think these 2 teams, they are extremely capable. I think it's sad to see that one of them is going to be going home. It's 2 EU teams facing off against each other was a little bit unfortunate. But Eclipse are really, their year was made through that 2nd place. And STMN, they've been consistently good, or at least Ogachiki at one point. All the different team names they've been through this year and all the different teams they've been through, they've been consistently good. Whereas Eclipse are, and I think we saw it perfectly yesterday, they either show up amazingly or they just don't show up at all.
Feast or famine, this team, right? I think when they closed out that group, they looked really squeaky clean. But on the other end of things, have STMN EU really been challenged enough for your liking? Do you think we've seen enough from this team to give us, huge amounts of confidence? We have predicted them here, don't forget.
I think we're going to see that today. I think that this is the day where they've really got to bring out all the stops. And I kind of question as well a little bit around Bobby's role, because we saw him just playing tanks yesterday. That was just kind of like the place that they put Bobby in.
Yes.
And I just don't know whether that's going to be something which is just... It's not very hidden. It's very obvious at the moment. So once teams can start to really drill down to that in the drafts, is Bobby going to have a place in that team, in the roster with the brawlers that he's picking?
The thing is, though, I don't know, because you bring Bobby into a team and tell Angel Boy, right.
Yeah, you're off the sharpshooters.
Yeah. Like, you might have joined this team a week ago, just like, it's my turn now, get off these sharpshooters and let me play him. I think that's the role that Bobby's come to accept that he's going to be in. We have seen him ridiculously amounts of tanks from Bobby, and I think that does need to change, but I don't think he's going to be going anywhere near the brawlers that Angel Boy is so solid on, and I think those are his only other options.
Was Angel Boy as solid yesterday on those brawlers as he's been in the past? We saw him play the same map out in the open knockout last year, and he went to town with the best.
You're talking about the nanny pick,
Just because he doesn't 1v3.
I want that today.
He was still perfectly fine. He just didn't
It's at a very high floor, you know what I mean? Does he have to do that to win against Eclipse, though?
I don't think so.
Because this looks to me like, on paper, like one of the easier roads to get a golden ticket. Is that disrespectful to say? I don't know. I feel like Eclipse showed us a really shaky, anemic, and kind of streaky showing yesterday.
Best of freeze.
Yeah, and I think if ECP come out swinging, say they take this opening set in convincing fashion, they are the kind of team that need that momentum. We saw them crumble in a best of 3 after losing that first set, breeze by in a second one, too. I mean, in a blink of an eye, these guys have let it go.
Very fast.
It was very fast, and so it may be one of these, hey, we're going to duke it out and we're going to be battling the whole time, or it could be 3-0.
I don't know. So true for both teams as well, though. Like, you look at, I think Drage and the STMN guys specifically, but like Drage is so momentum focused. If you see him go out ahead, he's going to be hyping up his team. He's going to be in a good mood. If he goes down, it'll be the complete opposite, the exact same as it would be for ECP. But I just think that OP's got that kind of mentality to bring his team back up that I don't know if STMN have really got a person who's going to be doing that.
You need a certain number of occasions in which you have already successfully fought yourself out of a corner to be able to have that kind of mental fortitude to fight back when you're down. If that's untested waters for you or unfamiliar territory, but we're talking about Drage, someone who's been in some of the most compromising positions in Brawl. Some of them he's put himself in.
Been reverse swept.
as well.
Exactly. Reverse swept by rivals.
The same opposition.
Exactly. Who he trash talks that entire year. Obviously, that was a great story coming out of that. Like if there's anyone who suffered the greatest degrees of disappointment in Brawl Stars, you've got 2 of them on the same bloody team, Bobby and Drage, who both had like the brutalest of roads to get here. Bobby, and his STMN team losing multiple reverse sweeps to be out of LCQ
last two matches he played, reverse sweeps, and we haven't even addressed that point too. This one's a personal matchup. I mean, Ope and Drage have a lot of beef between them just about being on past teams last year. Obviously, the historic SK versus Foot match. I mean, and now we've got two of those guys on different rosters with different teams. They're going to be going through the same thing again.
Last year at Worlds with SK reverse sweep Foot, Ope gets up and he's in their face, waving at them. Unreal.
It's good for business, don't get me wrong.
Look, yeah, and look, come on, that's proportional, I think, to like the kind of, the trash talk that Drage made against them, but like, they were pretty bad. Like, people would, I think, remember watching Semantic, like, looking at Ope with his hand in his face, like, I'm not used to this situation. This goes up on my
Grudge Match documentary as well. Enjoy. I mean, watch that for sure on the Brawl Esports YouTube channel. It's amazing to see behind the scenes leading up to that, all the emotions that came out, and you can really hear the player perspectives. Has that been put to rest? That's my question here today, because if both sides are not able to kind of see past that and stay focused on the goal at hand, it could go south very, very quickly for either side.
I mean, in fairness, Ope obviously left that SK team and Drage then practiced at the SK facility. So, like, to some degree, I think we've had to move on with our lives and bury the hatchet. But here's a question for you guys. What does Bobby do if they make Worlds? Is he going to stay in Europe and prac with the team? You're just going to chill?
I honestly, I think maybe we asked Drage this question in a voice chat, and I think he said that he doesn't even know himself. Like, it's kind of
a hard answer.
Like, yeah, like Bobby's obviously, if they do it, Bobby's obviously got them to Worlds, but
is he going to play?
But who's got them to LCQ year long? Right. Like that's.
So I did see the tweet. Yeah, of course. I get that begs the question about Nob, right? If he's able to play at Worlds, there's a good chance that he can make that. But Bobby did tweet, said, the way he phrased it was like,
get these boys.
Yeah, I'm going to get these boys to Worlds, kind of thing. Bit tough, bittersweet for him, right? Qualifies to Worlds, but maybe doesn't end up competing, knowing that like that was his one shot with STMN, not able to sort of go all the way.
Maybe it's a fourth, and Nob takes the.
There'll just be so many like conflicting ideas.
Cooks in the kitchen, right?
Because like if they come out and just destroy Eclipse, like.
I mean, he could do the OG thing and just like stand behind him and look good on stage for the whole series.
And probably looks good all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit further down the track, of course. We definitely need, it's pending the result of this particular game here. But obviously, folks at home, we're waiting to jump into the first game here, and we're going to yap for a little bit longer while we sort of wait to sort of unfold that here. Going down the rest of the, we can fly the schedule graphic here. We could talk a little bit about some of our other matchups because we have time. We might not have as much time before those to talk about them here. I want to talk a little bit more about Toxic Lotus. They're a team that we did not get to see much of because they were on the B stream, right? But the reactions from this team, even when they're just winning rounds against Na'Vi, they're like grabbing each other's hands. They are like ecstatic. It's like after a game, like they are so excited. I think like that's a team that feels like maybe it's destiny, maybe there's some fate here. But I think like days like today, the cold heart reality set in when you realize like you're going up against a team that is just as hungry as you, if not more.
Absolutely so. I mean, I would love for nothing more than to see a mainland China team reach the World Finals through the LCQ.
Like,
I think that would be
earning it, right?
Yeah, absolutely so. Being in charge of their own fate and just demonstrating to the entire world that we belong to be here. I think that is something really, really special, but they've got a tough opposition today for sure.
All right, we're going to be jumping into this game in a few moments here. You can see Eclipse are up on stage, sporting the red, white, and blue. Sorry, not the one you like, Kenny. A slightly different one here, but obviously French fans out in force in the crowd today. And this is a team, obviously, that knows they're going up against a bit of a hype beast squad with some real superstars ready to roll. Because Angel Boy, Drage, Bobby, household names in Brawl Esports. So the Eclipse Esports probably feel like the younger brother by comparison here. And that brand, that logo, STMN, that's been on the world stage in the past. The organization went all the way to the grand finals in last year's World Championship, only to be felled by Zeta Division at the final hurdle. And Bobby, man on your screen, was one of the players in that particular game. This guy has done it all as far as Brawl Esports is concerned, right? There's no stage that he has not set foot on, and there's no level that he's not been able to climb to. And now, as he tweeted, he has a chance to get these boys who put their faith in him to Worlds as well.
Should be awesome to watch. Very jazzed up to see what STMN EU can do here. And in all reality as well, seeding-wise in EMEA, these guys are neck and neck with each other as a team. Obviously, Bobby joining in the mix here, but nonetheless, even if this was just a monthly final, which is not, this is essentially 4 grand finals we've got going today, this would be something that we would love to watch on a monthly basis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We could get this kind of matchup. That would be absolutely brilliant. Angel Boy there, who's, again, been on some of the very top teams in the world, on that Na'Vi roster for the longest time, alongside Cube, alongside MMA. Just such a beloved team, full of personality. And honestly, we're an underdog that made ridiculous deep runs. Jeff grabs up first. We're going to head over to our casters. It will, of course, be Trav and Ark to take us in.
Let's get underway. I don't think we saw Undermine yesterday, so exciting to see how this one plays out. It is STMN EU versus Eclipse Esport to decide who goes home and who goes all the way to Superfest in November. Nita, Colette, and Crow going to be banned out on the left-hand side by STMN EU. Eclipse are going with the Frank ban. We do see a Gale first pick from STMN, and that always bodes well.
Very dominant lane side, isn't it, really? You know, you have to jump spring pad to get directly into that lane, and very tough to evade the shots. The width of those shots from the Gale is going to be a really bad thing for Eclipse Esport, but plenty of time to gain that response. Glad to see the Clancy banned. I feel like that is going to be a common reoccurrence today, but nonetheless, you know, who knows? It's just one of the best brawlers in the game currently. Certainly to get a strong mid here. I quite like the Jesse pick here. It's a bit risky because ultimately if you break that mid wall, then you're going to be kind of exposed to the elements, but certainly Lily has a great time on this map as well for me. Chester going to come in. Obviously a big tank counter on those lane sides as well, and if things go south, then it wouldn't be the worst of brawlers to have in a mid position either. So it's a map that can really turn the balance very quickly. If things start to get broken up and lanes start to get swapped, then you might find that might be the case. Buster coming in. I really like that, and we've seen OP specifically really pop off with Buster on this very map throughout the year.
They had to take Buster there. You see Frank banned out. You see quite a lot of tank counters banned out on the side of STMN EU. They've picked the Gale first. You can kind of see where they wanted to go. You know, we saw Eclipse pick the only remaining kind of good tank counter on the lane, and then follow it up with the tank to just prevent STMN from getting those picks. So we'll see what STMN do. They might follow in with something like a Rosa, or they might just go complete anti-tank now and just hang the Buster out to dry.
Max, this is a brawler that I love to see. The hypercharge has really elevated this particular brawler as well, so hopefully a big dash of speed coming in for them at some point to go on the aggressive. Obviously, with a Buster, you want to go on the aggressive. That's kind of like the idea, really. You don't want it to allow you to push you back. So some agility to be added to the STMN EU draft. And the third and final pick is a Jackie. Oh, I don't know about that pick, I'll be honest. It's very risky. It might not pay off for them.
I mean, I think it's pretty... like I say, I haven't seen this matchup that much at all, but Jackie against Buster, the shield's not going to be able to do too much. That's the only thing I can really think of. You know, you throw up that shield as the Buster, and Jackie's still just, you know, pneumatic booster, gets a bit of speed, gets under you, and you can't block it. But obviously, if Buster has the shield, you're not going to be able to pull them in, which is obviously the kind of counter-argument for the side of Eclipse are there. But I'm not trying to back up the Jackie, don't get me wrong. I feel like surely there's got to be better picks. And we're going to see the Sandy.
I think that's one of them. I think it's a better pick.
I mean, I do think if they took Sandy, they're still a bit susceptible. But I do think I prefer the Eclipse comp.
Yeah, I do as well. Sandy, for me, is a fantastic brawler that just creates so much unpredictability. And it forces you into a corner where you have to just make a decision. Do we go on the aggressive hit? Do we come back? And you can easily lose positioning power with that particular brawler. I mean, I think Eclipse Esports there had a great opportunity as well to consider the very big picture with how much they want to break. And I think they could have really found themselves in a worse spot on the STMN side if they went to go longer range against the Jackie as well. I hope for STMN's sake that they're going to be going on the aggressive, using that max speed, closing the gap to get the Jackie into place, and maybe a hypercharge along the way as well for good measure. You can get some really convincing T-wipes that way as well. So, but it's definitely going to be a risky thing to make work to gain that utility in the first place off the back of closing the gap.
Well, Gugu started strong. Bobby got sent back to spawn pretty quickly. Not sure if he went up the left-hand side, but all of them pinned in so heavily here, and Eclipse just got free roam of this gem spawn, and now STMN start to kind of fight back and try gain some ground. But, I mean, it's just very left to right at the moment. Not a lot going on. A gadget pop there, good bait out there by Angel Boy.
Well, Drake with the speed now, connecting nicely with both Angel Boy and Bobby, and it's Bobby who finds a connection onto Gugu. Nicely done, because he was struggling until that moment in time. Maybe he should have the upper hand here, and is. OP has popped the gadget there as well, and just trying to lurk within the sandstorm to find that connection. A bit of a glimpse there, I think, saw on the side of STMN going into the bush, but nonetheless, Bobby does find it, and actually comes out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, he does just that. Drage going quite aggressive now. Does have to phase shift back, make sure that he's going to stay alive. Maybe he's going to be able to get that heal. Another gadget press as well there, I believe. But Drage falls so low on that right-hand side, or at least in the mid. Jump pad out by Angel Boy there. Bold move, but it was just in time. I think maybe a hypercharge was used up top there, but a nice drag back from Ope stops him in his tracks.
Well, it is Eclipse with 7 gems to the 5. Now more speed coming in for STMN, and OP falls. That's one more gem dropped into the mid. Made this under intense scrutiny. Great taps from the left-hand side of Angel Boy as Gugu tries to find something. He needs to get that sandstorm down to allow his team to move back into the mid.
Yeah, stun from Gugu again. Shouldn't be too far off another super, and Bobby just feeding all day long. But during that time, the gems are ticking up for STMN, and eventually they have taken the lead for the first time through this game. Hypercharge available from Angel Boy on the left-hand side as well, ready to pinch in, and a Sandy Super is going to do so much at this point in the game.
Hypercharge, though, for Angel Boy could be devastating. Maybe it's in a very perilous position, but he does not know that yet. Under the sandstorm, no one can be seen, and now Angel Boy's got to get the value that he needs at the back of this. The Hypercharge is popped. He's going to be blasting the Buster away, but on the right-hand side, it's Mavis with all the gems. Drage moves out temporarily. The additional speed of the back of the Sandy Sandstorm as well. Drage is going to be perilous here and goes down. Can Eclipse get the gems, though?
Not going to go for it, and that's still going to be 10 sat in the sport. And Angel Boy not having the best of times on this left-hand side as well, but 10 starts for Eclipse are equally on the side of STMN. Nice stuff there. Hypercharge used by Drage. Got to be close with Super. Bobby's going to be able to pull Gugu in here, but he goes down. Great pinch into the mid. All the gems drop, and the countdown is reset. But Angel Boy grabs the 12th, and now Eclipse have to stay in this mid, I feel.
Oh, another takedown though. It's looking perilous here for STMN as Eclipse Esports keep the pressure on. Bobby's not the ideal person to have the gems, but huge Hypercharge. No follow-up though is going to be there. Drage though getting some good taps on to Gugu, who drops 2 gems as well. But the countdown remains. It's 10 seconds. They've got to find Mabius.
I think there's still some in spawn, and the gem spawner might be able to throw one more out in time. It is, but maybe it's surely going to be able to contend this one. Gugu's there as well to try and stop him, but Angel Boy will grab it. But the bomb comes over the top. Sandstorm placed down, and Eclipse are retreating with all the goods.
They'll split slightly with OPE and Gugu, but I don't think it's going to be enough here with the amount of scrutiny that OPE is providing here on that right-hand side as well. It's 27 gems in the pockets and no firepower available to STMN as Eclipse Esports take the first game.
Great showing from Eclipse, starting strong against STMN Esports on the other side. Very, very back and forwards, countdown starting and stopping left and right. But it is Eclipse who do come out on top, and that comp just seems so much more convincing. Like, STMN had moments, but it was all like singular, not like constant just cycles of Sandy Supers and Chester just doing so much.
I just felt like they didn't pay as much attention to Mavis as well as the gem carry. I think when Angel Boy had that Hypercharge Super, that was the ideal time to strike and to steal the goods. But you can see the stamina of Eclipse Esports there, just really holding their own and taking everything that they had to throw at them. STMN looking a bit sheepish at the moment, honestly.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Bobby just kind of running in over and over, and you have to. Yeah, really do have to with this brawler. But he's getting taken down so many times. Drage's going to go in, might be able to get the burn down shots on, but not enough. Maybe it's with a nice super in there to kind of stop him from doing that. No, he just turns his focus and kills Drage too. 5-0 and a sandstorm.
You just can't turn your back on OP. A miss super there from Bobby. The Hypercharge available to him, but he needs to gain that super back as well. Drage found Gugu, but Mavis finds the stun, finds the gems from the mid as well. That's 8-0 now in favor of Eclipse.
I mean, the only one staying alive is Angel Boy. And, you know, he's the one who you need to be getting in the back lines, getting the knocks, and there's another Hypercharge. While Bobby just going down over and over. What can he do? OP throws up a shield on the left-hand side, and there starts the count. But they need to stay alive. Not going to get the kill as Angel Boy can't finish that one off, but a Hypercharge ready to roll for both Bobby and Drage.
Huge value coming in. This could be a great position for STMN, but there is not much time. Angel Boy jumps in, does find OP against the wall, but he will stay standing. The gems are still with Eclipse, and I don't think it's going to be enough time to make it happen. Eclipse Esports take the set.
Just going for different targets. One was going for one and one was going for another. You need just a single one of those 2 backline brawlers to go down, and the countdown's reset. But Eclipse hold on, and STMN fall short in set 1.
And you can see straight away, Gugu saying to the crowd, come on, give us your all. And that was the difference maker yesterday. We saw in that first instance of Eclipse Esports, they just really didn't look themselves. They were just burying themselves time and time again. In that second match, they came to life. And a lot of that came from the crowd and gaining that first set. As I said yesterday, they are a momentum-based team. And that's the best start they could hope for in this position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really poor start for STMN as well. Like, Bobby just could not do anything at all on that Jack, and you know, we raised it at the start. It's like
such a risky one.
It is so risky, and the Hypercharge occasionally it did something. Sometimes he was able to get pulls back, but the whole time he was giving Sandy supers.
And that was the downfall in that first set of STMN. As you can see there as well, a full sold-out crowd as well. So you just know that when you're in the lead, that's going to be behind you. When you're not, it's going to be very hard to turn things around. But a lot of that, like we said, I felt came down to the draft. I mean, I just don't really feel like Jackie's the kind of best brawler to have. I understand the synergy with the Max, I get it, but it just didn't really seem to provide too much for STMN, in my opinion. And that's nothing to do with Bobby. Bobby's an incredible player. We know what Bobby's able to deliver. definitely a team decision, maybe one of those risks to take at that earliest of sets, just to kind of see whether they can get ahead off the back of something which Eclipse Esports aren't expecting to come to light. But nonetheless, it was a risk which did not pay off. And look at Mavis, I said as well, I felt like there was not enough attention being paid to him. And he was on a tear, 11 takedowns. What a game for him.
I mean, for such a long time, I was like, I need Chester to prove me. Everybody keeps on playing it, it keeps on losing. And then eventually something just clicked and everybody just started winning with it, and now he can't stop. But yeah, a little bit disappointing there from STMN AU. Drage with 1 kill, 290 DPS, and Bobby, he did manage to get 4, but I mean, it's just not, the 4 kills aren't worth the pick.
Like I say, it just feeds over so much to your opposition, and that affects your entire team over the course of time. So, you know, for me, Eclipse Esports got the draft right. We felt quite confident on that front before they went into the game, hoping to see a bit more from STMN, but I think they'll be looking back at that first set and thinking the same way, right, let's just try and get a draft a bit more solid, a bit more grounded for us to be able to make work, because it was a risk. We knew it was coming, but it was a risk that just did not pay off.
Yes. Really, really poor draft, I feel, to start from STMN. You're going to have to bounce back from this one, and that's the question we kind of have to pose with this team. And I feel like, you know, some of the players especially, it's so hard for them to kind of bounce back. They need to start strong to be able to finish, and that's fair to say for both sides as well. But it is something that's going to be required. This is the golden ticket game. This is possibly, well, it is going to be the last competitive game that one of these teams have in the Brawl Stars Championship this year. So they really, really need to bounce back, or Eclipse are going to run away with it.
For one of these two teams, their entire year's work will be effectively for nothing, or at least very little, a little bit of consolation prize money, but their journey will be over. And a golden ticket to the World Finals for one of these two teams at the moment. Eclipse Esports looking like they had a good night's rest. That's to say the least. It was a much, much better start, more convincing. And in that first game, they were put under a lot of pressure also and came out victorious. As we move in to Brawl Ball, penalty kick. The bans being Cordelius, the Meg, the Barley first pick for STMN. And I do quite like that. The Rico ban as well. On the side of it, Eclipse are the ban of the Frank, the Clancy, and the Larry and the Laurie, and their picks to follow.
Yeah, I do like the Barley pick. It's always been very, very solid. We've seen so many tanks on this map. Usually when Frank's in play, there's a Primo in play and stuff like that. So maybe we won't see Primo this time. But literally the whole of that left-hand side, the Meg, the Rico, the Barley, that's kind of the usual really good comp on this map. And STMN have banned out, you know, 3 really solid brawlers and picked up pretty much the 4th best.
If STMN wants to consider tanks as well, there's that final pick available for Eclipse to shut it down, and Gale's already a strong tank counter in itself. I do love the Larry and Laurie here, so I'm pleased to see it banned, but certainly this can provide a bit more to the Barley. But, you know, Barry could be very much on the idea here of Eclipse Esports to have something of that control factor themselves, and now would be a great time to select it as well. Let's see whether they're considering that as well. Buster again. You know, this could be one of these brawler picks that just keeps giving Eclipse Esports the good that just never gets banned out, because it's just not currently so rife within the meta, but it's definitely a team-based pick that just OP is phenomenal with.
Yeah, and it's kind of like one of the tanks that can kind of do something against the Gale as well. So now if STMN want to go with a tank, they just can't really. Nita's going to roll on in, and it seems like they're just going to go all-out control, and Surge going to follow up along with that as well. STMN comp, I do not mind this. It's a lot better for me. I like the Barley, I like the Nita, the Surge. Going to be able to get quite a few levels off that Buster, so it should be fine.
Do Eclipse go with throw now and just have something with the lane for the Barley, or just try and brute force the situation, because that could be a tough one to handle. Certainly the Surge would do well into those kind of comps that are running into you as the Nita, so they might opt to go for control here, to be honest. But either way, I do like the way that STMN have rounded things off. I think the Nita here, very, very good. Lily, we haven't really seen much of Lily at all, and I feel like it's becoming one of those brawlers that's just drifting away slightly, many are forgetting about, but it really can pose a huge threat. You know, you're able to get behind enemy lines, you're able to be so sneaky in your approach, and you know, you're able to attack when the time is rife, and that in a game mode like Brawl Ball can be devastating.
And this is the thing, do they just go all out attack and just go for it? You know, feed Surge a couple of levels, it's going to get reset to level 2 when we score anyway, so I feel like that might be the route they just go. Click a quick little gadget from Lily, get into those enemy lines, and have Buster and Gale follow in when they're trying to deal with that Lily. Might be the best option. I like both of the comps here. I'm not really going to be like, oh, I think one's better than the other. I think Gale's always a really solid pickup to have, but also they don't really have anything that Gale's like, ooh, so good against.
Lily into Barley, though, that is like the kryptonite of that very brawler. Drage is going to have a tough time, and it's going to have to require Bobby and Angelboy to really support him through this, but look at this already. A great start for STMN, some great takedowns, the ball being pushed through as well. well. Google will have Gadget as well to be able to just try and defend as best he can here. But if Dre stays in position, gains that last call, gets some supers in, gets closer towards the hypercharge as well. Look at this, STMN just coming to life right now.
Listen, if you're going to go one by one and have the respawns. Don't go 2 at a time on a jump pad and get conceived. It just doesn't make sense to me. They do score early on. STMN are starting much better, but Lily's got a super and the launch pad's there once again, ready to roll. Super going to be used and it will be Drage, as you said. Biggest kryptonite.
Yeah, and it's OP versus Drage's personal again. The ball pushed through. Gugu survives here. Bruce on the hunt here, but Angelboy from the left does find their taps, and the ball to the left. A solid defense for STMN and some good value created along the way.
Yeah, really nice bear pinch there as well from Angelboy. It was kind of following in so he couldn't turn back and just like, okay, I don't want the goal. Another super used by OP, and he's going to use that sticky syrup as well, but OP's just going to pop another gadget and carry on. Bobby with the verti jump might be able to get Gugu here in the bear, assisting him along the way. Got that level 3, might be able to take out OP, but it is some over-aggression that might not be warranted. Oh, Bobby, that's beautiful. Lovely stuff, but maybe he should be able to get the kill. Will be traded out, though, as Drage and Angelboy do get that kill. And I mean, they can just play passive. They can stick this ball in the corner if they really want.
This is the team play that I was hoping and expecting to see from STMN in the first set. And it's looking better. Bobby finds OP, cuts the upper hand here as well. Gugu just trying to make some space here on the right-hand side, but these splash damages from Drage forcing him back. The recycling of the spawns here, quicker on the side of Eclipse, of course, with the jump pad coming in, but it's been replaced. Not sure that's in the best of places myself, but I mean, we'll see how it fares. Certainly, Drage's got to be much more careful now on that right-hand side.
Hypercharge again, and he threw up the barrier as well. Not really going to do too much for him there. OP's going to go down, and this bear still wreaking havoc in the spawn. Maybe he's going to go for the jump pad in, has the super in hand, but does go down. Just lockdown defense from STMN EU, and who would have thought the ball would go in the corner?
Yeah, and the hypercharge with Drage as well. It's brought Barley into such a dangerous place. So much damage. It can break down the bush. Also here, one final ditched attempt from Eclipse are able to get this ball. And Bobby shuts down immediately the right-hand side of Mavis. Gugu soon to follow. OP the last man standing with 6 seconds remaining. But Bruce gets the swipes. And it's going to be STMN getting one on the board.
And I mean, that's just complete lockdown as well from STMN EU. Really nice stuff in there. They get the goal early on. They put the ball in the corner. And they play what their comp does best. Defense. They don't need to go on the aggressive when they've pretty much just been provided a goal. They could have kind of held in the spawn. I don't know if it was a risk worth taking for Eclipse to just have 2 people jump in. Maybe they get a triple kill and score, but usually most of the time they just concede.
And this OP Drage interaction is actually going to be feeding the ego of Drage over time. As long as STMN are there to support it, it feels personal every time that early attack comes in, but STMN are gaining much better value off the back of these interactions and able to get the ball forwards now. Once Bobby gets those surge stacks flying in as well from this position, a great place to do just that if Eclipse are Esports try to push in. So that's where surge for me can be a really tough one to make work in the early stages, and Eclipse are Esports have kind of lost the moment to strike.
Yeah, Bobby wanted the super and did get it there as well. Level 2. Drage going to try and throw some stuff in. OP, just misses that super, and that is like the worst thing you can do with Lily. Sticky syrup mixer comes in. Bobby going to be there for the 1-2-3 pass, surely. But Drage misses the pass, and Mebius is back in business, ready to defend, still in a tough position. STMN still have control, but that had to be a goal.
Yeah, it was a certified goal for sure, but now here is a solid chance. Bruce pushing things forward. Bobby there with full stacks as well. Drage has the hypercharge, but the communication clearly there. Let's just hold back, gain back a better time for this goal. But there's definitely a missed opportunity there, no doubt about it. Sticky fingers on the side of STMN.
Well, Drage now going to get that kill. Bobby trying to follow in for Mebius. Can't feed him super as this defense is going to hold through. Might be willing to jump in. Doesn't. Chooses to hold again. STMN playing so passively. Now the last call comes in and it's hypercharge as well. OP's there, ready to jump in, ready to use the super. Does, but he's outnumbered. STMN going to score. And with a minute on the clock, Eclipse have got work to do.
Yeah, STMN just bought so much time for themselves, honestly. They were in a great spot, definitely some mistakes, but nonetheless, they kept Eclipse Esports suppressed. OP going in, but Bobby then still getting the upper hand, and it's going to be Angelboy on the top going in. The Bruce Bear then really pushing back. Maybe it's the jump pad there to try and push Bruce away, and it's not enough! Angelboy shoots it in, and STMN get a set!
Just pure brilliance. And the STMN fan in the crowd absolutely loving it. I'm kind of feeling that was maybe Nikunaki. I'm not actually sure, but I think it kind of looks like it. I'm going to go with that. But STMN, what a set they've just had to come back there. Maybe a few mistakes on the defense, but also a massive mistake on the offense as well from Drage. That pass really should have resulted into a goal. But in the end, they did win the set. They evened things out, and it's being the game we promised it to be.
But despite that mistake, you could see how much better of a draft it was. I mean, Eclipse had no response. They went with the Lily to go with that counter, that hard counter into the barley, but it was probably better to go with that berry pick instead and just bring some control of their own, because that's entirely what was lacking the whole time. They were in the back lines and really at the mercy of STMN.
We didn't even see the Lily. I feel like we didn't even see the Lily, really. Yeah, it got a couple of supers onto Drake here and there, but other than that, like, I feel like it was just constant respawns. Respawn. It's the same for everybody on that side of ECP. Maybe you take Mebius out the equation, as he was surviving quite nicely and also did do a pretty good job of some solo defenses in there. But at the end, it was just constant control, and I loved how patient STMN were being in that offensive position. They've got a Barley, they've got a Surge who's just going to wreak havoc as soon as he starts getting those levels. If they want to push out, they're providing Bobby with levels, they're providing Angel Boy with a super, Drade with a super, and eventually it's going to end up in a goal.
I can't wait for these stats, honestly, but I think it's a lot of credit to Bobby because he was the protector of Drage. When Lily came in, Bobby was there to be able to get the stacks off the back of things and be able to really counteract the situation. Like I said, you know, if you're able to really eradicate the Barley, you can do so little. Oh, look at that. I'm speaking of the very man himself. 14 takedowns for Bobby, 9 for Angel Boy, 9 for Drage, a donut for Gugu as well.
70 DPS.
Yeah.
For Gale. You don't see that every day, but I mean, against this composition, you know, the Nita, the Barley, the Surge, it's just 3 brawlers who Gale can't do anything about. And, you know, early Gale pick, it's in defense of the tanks. So STMN knew that. They just didn't go tanks. They didn't want them. They played that perfectly. They drafted well. And that's the STMN we expected to see today.
Buster's going to struggle against the thrower, you know, no doubt about that. And Drage has some amazing value in that game. I mean, look at the DPS. I mean, it's almost identical across the board of the side of STMN, and a much needed mood booster for them to gain that set, to not crumble, to not be 2 sets down at this stage now. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for them, no doubt about it. And now we're all even.
Yeah, I mean, that literally was make or break for STMN, really. Like, they either go 2 down against an opponent who have waved in their face before, have said goodbye to them at World Finals, reverse swept them. If you're down 2-0 against a person like that, I think your head just goes even further down.
Yeah.
So that was the one that they really needed to bounce back. But it looks like we're going on to Hideout in Bounty. A little bit of a different vibe still. Control will remain, I'm sure. The Gene, Carl, and something bans on the left-hand side. The Meg's going to be picked up early, and that is a good pick. Angela was the 3rd ban from STMN AU. Then the Kit, good. Hate it on this map. Pearl and Byron also going to be banned out by Eclipse.
No nanny ban. You know, this is a nanny map.
Yeah.
And Angel Boy on that particular brawler, as we know, it's one of his go-tos. Let's see, it can just shred for a Meg. You know, it's a really tough thing for a Meg to really counteract it. Let's see how they are feeling with this one. Obviously, Sharpshooters, Piper's available here. I think the Byron ban, a very underrated one that I really can get behind here. Certainly so. Bell, obviously the Mark going to be playing a key role in keeping Meg suppressed and low and out of mech as frequently as possible. The follow-up here, it could be Brock, it could be Piper. Like I say, we haven't seen Bobby on Piper. What I wouldn't give to see that happen. Larry and Laurie, Drager's kind of go-to throw on this map, gets a lot of good value here as well, and definitely one of the much higher play rates of throwers in the APAC region. They'll pretty much play this brawler everywhere. It's so versatile.
Yeah, well, the power's kind of in STMN's hands now. Do Eclipse want to take this nanny that Angel Boy's so notorious for? Do they want to go a completely different route and try and counter it and then have the option that STMN might not go at anyway? It's kind of, I feel like the ball is definitely in STMN's court, at least as so far as this draft. They've got the thrower, they've got the long range. That's the kind of staple of what you need on this map. And Eclipse are just taking a different route. They're going to go the max. I mean, Gene's banned out, so you can't really pair it with that. And maybe a Carl you'd usually pair it with or something like that as well, also banned out. They're going with a Piper. And I mean, that's fine by me. I just don't know if the max really pairs that well with, I mean, it does with Meg, but not with Piper.
What's great, it's Piper? Nanny. But I was really a bit disappointed. I wanted to see that brawler show on the side of STMN EU, honestly. But that could well be the play from here from Eclipse. Take it out of the hands of STMN. You know, as we were saying coming into this matchup, you know, Bobby's role of the brawlers that he's choosing recently in the LCQ, definitely a bit of a question mark sometimes. So that would have been a perfect brawler for him to allow to shine on. Let's see for STMN what they are thinking here. 8-bit. Yeah, I was going to mention it before, but it's honestly a bit of a risky one to even talk about in terms of dropped on this map because it's just not what you kind of expect to see. But that damage booster, you know, in the right shade of cover, can obviously do so much to provide your team value, and of course, you know, to be able to place down if you're really under scrutiny from a Piper as an 8-bit and you're slow and sluggish, having that there, so a bit of a shielding can go a really long way. But against the max, that's gonna be tough. I mean, 8-bit really is going to be struggling if those aggressive pushes come in from Eclipse. and the Meg as well. It's a really good comp actually here for Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long-winded break, though. They've got to get that super with the Piper, who's probably not going to be fed too easily by this composition. You kind of expect Angel Boy to get the super, just stick it behind this left-hand side wall and lock it down with Drage. But both teams have got to kind of get to their setups, and that's going to be the issue. But Blue Star does go the way of STMN.
I mean, maybe it's, of course, one of the best Max players in EMEA, and it could have been OP as well. They're both so accomplished with it. He's just so dangerous, honestly. Just the Blue Star of STMN, and a nice pinch from this right-hand side. Maybe it's finds Drage already. That's going to give Eclipse Esports the lead.
Yeah, well, backed up into their spawn. Bobby going to try and find a few shots onto Gugu. Gets two. Can't find the third just yet. Home mid recipe used. But Bobby doesn't get hit at all. And hits 3 pretty much consecutive shots on a Piper.
It takes one to know one, doesn't it? And that's the experience of Bobby on that Piper pick, just knowing how to juke and how to get inside the mind of someone else playing it. Wonderful stuff from him as Angel Boy then just beams into OP on this right-hand side, who's healing up along the way with the help of that gadget. So no toolbox for him. He's going to be having to depend upon that. No shielding as on the left-hand side. Maybe it's going aggressive. Gets the speed up to OP, and STMN have got a hold firm now.
I mean, that's the nest egg of dreams. You couldn't really ask for a better slow there. Double trip on it, and it stopped them right in the tracks as the max speed started to get going. Maybe he's coming forward. There's another nest egg to stop him once more. And the follow-up shots from Bobby are just spectacular. Got his hypercharge now as well. They've got an 8-bit turret. Lockdown should be pending.
Maybe it's saved by a pixel as Gugu jumps away on the left just for safety. OP is still in the mech though. Maybe it's now marked up too, so we can't go super aggressive. Pops nest egg as well. Drage just some great taps. A phase shift to safety. Angel Boy now 1,500 and goes down to Gugu. It's a lead still for Eclipse, so 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the mark remains, and if Drage can push them back into spawn, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and they're kind of just allowing it. They're backing off. They're not putting up a stand. The shot finds its way in, and the bouncing is there. Hypercharge going to be used, but no speed was used, but not hypercharge by maybe. It's weird considering the 7 seconds, but now he's going to use it to try and evade all these shots, and he's doing it. How is he dodging so many shots? But he goes down. Angel Boy so low, and it's not going to matter. The Blue Star remains with STMN, and Eclipse are fall short.
Oh my word, what a close end, and it was the right call. It really was, to really focus maybe from that top right. Angel Boy there as well, just trying to get out, but that Blue Star, of course, so important now. And the confidence, you can feel it. It's starting to really nurture STMN here, as they know that this could be another set.
I mean, Bobby just really played just so well there, hitting so many shots. Drage following up at the end to help him out. Angel Boy, you know, he knew he was a worthwhile sacrifice at the end there. Didn't really matter too much if he went down. But STMN not got the Blue Star this time, but control all in their hands, and a Piper in spawn is not going to do too much.
Yes, certainly not at this early stage. No super to be able to evade anything or make any breaks for Gugu. Healing a little bit, but a nice tap there from Angel Boy will just keep him low still, and that's exactly what STMN need to do. Just a little bit of chip damage here and there. It goes a long way, and already, you know, a mark there for OP. He can't go aggressive. This is where STMN is starting to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good mark to have so early on in the game as well. He was able to get it and throw it onto OP as well, and he's just not missing. Bobby, stop it. Eventually misses, and then he hits the follow-up. I mean, it's just brilliance from another mark in hand. Larry and Laurie's going to go down. It takes some fire. It does go down, but that's going to sap all the ammo out of ECP and allow surely Angel Boy to make moves on the right.
Yeah, Bell never the most shiny of brawlers, but when you see it played to such perfection, it's wondrous to see. Gugu, though, trying to find Drage, does find one, finds 200 HP for Drage, but he survives for now.
Well, Gugu's got this break in hand. You've got to question whether or not he's just going to use it or he's going to hold it for the late game to try and survive when STMN eventually get this push-up. Mark still on OP as well, but shots starting to come through there. The hypercharge follows up, get him out of that mech, and now this is an issue for ECP. They don't have a mech, and that's the one thing keeping them up.
30 seconds on the clock. Let's go for Mabius. Provides Gugu a nice position here, finds Angel Boy, he gets the tap as well! It's 3 stars in the blue! Bobby's trying to find Mabius, and that might be the Blue Star, but a missed mark as well, and Bobby goes down himself. Eclipse Esports have just exploded towards the end of this game, and they're going to be able to take this quite convincingly, so it's going to go to the next game, and after that, whoever wins it gets ahead.
7-0 at the end of that game. They had no mech, and they still made it work in the late game. That is brilliance from Eclipse Esports. How fast, as you said, they just exploded into that offense. As soon as they saw an opportunity, they seized it.
You can see the crowd really getting behind Eclipse now at just the right time in this set. Oh, this is dangerous. Dangerous stuff now for STMN. It was such a convincing first game, but that time round, it didn't work out as Eclipse Esports spent the majority of it on the back lines as well, and were able to survive on and just time their strike wisely.
Yeah, Blue Star's big ass Mebius just survives with a well-timed phase shift there. keeps him in the mix, but nest egg's already been established by Bobby. Nice shots from Angel Boy to keep him low as well. Homemade Recipe falls up from Gugu to Drage on the bottom side. So far, it's just an exchanging of shots, not really blows, but eventually Bobby getting some connections.
Yeah, Gugu had a great game in that last one and really focused the time more onto Drage as well, as opposed to that lane side with Bobby, which he just was not able to win. So definitely a nice adaptation from Eclipse Esport, which was working out, but Drage now just utilizing that cover, just trying to be cautious as the nest egg placements are a nice addition to that right-hand side there. Let's see now as STMN just rotating around to this left-hand side, utilizing that cover for Drage and just starting to work their way around with the damage booster.
Yeah, I mean, that rotation from Gugu, he was kind of fine in that match, but just allowed Angel Boy to just come over and place a free damage boost, which is going to be a big help, but Bobby gets tapped twice. One and then a follow-up Homemade Recipe. Gugu popping off and keeping Eclipse in the lead.
Spaceship from Mavis pops 2 nest eggs as well, as now OP was thinking about going through the break there as well. It's going to expose Angel Boy and Drage. Bobby Logan goes down yet again. It's a 5-star lead for Eclipse Esports as Drage is down to 100 HP yet again. It's crumbling apart.
Another booster ready to go for Angel Boy, though. STMN, 40 seconds left to hop back into action. Homemade Recipe falls short this time, and that's Gugu's last speed ready to go now, and he's going to use it, try explode into the offense again. Drage needs to back off. He's got 2 against him, but he gets stopped in the wall. Really tough battle with his bottom side. I can't really see it, but Angel Boy solo as well. Falls to Meg outside of the Meg, and Bobby gets double tapped. ECP running away.
Unbelievable jukes from OP on that left-hand side. He came out on top, and he really should not have STMN missing a lot of shots, and the pressure clearly getting to them as Gugu then pops the hypercharge. Drage is low again on the right-hand side. Maybe should finish him off. Angel Boy's not able to body block yet again. 11 stars. There's not a single star for STMN as Eclipse will take the set.
Pure brilliance from Eclipse. How well they played those second 2 games of Bounty. Absolutely unreal. A little bit of a team talk going on now. One more set is required for them to go to World Finals. STMN need 2 in a row to be able to take this all the way. And this is such a tough battle.
This is the first time that I've seen a team really stop amongst the celebration to go, guys, this is where we're at currently, and just bring things back to a grounded level, not to get too far ahead of themselves, but just to give themselves a pep talk and just keep themselves grounded. Very interesting stuff to see on the side of Eclipse Esport, and kind of what we need to see actually on the side of STMN. They're the ones that need to do that right now. We need to see more from them. They had a great start, but they're not bringing things through to finalize them. They're just thinking maybe they were ahead a bit too early for their own liking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just headphones off and a team talk for ECP, and it just seemed like STMN's heads are just dropping maybe a little bit. They didn't really seem to be talking too much when we saw them on the cams. And I mean, Mebius played phenomenally as well. His early game aggression was really kind of unmatched, and being able to get those blue stars as well was just absolutely phenomenal. This one, I mean, this is the big issue. STMN, they know they need to go aggressive. Eclipse play defensive the whole game, and then it just gets to the point where STMN go, and they just go get punished.
It's been some fantastic moments from STMN, some great drafting decisions, but you know, I thought that was going to be their set after that first game, and that's all credit to Eclipse. Their ability to just adapt around the situation, to just develop their strategy, to evolve along the way. Gugu with 7 takedowns, and he didn't have the best of first games at all. He was actually kind of like more the weak link, and then really found his own and started to focus on the right people. What a game for him. It really was. Drage with 0, Angel Boy with 1, 2 for Bobby, you know, but 3, 2, and 7 on the side of Eclipse Esport. It's just looking better, and now STMN face a really difficult challenge because they've got to get the best draft of the year to survive on in this series.
I mean, this is the difference between Bell and Piper. You know, Bell might hit a load of shots, might have 100 more DPS pretty much, but 5 less kills just because of pretty much the lack of a guaranteed kill with the homemade recipe. Like, literally is just that. Bobby's hitting so many more shots to have 100 more DPS on a map like this at such long range, but Gugu's able to find the finishing blows, and his teammates might be able to assist him in that as well, and that's just not something STMN could do. Drage was locked behind walls, and Angel Boy was so slow for the entire game because he wasn't even using boosted booster either.
It's an unusual thing, you know, because when you look back to last year, Angel Boy is just having some of the best of celebrations, and you know, definitely for me the shining star of the whole entire LCQ. And you know, there's just something about this roster that for me just isn't displaying the nature of its glory at the current moment in time. And it's a tough thing, you know. You've got to remember that Angel Boy is the sole remainder from the beginning of the season in this squad, and now it's just like trying to find where everyone's place is, and they haven't had the most amount of time to do just that. As we go on to Heist and Hot Potato, the bands being the Frank, the Clancy, and the Chuck on the side of Eclipse Esports. A first draft of Cordelius for STMN. The bands for STMN being the Nita, the Meg, and the Carl.
Yeah, I like what we've got here. Hot Potato will possibly decide it all.
Could be the last
Cordelius, yeah. Cordelius is an early pick from STMN EU. Not something that I'd really expect, but maybe it's kind of that preventive measure to the Chuck or another tank, something like that, like the Primo just rolling on in from Eclipse, because so far, they may have played some defensive brawlers, but they've been offensive with them. Colette going to roll on in after that one as well. Obviously, with the hypercharge, you're going to be dealing a lot of damage to the safe.
Certainly tanks can really appear out of nowhere on Hot Potato and just go on that base race. So the Colette I quite like for the reason of defense. And also just being able to stay in that position in the mid. Just, you know, hypercharges we know on Colette, devastating, absolutely devastating on the safe. And it's a really good, solid first pick here for Eclipse Esports. The Berry as well. I mean, this is starting to turn into a comp that if left untouched on the safe can just absolutely shred through it and it'll just go from immediately bad to worse.
I wouldn't mind a thrower here from STMN. If we see the return of a Barley or something like that, I wouldn't mind it. Good against the Colette, good against the Berry, or at least can fight the Berry, is what I mean. Not really like kind of a hard counter or anything like that, but STMN, you've got a lot of answering to do here, being a set down and two very capable brawlers in the hands of Eclipse Esport in possibly their deciding set. As the time ticks down, STMN's pick should come through, and it's Buzz. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Buzz can be amazing on this map. Dynamite as well. I mean, it's definitely one of the go-to throwers for sure. I wouldn't mind the Barley, but a great Dynamite player on this map can just do wondrous things with the wall break there potentially as well. A final pick for Eclipse Esports, but of course the Berry can just cause so much damage as well on the safe with a simple pop of the gadget, and then just that next shot will linger so long on the safe, causing a lot more damage over time. Eclipse Esports just thinking about this a little bit more. It's like Gugu's the man behind the drop, just browsing through, holds his hands up, and let's see. They seem like they are just conferring on the side of Eclipse. We a surge pick. I mean, it's a risky one to have. I mean, you've really got to get off that early mark, and we've seen time and time again how that can really come back to bite teams. If the surge is just really deprived the whole way through, it doesn't provide anything at all for the squad.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. If they want to deprive the surge, they've got to halt the aggression that Buzz wants to bring to the table. And
it cycles so well.
You've got to, yeah. I mean, you've got to question if, you know, STMN, you take a different approach and don't just go for the safe with the Buzz and kind of play a bit more passive, go for the kills on the Berry with the gadgets and the supers, or if they just want to go for it and hope that Gugu can't do as much as I'm sure he wants to.
And in we go for STMN. Such an important set that they have no choice but to win. For Eclipse Esports on the cusp of greatness now. 2 games separating them from a ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals. Great stun though from Drage, finds OPE, and the follow-up is there, but actually OPE survives. Oh, he gets Mavis as well. He's absolutely going to town. It's allowed Angel Boy and Bobby all ways to get on the safe immediately.
Is that triple kill? Beautiful from Drage, super onto Mebius surely as well, but Angel Boy brings him into the realm. I'm not sure if that was going to hit or not, but this should still be a kill for Angel Boy. OP finds the kill now, and Bobby comes off spawn and backs that Berry up into this right-hand side, but 51% for a singular push is a good start for STMN.
Here's that Berry damage over time. Eclipse Esports were able to get into the position for it. On the top side, it's still just a 51% for STMN as they go on the attack yet again. Drage so dangerous, we've already seen. OP knows it, goes in early, gets the stun on the side of Drage, and he's staying alive. Mavis just able to evade it by a pixel and gets the takedown they need on the side of Eclipse.
I mean, a super onto a Dynamite is not what you want to be doing on this map. You want to be using them on safe, and that's what he's going to try and do now. But he gets brought into the realm, stopped in the tracks by Angel Boy, who's trying to make a run for it, and he has survived. He's got behind the wall, and Drage knows that he's coming out, but Berry's just going to leave Cordelius on the safe. Hypercharge going to be used by Angel Boy to try and stay alive, but it's getting closer.
And look at the scoreline. These Berry shots over time are really giving Eclipse Esports less and less to have to do to be able to finalize the game. Drake with the save, hypercharge as well. There should be a ton of damage coming in. Bobby is there as well, and that should be a game going the way of STMN.
I mean, the gameplay from Drage, absolutely incredible on that Dynamite early game. 51% from him getting 3 kills and just allowing his team to just swarm the opposition. Absolutely beautiful from STMN in the early game, and that's exactly what they need. He's not going to be given that free roam again in this second game, though. He was able to just pace up the map. Nobody was on the left-hand side to stop him.
I don't know when I've seen Drage on a Dynamite pick, let alone playing Dynamite like that. But like you say, Eclipse Esports very much now attuned to it. Gugu pushing his left-hand side. Angel Boy jumps over there, gets the takedown as well. But Mavis and Drage here, if Drage feeds into Mavis too quickly, it's going to be a lot of damage. Bobby left untouched. Damage gear rolling in onto the safe as well. And it's much the same story as STMN. Get that early lead.
I was going to say, speaking of a lot of damage, that's happening up top. OP's going to be able to jump in now. Gets hit by Drage, though. Angel Boy trying to make a run for it. Maybe it's the only one who can really go back and try and defend it. But the position he's got shot now. Really good, and Gugu's going to miss the super onto him and get killed as well.
Angel's Point Boy is playing an incredible Cordelius, just depriving Mavis of any defensive capability now, as all three members of STMN, Purple the safe, is trickling down 24%, 20 now. I don't know whether Angel can finish this, but he's going to make a really good attempt to do so. Staying alive, 9, 5, he's still there, 1, oh my word!
Still going, they need to get the kill, but a stun's there. Bobby's going with the gadget, and Super finds the last blow, and set 5 will decide who goes to Worlds.
Just when you think it's all over, we're going the distance. Unbelievable response from STMN, who just sprang to life out of nowhere. I did not see that set going their way. I thought this was done in Bounty. Oh my word, we are now in for such a treat. One set to decide a year's work, going to Worlds or going home.
Every single player on STMN doing their part. Bobby getting so much damage, Drage in the first game. Angel Boy just couldn't die.
Unreal.
He was surviving the entire time. It's crazy how well they just played, but that needs to be the same again in this next set. If ECP play like they did in Bounty, they win it. If STMN play like they did in the Heist, they win it. If they both play that well, we're in for a treat.
This is the thing, it's like the battle of the inconsistencies, isn't it? It really is. You know, I mean, when you look at this series and just how much it's fluctuated along the way, it's really tough to call who's going to take this next set. And it's such an important draft now to get right. And this feels like each time, I've got to come back around to Dre just with seeing him on the replays. I don't recall seeing him playing Dynamite really ever. He's pretty much been on the Larry and Laurie picks all year long, and he's been thriving off the back of them. But the Dynamite really came through. Such a nice one for STMN to drop there.
Yeah, maybe it's with 2. I mean, he's got some decent DPS, it's fine, but what do we see? 1 super on safe? If that? He was just getting stopped every time. Buzz super to his face, Cordelia super stopping him, and upon his return, there was a Dynamite shot waiting for him. Like, everything that he was trying to do was being answered.
Not really too much in terms of statistics. Lower DPS than the side of STMN, actually. I mean, OP did his best on 321. 7 kills for Gugu, 5 for OP, 2 for Mavis, but it's all about the objective play. And really, I loved that Cordelia's pick, and you can see how much STMN valued it. Getting that in first, and we were discussing about what its role was going to be, and it really was just to take away that Colette, which was the response on the side of Eclipse. So they picked it into that. So, I mean, wonderful stuff. A really fantastic draft, but it had to be executed in very much that same fashion. Not an easy one to make work, but make it work, STMN did.
I mean, it had to be executed exactly like that. That is the pretty much only way that it wins. And that's what I said. I was like, okay, they've got Buzz. They need to make a decision. Do they just go and feed Surge, accept that, accept the fact that he's going to get levels and you might be able to get some kills? And that's exactly what they did. They made the right decision. They made the plays. They got the kills. They got the damage. And they got the set because of it now. And it is going to be a set 5 between STMN EU and Eclipse Esports to decide who goes all the way. And what better way than knockout on Flaring Phoenix to decide who is going to the World Finals and who will have their year ending in August. Barley going to be the first pick from STMN. We've seen it work for them already. Drage on these throwers seems to be working. Tick, Mandy, and Kit going to be banned out. Frank, Larry and Laurie and Berry on the right-hand side. Clearly they know what they want. They know they want these throwers, and they've said no to that.
Yeah, definitely a clear indication there from Eclipse. They just don't want to deal with that at all. Barley then, for STMN, could provide a lot more value actually over time. Meg for Eclipse it's dangerous. We've seen it time and time again in the drafts, coming forwards now into the full force of things, and Genes combined with it, those healing paths over time in a game mode like this, it's really valuable. One false move and you're going to be pulled in with a magic hand and taken down very, very quickly to even out the playing field. So a dangerous start actually in terms of this draft for STMN.
It's looking like a last pick max to me. With maybe it's on that brawler as well. That is a danger to leave unattended if STMN.
I'll start open.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it just looks like a Gene Max and Megcom would just work for them, especially with how good they are on Max, no matter who picks it up. Bobby takes the Pearl. You build up that heat, you get the damage down, and it can work really well against Meg if that's exactly what you do, but you can't be wasting those shots, which means a lot of the time, you're not scanning those bushes.
And who can forget the last Gene Pearl interaction and how that fared for Foot Esports versus Space Station Gaming in the final grand final of the year for them. It was the very interaction that placed Foot Esports into the LCQ and allowed allowed Space Station Gaming to go to the World Finals. Angelo, it's definitely a strong brawler to have. It's quite hard to make work on this map, in my opinion, just a little bit more so. But with a little wall break as well, will provide some places for that Angelo to be able to maneuver here. But this third and final pick for Eclipse, it could be something very, very dangerous here. And I'm feeling much better about that draft, even looking at what STMN have got on the left-hand side.
It's going to be a Sprout. It is going to be a Sprout. They're going to take that thrower, try and, obviously, against that, in a 1v1 matchup, Sprout outranges Barley any day of the week and will make it work. I like the Angelo just because of the fact that if they don't take the jump gadget to be able to jump away from the Gene gadget, the Gene pull, they're going to be able to, you know, shoot through those unbreakable walls in the closing seconds, charge up a shot, get the damage down before that initial interaction starts to go.
See Gugu there just trying to rile up the crowd, get them cheering, get them on side for this match. For STMN, it's just business as usual. The most important set of the year for these two teams is go.
Here we go. Sprout coming down this right-hand side. Angel Boy playing straight through the mid on the Angelo. And I don't think you want anybody else on a sharpshooter other than him. Drage playing this left-hand side, trying to stop Mebius in his tracks. And I've got a feeling it's going to be a very, very slow set, as we don't start very fast at all.
Yeah, no one wants to feed over any utility. Of course, Bobby on the Pearl pick is going to be much stronger in the late game once the gas starts to close in, so he is more than happy to let this one play itself out slowly. No doubt about that. Eclipse or Esports now might have to consider going in a bit more aggressive. The Gene pull towards the end would be much better for them to have now and try to obtain, as OP is trying to get that early wall.
Question is Gene really finding any shots at all to be able to get the pull? I haven't even seen him hit one of the long-range shots. There we go. First signs now, as he was on that right-hand side against Angel Boy, and now he's going to be able to scout out this mid a lot better. But Drage took some fire on that left-hand side, now starting to spam down. Angel Boy gets a shot onto Mebius. Wall comes in, doesn't really block that much off, but the gas is going to pin them. Now that healing tonic is there, Mebius going to get pinched in, forced towards the gas. Gets the burn down onto him. Mebius going to be able to come out of this, but he does survive it. Bobby rotating around, but he's getting nowhere. Drage going to have to accept defeat. OP gets his wall back, and Eclipse starts strong.
What a beautiful wall from OP. It just diminished so much of that Pearl damage and just kept Eclipse Esport in the question. Unbelievable stuff. A very convincing first round for them. As Angel Boy, the left-hand side, just trying to seek out something off the back of this. He needs to get super on the Angelo pick. He needs to be able to get that poison rolling in. Drage now has the last call as well, but it's his teammates that are kind of behind in terms of that utility.
Yeah, I mean, this ECP draft just seems so well-rounded. There really isn't a hole in it whatsoever. Everything just seems pretty perfect. Sprout's got a wall as well to just be able to block this avenue off if they wait that long. They're going to get stuck in spawn with the gas yet again, and we're going to see the rotation with the Meg over to the right-hand side. But Drage and Bobby still just locked down, playing this mid, and Angel Boy on the left, sorry.
Well, time's ticking down. The gas will be coming in shortly, and Gugu has the magic hand as well. I wonder whether STMN are aware to it. Can actually swap lanes last minute there as well. Might gain a little bit of damage from that poison, but nothing that wouldn't be recovered on the way in. There's the first wall from OPE is now. That is going to be blocking up Angel Boy, who's definitely on his own here, but the heals from Drage are right in the nick of time here. Bobby's pulled in. Bobby goes down. OPE should trickle over to the poison, making it 2 versus 1 now. He's surviving, but Mavis is still in mech. They've got to get him out. It's a 1v1. There's a lot of splash moves with nowhere to go into the gas, and Drage stays standing.
I mean, it's just whoever was going to take more damage from the gas, and that was Mebius. Drage survives it on out. Beautiful stuff. And honestly, I thought the Mega was going to be able to clutch the 1v2 there, but it was not the case. And we carry on. Game 3 will decide it.
Oh, you can just feel how tense this situation is now. OP has the hypercharge, not necessarily the strongest of the brawlers to really have one at the moment, but the aggression is there. He's popping it now. The additional speed will go a long way. The heals yet again from Drage, but that is the last gadget. It's not going to be available in the late game.
Yeah, hypercharge from the thrower counterpart though here now, and Mebius doing a great flank. Bobby able to get some great shots in though, almost brings him out of mech. Drage hypercharge in hand. Supers galore, ready for STMN. They're thrown out now, zoning everybody into a really tough spot and just allowing STMN out of spawn.
A little bit of a hesitation from Drage there. If he'd gone straight in, he may have got the takedown of OPE, but nonetheless, STMN survived what was looking like a dangerous push there. Good connection from Angel Boy onto Gugu, keeping him low and forcing that Gene away from the mid. Maybe it's so dangerous. Bobby needs to get really cooking on that Pearl pick, quite literally.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get the super off. Angel Boy can't find the short Drage there. What a pull from ECP. Gugu hits it. Drage the last one surviving. 1v3. What do you do? Eclipse match point.
Oh my word, you can feel it. Eclipse know it. They've got STMN into a corner. and they're fine to play it aggressive, they're fine to play it passive. They don't care. What matters is staying on their feet and being there for each other when the moment matters most. Unbelievable here, as it could be the end of STMN for a second time this year, let's be honest.
STMN can't seem to catch a break, but ECP just playing it so well, and so far they're deserving of this set with how they've played. The lockdown from OP has just been absolutely brilliant. Angel Boy just kind of sitting on the left-hand side, really been out of play for the majority of the game.
Yeah, both sides I feel will do very much the same until Eclipse want to turn it up a gear. Angel Boy struggling again to find these connections. Like I said before, coming in, it's a tough match for Angelo on this map. Good connection there to Gugu, but no one there to really follow up as OP does not want to be fed a wall on that right-hand side. Gets some good taps, gets some good value, but again, it's not really for too much unless there's a follow-up.
Bobby trying to make the move now, gets the burn down, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. He will, he's so low. Angel Boy might be able to hit him with a gadget or something. He does find it! He gets it out of nowhere! Wasn't expecting that. Super available, Medius low in the mech as well. Got to be able to get these kills. They're pinching up onto the Sprout, sending him into the gas to make it a 1v3 versus a Meg with no mech. And STMN EU play it perfectly and get the first round.
What a golden shot in the dark for Angel Boy. Unreal, honestly. And what a time for it. A round for STMN, but they've got to turn this round into a game. They really do, and there is plenty of time for Eclipse to turn it on.
Will we see a double match point? Still one round needed for just that by STMN to drag Eclipse all the way. Angel Boy has a super in hand. Last time that he had that, I'm pretty sure they won the round as well. Closing late game, it shuts off paths, it gives that extra poison, it gives the heals. It's got so much value, and it allows Angelo to actually do something in the late game.
Yeah, they can't feed Gugu. They really can't afford to on the side of STMN. They've got to breeze this round and get things back to normality here. Angel Boy is going to be dangerous now with that super to hand. And Eclipse Aries will know it. Drage, I'm sure, still has some gadget to hand for the heals. Yep, does for sure. And Bobby too, as we know that Pearl can just tear through. That's the super that they did not want to feed Gugu.
Yeah, pulls there. Oh, he gets Drage pulled in. He hasn't really got that much help. The heals there. Gugu falls low. Bobby should be able to finish that one, but Obi, what? Just shoot it. Gugu, he gets the kill. Shot for Angel Boy again with the gadget. Hypercharge is going, and double match point will decide who goes to Worlds.
Unreal. I was so worried for Bobby. It took a while to get the thing down, right?
He shot the wall, right?
Yeah. I was like, what? I was like, come on, let's go. We need to get that kill secured. What's taking so long? Some definite mistakes for STMN, but they were able to reap good on things. And now, just 3 rounds, maybe not even that, to determine this one out. Crazy stuff. Unreal.
I was really hoping that I actually wasn't crazy. I was like, did he just shoot that wall? And I was like, just to make sure that I'm not being completely stupid and call him out for nothing. Meg gonna be over the right-hand side. Drage just holding him back. Angel Boy, gadgets back in pocket, and they have been so dangerous.
Well, STMN last time around to gain that game had a much better strategy. Just do not feed OP, do not feed Gugu. We've got plenty of time to hold back. And Angel Boy is tapping on this Angelo. Like I said, it's a tough brawl to make work with where that mid is situated. And Drage has got to time those hills correctly. And if the aggressiveness of Eclipse is too much, then those get exacerbated early and leaves nothing for the late game. So there's one coming down now.
Gadget pop by Bobby, looking for the shots to come on in, tries to pitch Mebius, but caught off guard. Vengeful Spirit sent out with the heals there from Drage. Kills left and right on both teams, but it's just Drage remaining. Mebius and OP surely going to be able to secure this one down. He just wants his super, and he gets it. The last call has been so influential, but super from OP, super from Mebius, and they're 1 round up.
They fed OP the wall. You know, that's going to be a great starting hand, and immediately goes down exactly that. A tough position, replanted actually on the side of OP. Wasn't happy with it, just to get the wall break maybe onto the bush. I don't mind that, but definitely a very tough position now for STMN as it's fight or flight.
Pivot then from Bobby, goes to the left-hand side. Angel Boy slots through the mid, trying to catch someone off guard, but Gene will say no to that. Surely along with the vision gear, able to just scout him out so easily. And Meg moves along with Angel Boy, wants that matchup. Gugu with pull. Drage might not know, and this is just lurking so much.
A tough position for Angel Boy, and that she still concedes a shot. These bounces from OP are beautiful. And the replant coming in yet again. could place Bobby out of order on that left-hand side. He's actually going to go to the right-hand side potentially here. OB just contemplating things. What a great wall. STMN, they're going to be pushed back into a corner here. Drage flashing the last call, goes in early with it. I didn't mind that.
Yeah, but none of his team are able to really move that much. Like, it's the last call for nothing. It just kind of gets them out of the way. OP's going to be able to bring that one back. Gene pull available, but the burn down damage from Bobby does come in. Angel Boy gets the shot through the wall. Super available now. Tries to get the damage down. Someone goes up top, but Drage and Bobby locked in. Still got so much health thanks to these heals. He needs the kills. Maybe it's so low. Maybe it's feet Drage. STMN get it. It's down to the last round to decide it all.
It could not be closer. Gugu's got the ball as well. Do STMN know that? They've got to be so cautious. But Bobby's got super. Drake has super. They've got to focus in the present because off the back of that, it's going to be hard to reset their mental. Honestly, it came so close. One round. Who goes to Worlds? Who goes home?
Last call from Drage again. It's the same as Gugu. Whoever has one of those supers usually getting the job done. The zoning ability of just having the gene pulse so much, but Drake can actually zone with that super. Angel Boy, gadget in hand, and that is a scary prospect, along with this burnout from Bobby, being able to just explode in the last seconds.
And no more hills left for Drage either. This is going to be the most important super of Gugu's life. It's got to land the mark. And he can't really go on to Bobby because he's got super ready to roll, and the amount of damage that he can rain in could be too much for ECP to be able to defend here. Gas, not too far away now, is coming in. This is where it matters for both of these two teams. Everything on the line now.
Last call goes out. Bobby tries to get the burn down damage. Maybe a solo, almost out of that mech. There's the gadget shot, but the wall comes in. Drage pinned down the pull on Bobby. Super not there. Drage falls. ECP surely do it. Angel Boy goes down. And Eclipse are going to World Finals.
Look at the celebrations. Of all the teams you would least expect, it's got to be Eclipse who are going to be running down the stage. Unbelievable stuff for them. A whole year's work, and you can see it in the faces of STMN. Devastated. Angel Boy there. Heartbroken.
Brutal for the STMN boys, but Eclipse are on top of the world. Loving life, celebrating the amount of passion out of these boys as they make it to the World Finals. Absolutely huge for them.
They had the crowd behind them towards the end. You could feel it, you could sense it. But STMN did take them down literally to the wire. A single round was all that was in it to determine it. But Eclipse Esport have done the unthinkable.
We're going to have an interview in just a moment here with Ian and Eclipse Esport on the stage. My God, Kenny, real quick, give me your initial reaction.
We were on the edge of our seats. I mean, an emotional roller coaster to say the least. STMN EU looked flat off the start, but that set 4 just put us in perfect setting for a knockout set that is one to remember. I certainly feel for Angel Boy. Bobby's now been through this heartbreak twice. Drage has obviously had back-to-back years of that close, but just not quite. That's kind of part of the postseason, right? We got to let some people go. A very talented team that, honestly, all things considered, with about 2 to 3 weeks of time,
ladies and gentlemen, Eclipse
did excellent work.
I mean, look at this. What do you want to say to this crowd?
Hey guys, thank you all for the support. Really appreciate it. Hey les Français, merci beaucoup. On l'a fait. On a écrit l'histoire. Let's go. See you in World, guys. See you in World.
Listen, it's been a tough season. It came down to this weekend. You managed to pull it together, and the chemistry between you guys is unreal. What does this moment mean to you?
I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know how to say, but me and Gugu wanted to team up together because we are friends since a lot of time in this game. And we made it, we worked hard all the years, even if sometimes we had some bad match. But in the final, we are really happy to be in the World Final.
Love it. Look, there's only one thing left to do. We need to give you something, I think. We should have a little gift for you guys, what you've all been fighting for.
Let's hear it one more time for the first golden ticket holder. Let's hear it for Eclipse Esports. There you go, guys.
That one last lifeline to make it to Worlds. And these guys are the first to take it, Max.
But we have 3 more of those, and would say, let's give them out as quickly as possible. Let's give it to the casters.
And there you have it, our first team from the LCQ locking up that world spot. Eclipse Esports in a thrilling nail-biter of a series. I mean, there's a lot to talk about. I want to quickly touch on that last map because the draft for Eclipse looked so good. There's an Angelo pick, you know, for last pick, of course, on the side of STMN EU, and they go for the Sprout. They can lock down those sight lines. It felt like every round that STMN EU won was an uphill battle. It's insane they were able to push it that far.
I mean, I'm losing my voice.
Wait, we got 3 more games.
I know. First game. I mean, I think that just shows how good the game was more than anything.
Unreal. Me and Kenny are losing our voices too. We sat over here.
Yeah, we were standing for the final set.
Honestly, that match was just so good. I mean, yeah, a bit of an outdraft in the last. Angelo, I came into it questioning it. It did get it, like, he got his kills. He got his kills regardless.
Unreal kills, by the way, from Angel Boy.
He got his kills regardless of being the guy who you'd expect to just be doing absolutely nothing. And that just goes to show how good Angel Boy is. But even that still was just not enough.
First thing I commented on the side was that Angelo pick. I mean, it ended up working out really well, but one thing for me, I felt like that was just a good draft versus 3 talented dudes. And the fact that they were able to fight that uphill battle, so many opportunities where, I mean, my goodness, Drage putting Barley to work there and Dynamite in the set before. You know, I think he's a player that falls under a lot of scrutiny. You know, he's put himself in a lot of situations where maybe he's talked some time, maybe he's had some confidence, but at the end of the day, I mean, this guy can compete with the best of them. This came down all the way to the wire, and I think they were, like you said, at a disadvantage in that draft.
Can you imagine, though, like, you know, the whole year's work comes down to 1 round in knockout. It's honestly such a rarity to see a match like this in the LCQ, in the mannerisms which we saw it play out. I mean, that series had it all.
It was incredible. Eclipse Esports as well. I mean, as far as we're concerned, an underdog in that particular game. We all had STMN going all the way. We all had Bobby taking those guys to Worlds. It's heartbreak again for these guys. It seems to have been the story of this year, especially for Bobby, getting so close and yet falling just short. This time, I think for him, it meant a lot to try and help those STMN guys get to Worlds. For Drage, another year, you know, where this time he won't be at World Finals at all. It's got to be hard. You saw the look on his face. Like, it's 2 sides of the same coin. That elation, that excitement, that relief on the face of Eclipse and then mirrored on the side of STMN EU. It's heartbreaks. A lot of emotion out there at the arena at Gamescom, folks. And crazily enough, we have just started. That was our first golden ticket handed out. We have 3 more best of 5 games to decide our last delegates heading over to Worlds. We had a domestic rivalry in that game, 2 EMEA teams. And the next game, oh buddy, it is going to be a transatlantic clash for our second golden ticket. Reply Totem versus Tribe. Unbelievable stuff. If you haven't got your Preds in, make sure you head over to event.brawlstars.com. That's where, of course, you can see all the action as well as your alternate language streams if you'd like to check out some of those. And again, make sure you get voting. That's how you're going to earn yourself some fantastic star drops in-game. And it's a great way to throw your hat in the ring in terms of offering up your opinions here. Because I'm going to tease quite a few out of these guys coming up very, very soon. We have a chance very quickly to touch on this next match. We are split straight down the middle here. We're NA homers, you guys for EMEA, Maru, Maori, and of course, iChaos. This is a team that, you know, have been at some of the biggest events ever. You guys really feel like they've been clean so far? You feel like they're going to be clean today?
I mean, they've been clean, and have Tribe?
No.
Have Tribe?
I don't.
Not yet.
No.
I look shaky. And the meta just doesn't really feel to me like it really caters towards Tribe's playstyle. That's why they brought Fade in. He's got the tankier brawlers to his advantage and definitely brought a new lease of life into the squad. But looking back just at the LCQ performance yesterday, Tribe looked shaky. Even against, you know, VN Esporting, they were so passive against what is the bottom seed in the mainland China region. They just didn't really know what to do with themselves, in my opinion. For Reply Totem, much the opposite story to be said.
So there was your little teaser on our next match here at the Brawl Stars Championship LCQ powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. More to come after the break as Tribe take on Reply Totem. Juggernauts in EMEA and NA will throw down after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series for day 2, where it has been fireworks here. An unbelievable matchup for STMN for Eclipse Esports, and it was Eclipse Esports that have made the World Finals. I'm back in the studio with Uber, and Uber's already dumbfounded.
I know. I'm still recovering from that game. I mean, I thought Gugu was going to take off into the curl messer. He ran straight down the middle like he was Axl Rose at like a reunion concert. Homie was just like, he was feeling it, man. I love that emotion. That's what I'm talking about. This isn't even Worlds, right? But you can see how much it means to those guys. And I don't think those guys are going to be the exception. I think that will be the rule. We're going to see a lot of emotion for the rest of today.
Yeah, and in the studio, it's been just as noisy as I'm sure it is in the arena. I mean, you guys, we could hear you in the background. It was great. You were getting as involved as we were on the desk.
We always knocked each other over. We came in for like
we came for a I-5 big time.
Yeah, I mean, for transparency, like we were obviously hoping our prediction was right, so STMN advanced. So when they were winning, we were feeling good. When but it was incredible Brawl Stars either way, so I can't be mad. This one promises to be no different.
Yeah, Reply Totem, of course, definitely had a shaky run throughout the season. Tribe Gaming, though, also didn't have the greatest. They did start strong, no doubt about it, a Grand Finals win, but it did then start to falter following that. So very much similarities to be seen from both of these two sides.
I mean, Tribe had real problems, especially with STMN. They're getting like knocked out in quarters by that team. I will say that the way that the bracket seeded, the way it just fell out in the wash in some of those monthly finals was pretty tough for Tribe. I mean, they really had to fight uphill battles, and it was always like an LG or an STMN in their first round to get through, or like a KCP or Elevate just knocking them out instantly. So really tough year. And you know what? I interviewed these guys after winning that first monthly final. I said, well, what's changed for you guys? And Zulan said, we're really just trying to get back to being friends. I think after Worlds last year and after that exit to SK Gaming, there were rifts in the team, and they were like trying to figure out who the problem was, and and they were definitely having some interpersonal problems. They spent that time really working on that and coming together as a bit more of a family again. But I hate to say it, not every story has a happy ending. They weren't truly able to put that together this year. Like Fade comes in a little bit later on. We're wondering like the role that Eds Levy's supposed to have on this roster. Can he be the player that they sort of need him to? Is Zulan and Tribe, do they still have it in them to push this team forward? Like there's, a lot of questions still around this team.
We were looking back yesterday and which role each person's playing. Sometimes Zulan's playing, sometimes as Levy's playing, and just working out what's the new Tribe roster. And I was saying to Kane this morning, it just feels to me like we're leading towards a time where big question marks around, is this Tribe roster going to remain together? What happens after today? Either way.
I was being cheeky yesterday. I said, are they washed, as like a question, right? Which is obviously a little bit clickbaity, but the whole world, Kenny, has gotten better, right? All of Brawl Stars has risen up, and Tribe just have not been able to stay in step with that improvement.
I pick Tribe, and I think it's partially name brand. It's partially these guys have been here countless times. I mean, let alone this rivalry. And we haven't even mentioned iChaos was the one that knocked these fellas out of there last year. But Reply Totem have also been really inconsistent this year, too. I feel like these two teams are very similar. They each got a monthly finals. They've each gone up and down. I feel like just depending on how you wake up on the day, you never know what you're going to get out of these guys.
Well, one thing we know for sure is that prior to this next match, we've got to put Eclipse Esports in the box for the draw.
So we will be doing a draw at the end of this show.
There will be a draw.
I've gotten great reviews.
No key this time to be lost. It's actually already in the box.
We're leaving in the box.
We're leaving in the box, yeah.
Can't trust Trav with it, honestly.
So I've got here as well.
He thought it was for the snack cabinet. That's why he yoinked it.
You can't trust him with anything.
No, I know. So we've got obviously all of our competitors' names. I do want to demonstrate this as well. So we have our remaining teams. I'll try and show the camera here. It's a bit hard. I'm trying to set it up for the gym. These are our remaining teams. So not all of these teams are going to go in the box, right? But they will as they win. That's what we're doing here, right, Arky boy?
Folding technique. As many times as I can.
Yeah, so obviously
about 8 to 10.
It's a transparent box, so we don't want to sort of see what the label is on. But guys, come on. I mean, would we do it to you? We'll also at the end of the show we'll probably cover our eyes or something. You know what I mean? Or get Ark to get sweaty and blind us with the light off his dome.
It's good size. Good size. Going into the box then is Eclipse Esports.
All right, bam.
The EME region.
Woo!
I see that. Now who's going to join them?
I mean, can we keep talking about that Reply Totem thought? Because you guys feel like they've been pretty ropey and inconsistent themselves over the course of this year.
For sure.
Yeah, this year they have been not great, especially off the start. But then they won.
That's a great point,
And Tribe did the opposite.
Right.
They started strong and ended bad, and Totem started bad and ended strong, and yesterday was no different.
Well, then Totem won, but then they didn't qualify.
Right.
You know, that's the thing. So much inconsistency there on the side of Reply Totem. You know, from quarterfinals exits to then, you know, winning the monthly finals to then not even qualifying for June.
These guys are young, but I still feel like looking at both teams, they're like the Titans of yesteryear, a little bit, right? Reply Totem, especially, you know, with Joker on that team, where it was such a, you know, huge unit. And you thought Chaos would fit that role perfectly, but they've not risen enough.
Well, again, it's an unusual place to find Tribe Gaming. You know, they've not really ever been in an LCQ position before. So how are they going to handle this pressure?
Come on, Tribe.
From yesterday as well. You know, they didn't look great.
Let's go Big Zoo. Let's go NA. That's where I'm putting my chips for this game. I'm a homer. I'm biased. That's it.
Tribe could shine it on. They absolutely could. They could really up the gear. And of course, Fade, he was at LCQ last year, and it didn't work out well. So hopefully he's put his demons aside. Yeah, exactly that. So he's got to be able to just shake off those cobwebs today and just really focus on the prize. Right, this is going to be the next match. Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming, Kenny and Trav, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ark. It's going to be an interesting one here. Two dynasties in Brawl Stars esports, each fighting for their final life here. Coach Corey on the stage alongside them. I know I ended up picking Tribe Gaming. Part of me thought that the rest of you guys were low-key going to pick Totem, and I know I'm about to bring up an argument that's more sided with Totem, but I just don't feel like this is a one-sided match. But this Reply Totem team kind of reminds me of SK Gaming of last year. iChaos being on that roster. Shows up at LCQ, dominant group stage. Shows up on day number 2, clean sweep. I don't even know if they dropped a set that entire day, and then they showed up at Worlds and made magic happen. I still picked Tribe. I do believe that Tribe are also a great team. I think yesterday was maybe a little rocky, but that's just what happens in that, you know, best of 3 kinds of stage. We see it all the time in monthly qualifiers, where something Reply Totem kind of struggled with this year. Again, depending on which side of the bed each of these teams woke up on, each of them win.
It is generally probably the closest matchup we've got, along with that Eclipse versus STMN one. And we saw how that played out. Last game, last round, last set of the entire series.
I was feeling secondhand, like breathing problems, just from how much
I was feeling first-hand breathing problems.
first hand for you.
But yeah, no, Reply Totem and Tribe Gaming is so comparable to that matchup in terms of like who can win. It's a complete flip of a coin, a complete 50-50. Whoever wins goes to Worlds though, and whoever doesn't stops their year in August.
Outside of name brands as well, it's not like Reply Totem and Tribe Gaming haven't faced off as mostly similar players here. Obviously, Fade getting in the mix, iChaos this year representing Reply Totem, but Mari have been a core for a long time. Tyrant, Zulon, as Livy, familiar with each other. Last year at Mobile Masters, these two teams played twice. Reply Totem winning 3-0 in the group stage, grand finals, absolute insanity, 3-2 down to the wire. Reply Totem took that, and then Tribe returned the favor, 3-1 at Worlds. You just don't know what you're going to get here. I will add, too, as an organization, at these international events, World Finals for the past, gosh, probably now coming up on 4 years, they've been really successful against NA teams. Most of the time, they're losing to future world champions, the Tensais, the Achapis at the time, Satampos of the world. NA hasn't made them struggle too much, but last year was kind of the first time at Worlds where that happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is genuinely, Reply Totem are probably one of the few kryptonites you'd expect Tribe to have. You know, Chaos is kind of was the driving force on that SK roster, as you mentioned, and that's something that Tribe have come to really, really struggle against that SK roster. And now he's kind of moved over to Totem. He's got 2 really solid anchors on his team, Maru and Mori. They're just there. You know, they can, like Mari, they both do individual plays when they need to.
Oh, yeah.
They are kind of letting Chaos shine this year, and I think that's exactly what a team based around Chaos needs to do.
They did bring him in kind of to fill Joker's role, obviously. 72% of people at home against the 28% of Tribe. I think 70-30, maybe a little too much. I do think, despite my prediction, I gave out a pretty solid logic and reasoning. I feel like Reply Totem should be favorites. I really do. I mean, I think in fairness, this is feeling like a 60-40 Reply Totem. Tribe not making Worlds, though, is something, it's honestly kind of unthinkable. And I feel like I'm maybe projecting that a little bit. Maybe I'm a little bit of nostalgia just of all the great memories of Zulon pumped on the stage, Tyrant with some pop-off plays. But at the end of the day, Reply Totem are equally deserving of this. And I think they're going to take advantage of this opportunity. Tribe Gaming got to be real careful here, especially after a shaky yesterday.
Yeah, they do. You have to be really, really careful. Tribe, you know, they're coming out of the group 1-1, and that's why they're facing someone as strong as Reply Totem on the second day. Finishing second seed puts you against the top seed of a different group. and Totem dominated their group to put themselves in first seed, finishing 2-0 in very swift fashion. So that's something that Tribe are really going to have to be careful of. We are going on to Undermine in Gem Grab, the same map we started on in the last. We'll see who will come out on top. Will it be Reply Totem? Will it be Tribe Gaming? Who goes to Worlds and who goes home?
That's a tough prize to be #1 and 2-0 in your group. And guess who you face on the other end? Tribe Gaming, who are going to select Chester as the first overall brawler. The Mad Hatter has been something that has shown up a lot this week, and I think for good reasons, especially on a map like this where tanks can thrive. You've got these bushy left and right sectors. It's a little skinny lanes and then a little contested mid. He can kind of fit both of those molds. He's not going to be a traditional mid by any means, but if you got to rotate the guy, find your proper matchups, I don't mind this as a first overall pick. I don't think it's usual, but I don't think there's going to be too many things that Reply Totem can take on this 2-3 turn that are just going to hard counter it. However, Meg's as good as a brawler as it gets. It's always hard for me to let that go after a first pick. Same with Gale too. That's a pretty darn good, if not the best possible 2-3 turn here.
Yeah, no, it's very, very good. Chester has been that brawler on these kind of maps. It's like maps like this, bit of grass where tanks can come in, where you have that long range as well. Chester can do it all, can do absolutely everything. Gale's going to be able to defend against the tanks that Tribe might want to bring in. And
oh Lord,
they don't want to bring it in, they have to. It's going to be the Frank, and who can blame them for it? Probably something like a Primo will follow up from Reply Totem's last pick, knowing Maru's on that team.
I mean, they've got Frank into the Meg and the Gale. That's a toughie, man. I know Frank is a beast of a brawler, but Gale's as hard of a counter as it gets. Meg with the range. Larry Laurie is certainly a different dynamic to this team. I think it's going to be Larry Laurie that might be playing mid here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird on Undermine, I will say, and honestly, I would not mind a Primo at all, knowing the kind of Larry and Laurie, not low DPS, but not high DPS, you know, against the Frank. Chester, you just kind of got to stay away from him. I think it would work, but we'll see what Reply Totem do choose to go for. Obviously capable on the majority of brawlers, because that team is so stacked, the same as Tribe Gaming across the way. 4 seconds, it's going to be a max. That's not what I would have guessed, and especially after we saw what happened to STMN playing this brawler, but they're very, very capable of playing it. You know, Max is like one of the brawlers they just dominate with.
It's hard to go wrong with Max. It's definitely not what I was expecting, though. Maybe they want Max to kind of fulfill that mid. I feel like you're forced to put Gale on the lane option wherever Frank is lined up. Let's put Gale on that lane. He's going to be shadowing him the entire game, trying to slow him down or get the stuns, whichever star power they elect to go for. But another thing that's great about Gale is, honestly, the visibility on those bushy maps. Just by hitting that regular shot or using that vision gear, it allows for so much access to see what's going on the other end. Here we go. Match number 2. Both of these titans of the regions fighting for a golden ticket.
Maru gets pulled in. Swipe's going to be there, though, and the exploding mech brings Fade down. Great start for Reply Totem as all 3 lanes collapse from Tribe Gaming. Not without Fade getting a super, though, and he might want to break some of the map open, probably just not his lane.
I think that if they have to, you got to open it up, but ideally, I don't think they want to. I mean, they've got Tyrant, who does have a little bit of distance, but not going to be the easiest thing in the world as a thrower. Chaos off to a flashing start. 6 gems now in his pocket as Tyrant lobs up shots. Fade going down twice, getting a little bit of conversion here, but not a lot. He's already got that hypercharge and super, though, and we know he can make a big bang when he's ready.
Great shots from Mori there. Does manage to secure himself that super, and Fade coming up now with the hypercharge, ready to roll. Surely going to be using that gadget as well, but gets stunned out before he actually uses it. Not really getting too much done with that hypercharge and does completely waste it. But Maru surely very, very low now, and 8 gems already in the hands of Reply Totem is a big, big issue, and there's another kill as well. It's Totem domination.
That was a disaster of a play there. Frank finally connecting, needs to get this kill on Mari. 2 gems being spilled out. The Gale NATO there to keep them away from the gems just a little bit longer, but Tribe Gaming have to hold this positioning for a long time now. They're down 3 gems. They've got an enemy team that has the max speed to get that momentum swing. Another pickup there from Tribe. They could hold on to this.
This is a great spot from Tribe Gaming now as those gems start to tick up. It's gone from really like bad to amazing for them now. And speed available, going with the hypercharge. Maru got the hypercharge as well. Shots coming through and Zulan gets the kill. Chaos going to get a few shots in onto Tyrant, but he doesn't fall down. Stays up. 3 gems on Zulan. Fade's going to be able to get them exploding out of this super here. And Maru goes down. Tribe start to strike back.
Fade's footwork, unreal right there to stay alive in a big moment. Now it is Tribe Gaming taking all the momentum in the world. Hypercharge activated for Fade, but he doesn't have the distance to close out. It's honestly more of a scary tactic than anything. Mari with a big pushback, all the gems falling to the ground. Another hypercharge, team wipe for Totem.
What a play coming out of Reply Totem there. Not sure what's really going on. There's still time to go before this game finishes. 10 seconds on the clock now. Fade going to be coming down this right-hand side. Maru going in for the shots and bringing the Frank back. Tyrant so low. Zulan the only one who can contest. And 2 seconds is not enough time for him to do so. Reply Totem strike and take the first game.
Great showing from both teams there. Obviously, this is going to be competitive. Reply Totem have been the hot team as of late, but nonetheless, Tribe Gaming should still be feared. These fellows have been here for a long time, and I think off the start of game number 1, a big note for me, Frank didn't necessarily win that matchup against Meg or Gale. It is going to be an uphill fight. We talked about this earlier with some of those Stamina EU drafts. I feel like Frank is a talented, fantastic brawler. Y'all know how good he is at home. We play him in ladder, but here at a professional level against 2 very difficult matchups, Fade is going to have to work for this.
Yeah, well, nice pull in there as well. Mori evading shots so nicely, still staying alive, and actually just about goes down thanks to Tyrant's help. But he was doing a great job of just evading those shots from Fade at close range. But he does have control, and this is what Frank wants. How hard it's going to be for Mori to retake this right-hand lane is just ridiculous.
Different game, same story. Dominant lead for Reply Totem. Now speed being applied to the left-hand end. Shots being lobbed off. Chaos dodging, grabbing gems. Chester holding on to a super. What's the RNG going to give him this time? Clearly he's not using it yet. I feel like he's trying to bait an opponent. There's the ice rink that he's dropping. The Lu look-alike on the ground. It is not enough. Maru and Chaos clean up.
Chaos going to have 6 gems, 3 gems on the side of Tribe, just trailing behind so heavily. Might be able to grab that one as well, but chooses not to just yet. Oh, that's lovely from Mori. Gets 1 on the right, gets 2, and all the gems that Tribe had fall to the floor. And now in the hands of Totem.
Blue team countdown. Fade has to close the distance. Mari there to slow him down. Hypercharge activated. Fade swiping. NATO hits the ground. Contact made with Fade. Maru body blocking all the way. And Chaos relaxing on home base. Reply Totem with a convincing start to our match.
I mean, what can you say about that? What is there to say about that? Tribe
draft
were not in it. They just weren't in it at all. Reply Totem just coming out swinging, dominating, and taking such a convincing first set.
I wasn't in love with the Frank. I just think Frank into a Gale and a Meg, we saw it explode, but honestly, especially as they settled in, the nerves kind of get out a little bit. Game 1, Reply Totem nearly let it go. Tribe clawed their way all the way back just to get team wiped at the end. But that Frank pick, as good as Fade is on that brawler, I feel like they're just setting themselves up for a difficult situation to overtake Gale and a Meg. Not an easy fray, and I think the use of that tornado, honestly, it's got to mess with you, just bouncing him over and over. Every time that Fade would have an opportunity, it's just Gale dropping his little twister and Fade bouncing in the air, just lifeless.
Yeah, but the thing is, do you really think the Frank was that bad? From my eyes, yeah, it's not got...
I don't think it's horrendous by any means. I feel like I'm being a little critical.
It doesn't have the matchups on the right-hand side, don't you? It doesn't have any of the matchups. But it was holding the right-hand side more than the opposing sides and the mid were holding their lanes. And it's supposed to be the one with the bad matchup. It makes no sense to me, really, how Frank was able to just... It seems like he's, for the majority of the time, he's in the side. Yes, there's certain moments where he just can't do anything against Mori, and he's inevitably going to get run over. But none of the other sides were winning either.
I think that's a very fair point. I'm being very critical of one particular pick. Obviously, it's still a fantastic brawler. You guys at home know how menacing he can really be, but we have to get that level of nitpicky when it's a golden ticket match on the line. Here are the stats. Maru and Mari, 6 and 7 apiece, 453 DPS. I feel like this whole weekend, I was talking to Uber while y'all were casting the last one. The DPS scores have consistently been at an all-time high. I mean, this is an aggressive meta. We are not one for passivity today.
Yeah, I mean, 3 and 3 is just not really good enough from Tribe Gaming. You know, in a lot of game modes, kills don't matter, DPS doesn't matter, as long as you win. And it kind of is the case in Gem Grab, but it's such a control-focused mode. You get the control from getting the kills and getting the damage in, and it's just not something that Tribe were able to do. Just constant pressure from Reply Totem. Obviously, the Meg being the standout in terms of kills and DPS, but both or all parts of Reply Totem came together to win that set.
Gotta stay the course. Tribe Gaming have been in tough situations before. Believe it or not, it wasn't too long ago where they were facing arguably their biggest rival on the planet in STMN esports, and they sent them packing with a reverse sweep. These fellows have been through it, to say the least. Uber brought up the interview that we had with this team at the beginning of the year. It's hard. Losing is hard. Finding failure and getting through that is a difficult thing. Reply Totem know about that as much as anybody, but I think if you're Tribe Gaming for the mental, They got to find ways to crack those jokes that Corey always talks about. Keep the vibes good. You saw it before the match started. Smiles across the stage. Everybody laughing a little bit. It's a serious affair, but you got to make sure you're in the right mindset. And they got a chance to reset here as we enter penalty kick.
Yeah, a bit of Brawl Ball. Definitely, I was going to say a different vibe, but I think with the Brawlers we were just seeing, it's probably a very similar vibe. First pick as well. No surprise there, but they have banned out Primo, which is always the best counter to it. But Gale, still available.
They had their choice of bans. They chose Primo, Colette, and to your point, they banned the Gale, maybe anticipating that Reply Totem would take Gale. I think this might be like a Nita Gale kind of 2-3 turn here. I mean, they could really lock out the Frank, and honestly, just from personal experience from watching pros, Nita is terrifying on this map. You saw it earlier today as well. We saw with a good matchup for Nita alongside that Surge, so many opportunities for a Hypercharge Bruce the Bear. Chester going to kind of fulfill that role, has that medium range, also going to be pretty good into tanks. We could see Surge come out, Nita come out. Maybe they grab their thrower of choice here if they really want to kind of exercise that with no Larry Laurie, no Barley. Maybe a Barry, but probably not with what they've got cooking right now. Instead, it's worked many times this weekend. What's one more for Meg?
Yeah. Why stop? It's just,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's getting constant wins, and I mean, Frank really hasn't been, and that's something that Tribe seem to be sticking with. Surprising to see it as a first pick. I imagine maybe it'd have probably gone the other way because of the Primo bans if they didn't take it as a first pick, and they were able to get that second, third, including a Frank. It would have been very, very solid. But Tribe still have a lot of opportunities to be able to do some damage here. Dynamite,
oh, baby.
It's so bold. It's so bold. I
like
it.
bold.
I love it.
I like bold.
But it's like, when you're 1-0 down, it's the question of, do you take the risk or do you just stick to the norm?
I feel like they could even like maybe grab a Gale here of their own too. It's not a bad beat going to somebody like Med. Kaga has the range to keep up with Chester. If you take a tank first overall, these players are as smart as it gets. The IQ is through the roof. If you're drafting a tank first overall, you're kind of baiting a Reply Totem to obviously try and counter it right. You probably aren't going for a tank later down the road. You're revealing what you are doing. You were trying to make them take Brawlers. I think they were probably looking to give Dynamite a fantastic matchup and a couple Brawlers. I feel like there had to be a plan in place here. So whatever Tribe Gaming are cooking with these 3 Brawlers, I think it was very intentional.
It does seem that way. See what Reply Totem do take as their third and final. Because so far, I really like what Reply Totem are bringing to the table. Tribe, obviously having that Gale taken away from Reply Totem would have been the perfect round out to this comp, especially against the Frank, I feel. Do you still take a Nita, or do you think the Dynamite is just going to be a little bit too good against it?
Yeah, I think I agree of skipping past the Nita at that point. I think you already have something. You have Meg and Chester. I think that hypothetically should be enough into a Frank, especially as this map starts to tear open. You've got Dynamite with the wall break, Frank with the wall break. This will be a little more open of an affair. iChaos picking the Stew, though. Without that wall break, I think off the start, maybe a little bit of a slow one. But as this progresses, I could see iChaos or whoever ends up playing this Brawler, of course, kind of fitting pretty well as this draws out.
Yeah, I mean, once you get those breakthroughs, if using breakthrough, I imagine they probably are, because Speed Zone's going to be a bit useless against a Frank who's going to be breaking the map, and against the Dynamite who can just shoot it straight away. Into the game we go, and a launch pad off the start as Tribe jumps straight into action, and a missed Gadget early by Fade. Not going to help him out at all. Gadget going to be used by Maru, healing up nicely. Breakthroughs there. Is that long dash as well? He's not even using Gas to heal. He's going for the long dash. Obviously going to be really good against the Frank to get in and out of range, and Tyrant as well to be able to evade these shots.
I respect the aggression early. Clearly, this is what they wanted. They wanted to send Gale in and Fade in. They both got supers available. Even though Zulon went down, they're not on their back heels yet. Fade finally falling, though. No mecha for the Maru. It's going to take him a little bit here to charge that back up, especially with Dynamite just being able to reliably be behind these walls. I think they fed a little bit too much there. Tyrant can kind of just chill out here, trying to get that extra step. Maybe a little greedy, because I think you'd rather not have Maru back in the robot.
Yeah, just a little. But how do you break this? If you're Totem, how do you do it unless you go for a complete break through the middle with Chaos on that Brawler? But they were just stood behind the wall. They can't really score in that position at all. Mori getting some good shots in Chaos. Goes backwards there with a little bit of a wall. Super wasted there as well. Going to put Maru in a tough position, but he goes straight open lane. Left-hand side completely free. Maru's going to have the super as well. Goes for the wall break there. Super shot in. Will secure the first goal from Chaos. It was a little bit scrappy. Weren't sure what they were going for a second there, but managed it in the end.
You never know what you're going to get with Chester, and honestly, just a perfect roll of the dice for the super that he got. That wall break allowed them to grab a goal. I think it would have been a close call otherwise, and now Chaos can skate up and down this map. Going for the long dash, I really respect this. It's going to allow for them to be a little more aggressive. Sure, he's not going to be able to heal as much, but at least he's going to be out of harm's way from something like a Dynamite, a Gale, and Frank, of course, swiping at him.
I mean, it was 2 bombs in a row from Chester as well. I mean, he's just getting the roll of the dice going so well for him. Zulon on the defensive side, Hypercharge ready to go, Fade super in hand, but what's it going to do against this comp? That's the question. It's so hard to break through. Bomb comes down, Zulan gets hit by it again. Mori starting strong. Maru so low. The hypercharge knocks them all back. Stops him in the tracks. Chaos can get a super. He can score this here. Didn't manage to grab one in time. And Zulan evading the shots well to keep Tribe alive.
This map is not catering towards Tribe's composition. Early game should favor them, but they didn't escape the early game. Reply Totem won that battle too, and now they've got 20 seconds on this shot clock. Zulan fighting for his life. A pushback and stun onto Chaos. Mari with another wall break. Super shot available. Maru in the back of the net. Convincing game number 1 here for Reply Totem.
Kenny, this isn't shaping up good at all for Tribe. This is shaping up to be a sweep for Reply Totem if it stays like this. They got to have a good early game with this composition. Chaos is breaking up the map so well. Chester's getting so many of those bombs to be able to break up the map, which is, yeah, it's RNG. It's not something Totem are doing really well, but they get the supers, exactly. And it's got to be early game for Tribe. It really does, and it seems like it might go the exact same way as last time with an early kill on Frank.
Yeah, now Zulan's going to have to put this in the corner. Keep in mind, too, it's not like he has the Twister to just block this off. They're using the launch pad. I respect it because I think a criticism that Tribe has gotten more recently is maybe not aggressive enough, maybe not feeling this out. They pick up Fade, one of the best tanky brawlers on North America. But at the end of the day, if they're not winning this early engagement, if Fade's opening the map, Tyrant's dropping supers, you saw what it did last time. They got lucky enough to get that goal early, especially with the Mari wall break, and then they were rendered kind of useless.
I mean, Fade's breaking up the map for them. Like, and so's the Dynamite. It just doesn't make sense to me. Zulan going to be able to get taken down, I should say, but Ball's still in the corner, and Tyrant going to be able to defend this one. But Tribe, they've just got no... I don't know what they can do. They're just locked down.
Just feels like another uphill battle for them. Luckily, 0-0 overall. A lot of time on the clock, but they're still on their back heels. Just hasn't felt like we've seen the Tribe we know and love. No explosion, no calculated, precise push. They've gone in for the launch pad, failed a couple times off the start here, and now Totem just holding their ground and posturing in this mid.
Well, gadget from Mori to try and change his super, and he gets a little burned down M shot that Zulan is hit with. Fade healing up now, going for the hyper charge, extra speed there, but long dash, 0 drag from Chaos, going to be able to put him in a good position once again. Now the shot's coming through, Maru should go down here and does, but they're too low to make anything happen. Anytime they get a chance, it's just nothing to follow.
Fade and Tyrant have been stuffed in a corner. They have to take their time and heal here. Gale skipping out on the launch pad. Chaos launching himself forward. Ball being contested in the mid here as Maru takes on the right-hand lane, outranging Fade. Dynamite lobbing up shots. They're getting desperate here. If Tribe aren't careful as this goes into overtime, they're going to be in trouble.
Oh, possible shot through there, but Fade actually gets baited out with the super, and now Totem start to move forward. Zulan solo, gets the hypercharge, gets the super, but he's taken out. Shot tries to go right. Fade catches it just, and Tribe stay alive in this game. But for how much longer?
We've already seen them struggle with the walls up. Now the walls are about to come down. Here comes an explosion from Tribe Gaming, though. Hypercharge available for Gale. The pushback barely connects onto Chaos. He dives away just in the nick of time. Tyrant ready to rumble, though. Sticks hitting the ground, and this ball right by Tribe Gaming's net.
And what do they do in overtime? Frank Dynamite, like, they can't win it, they just can't. Chaos can be able to use this 0 drag to even more to his advantage now. Just Zulan left in a 1v3, Totem closing down, uses the super on Mori to try and kill him, but he just gets it. Zulan defending well, but Tribe gonna have to play for a draw, I feel.
Well, Fade's getting aggressive. He's going for gold. Hypercharge popped, dodging into his best. Can't even get a super off. Totem focusing him down. Now Chaos progressing up the map, going for this ball. A kick left. Zulan with super available. Knows better, though. Not going to be tempted by this one.
I mean, what a burn that was from Chaos to get them both burning down, stop them in their tracks. Maru could maybe be playing for a draw now, but with 20 seconds on the clock, he smells blood as Tribe Gaming do not have a composition to be able to contest this map. Fade just moving forwards with all his HP, trying to burn it down. Zulan has super in hand. Mori trying to defend. Gadget going to be missed, though, in there. Zulan has the super shot, can't get it. And now it's Totem's time. Super up the map, and he's there waiting. 4 seconds is enough, and Totem do it. Over-aggression, overconfidence from Tribe cost them the second set.
Too much. I respect going for it, but with 7-8 seconds on the clock and 3 supers, Gotta play for the draw there. I'm with you. I mean, obviously, hindsight's 2020. They're living in a moment. It is live or die right now for Tribe Gaming more than ever. And just another set there where we haven't seen the ceiling from these guys. We know what they're capable of, but Reply Totem are kind of meeting expectations right now. They have been a hot commodity here in the postseason talks amongst pro players. I think a lot of people had confidence in this team when exploring the Twitterverse last night. A lot of people picking Reply Totem. The fans at home, about 70% on Reply Totem. Zulon looking all right now, though. Last monthly finals, with postseason hopes on the line, they somehow made a reverse sweep happen. They're going to have to do it again here. Once again, going to be an uphill battle, and it didn't work for the first 2 sets. Here comes Big Man. It's going to be Livy now coming in, putting on the headset, maybe a substitution here.
And it's a substitution that's going to have to work. There's no more wiggle room for Tribe Gaming. There's no more substitutions if they lose this. They're out of the Brawl Stars Championship if this set doesn't go their way, and the next 2 as well. 3 in a row is what they need. And Reply Totem are coming out swinging, dominating, and Tribe are just stood watching.
It's an impossible ask. I feel like the draft can fairly be questioned at this point. Now we've seen it play out. I like the aggression. I like them answering doubters with this comp. At the end of the day, though, Frank is a great brawler, but these are the best of the best on the planet. Going into a Meg, difficult situation, pairing that with a Dynamite, opening up this map. You saw Zulon fighting for his life several times, getting some good defensive efforts in there. They were really close to a goal, but just never broke away enough to quite get there. This is a big ask of,
by the way.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation. I respect throwing this. If anything, though, I feel like Zulon didn't. It was kind of borderline going in, even if he had the shot. At that point, maybe just super shot top right and you just buy time there.
There was a super shot and a Gale super available. Yeah. Frank had the super shot. Him and Dyna are both running to the ball.
Yeah.
Dyna picks it up. All it needs is a Gale push and a super shot in, and that's a goal. There's lack of communication. There's mistakes and there's missed opportunities. It's really worrying from Tribe Gaming. 3 sets in a row are not going to be won if it remains like that.
For such an aggressive stance, too, it's hard when you see a 4-kill Zulon and a 3-kill Tyrant. And on the other end, iKaos alone with 12, Mari with 7, Maru with 8. You know, on the right-hand side, when you draft Frank first overall, I think that's what you're gunning for, right? You're looking to try and get some kills, to be in the face of enemies. And Frank, just naturally, the role he plays, he's going to trade out quite a bit. You know, he's going to feed some supers. We saw what happened earlier when Sandy plays a tank. No, Sandy's not going to get an easy kill, but it's going to feed those supers. That's exactly what happened with Chester, with iKaos, with Meg. I think it's just feeling really good right now for Totem. They haven't gotten carried away. They know these opponents quite well. All 3 of the players do. Various franchises in the past that they've played for. Tribe Gaming have been in this spot, but this is the biggest stage of the year. This is for a golden ticket. This could be an early exit for Tribe Gaming if they don't figure it out right here, right now.
I mean, Tribe do it best. They really do. They manage to get these reverse sweeps frequently in their home region. But it's another question of whether or not you can be able to do it to Reply Totem on the big stage. These are seasoned veterans on these stages, the same as Tribe are, but being 2 sets down against them. And the drafts have been all Totem as well. It seems like they're just being outthought before we get in.
Major ask of Livy is here. He's going to be joining in late to the party a little bit, watching his teammates for 2 sets, and now expected to take on Reply Totem, fresh off of 2 Ws. First overall selection here is going to be the Mandy, considering that they banned Piper, Nani, and Byron. I think they wanted their choice of sharpshooter. Mandy is certainly one of the better ones available, considering that Bell is also banned on the other end.
Yeah, well, Reply Totem are going to be the ones following up with 2 picks now. We've seen this map in the previous one, and it showed just brilliance for those kind of long-range brawlers. The Piper excelled, the Bell excelled. Most importantly, I would say Meg did absolutely amazing, but it's going to be the Gene that Reply Totem do pick up. Not something that I would have expected.
I don't mind it, though.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
You know, traditionally, Gene's going to do really well into these sharpshooters because it's really hard for a sharpshooter to bring Gene down. He's not a tank by any means, but he's got enough HP. You know, in the past, Piper, a great example of this. It's going to take multiple shots and really good aim to hit all of those and take down Gene. The poke damage is really pesky. The pull can grab you a kill. We saw Angelo in a situation earlier where I didn't love him, but in this spot, I think this is another pretty solid option here. I noticed that Carl's still available on the table. I think it was really smart of Totem to actually ban the Pearl, because Tribe Gaming do pull that brawler out pretty frequently on Bounty and Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, I like what both teams have got so far. I know that North American region really favors this Mandy on a lot of maps, more than I will say the rest of the world, I would say. Tribe Gaming definitely going to be able to put it to good use, though, and Meg to follow up as well. It's one of the brawlers that I mentioned at the start was very solid in the previous time we saw it in that last series between STMN and Eclipse. So they've got to hope that it's going to do the exact same for them. And it's been working against them. Never really for them so far.
Waiting to see if Tribe Gaming go for another confident pick here. They've had a couple X-Factor kinds of brawlers, right? We've seen Frank both times. I can't imagine a Frank or a tanky option like that shows up here. But Gray's going to be something...
I'd be very worried if it did.
Yeah, exactly. We would be quite concerned at that point. They're picking up a Gray, though. I think if you are trying to box Reply Totem out of maybe picking a thrower, which is something that Mandy doesn't necessarily like to see. Meg on this map in particular has a lot of health points, but with medium range and an open map, sometimes that can be a little pesky as well. I think having the walking cane, the revolving door with Gray, I can see where they're coming from for sure.
Well, Reply Totem do still have this last pick, and it's going to be a big ask to be able to beat this Tribe comp, because I really do like what they brought to the table, and it's that aggression. They're bringing in the Carl, and I absolutely love Carl. One of my favorite brawlers, and it will do extremely well against some of these. You know, you're going to probably get knocked back if you go in for a little pirouette on the Meg and dealt with by the rest of the team. But if you pick your kind of battles well, it can work.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one. Carl's one I mentioned just a few picks ago, and I just think as an aggressive option that can guarantee you a blue star, it's hard to say no to, especially on the other end where I don't really see any hard counters. If anything, the tailspin is a really good option to quickly bring Meg out of her mech. Obviously, you get bounced away with that star power that Meg has, but I do think it can certainly work. They're going to go for that blue star immediately here. A flying hook to kick us off here for set number 3. Do or die for Tribe Gaming.
Tyrant, his feet are moving. Beautiful stuff. He's juked all the way up, and eventually they're going to get the kills. Gadget from Eslivy hits 2, I think. Oh! Tribe off to a flying start. Exactly what they needed.
They need a confidence boost. Now piercing through the wall is Livy holding on to a super. Lurking in the grass right now. He hasn't popped the shot yet. I think he's looking to maybe get a little extra value here, trying to find an opportunity to go for 2. Instead, though, going to cautiously retreat. Now Tribe Gaming on their back foot on the spawn side.
Yeah, I mean, holding it is never a bad thing either. Little Gadget missed there from Chaos as well, trying to shoot through that wall, and Maury gets a shot against him here as Libby chooses yet again not to waste that super. Doesn't feel confident in getting the kill, so he holds off. Meg back into the mech once more. TP comes in, great stuff, and that's the synergy they need. Zulan evades the pull and switches places with Tyrant to get the kill on Maury too. Brilliance from Tribe, wonderful gameplay. Carl back in spawn, and they pinch him down too.
Now we're talking Tribe Gaming. Look at that. The old switcheroo with the teleporter. When Gray falls weak, here comes 8,000 HP hurtling its way at you. They got to hold on, though. 11-5. Certainly a possibility to come back. Now a dive in from Carl, going for the tailspin. Disrupted by a grab from Zulon. Follow through shots from Tyrant. What a 1-2 punch we've got going right now for Tribe Gaming.
Great shot in there from Chaos, though. Brings it to a narrow difference of 4. TP from Tyrant, maybe wanting to heal up as Livy has a super. And there's not really a way of disrupting it at the moment. Maury doesn't have pull. TP again from Tyrant, but he falls low as Livy trying to find a shot and the follow-up too. They're getting pinned down, and this could be match point. Only 5 minutes. Chaos gonna go in. No, I mean, Zulan's gonna go and get Chaos. Maury looking for the kill, but they can't kill him. Tribe on top of the world, and they're getting so many, and they cut it short. 20 stars, and finally, we see Tribe for who they are.
Exclamations from the crowd. This is what we want to see. Those first 2 sets aren't reflective of the Tribe Gaming that we know. You're seeing Zulan standing, pacing a little bit. He's starting to feel it. Some people in the crowd getting their game on. Little Tribe jersey and some support going their way. They're not on home soil. They're in Europe fighting against one of the powerhouses of the world. Reply Totem, this time doing much better. The trade going through, but thankfully for them, that blue star rests with him as Livy tapping once again, though.
Hits 2 with the Gadget, gets the kill, follows up with another shot. It's just brilliant. Eslivy's playing so well. Little walking came through there to try and kill Maru, but no follow-up could be done. That's okay. A little wall break in there will probably help out their side. Gadget through the wall from Chaos. It's not going to secure anything just yet as he tries to get this follow-up, but no further shots here.
Oh no. Oh, just off the mark. Maru was low enough to where if that had connected, would have been a blue star switch. They still got 2 stars. That is great, but we know how valuable that blue star can be. Zulon in a world of trouble. The chip shot from Maury just enough there, and now Totem take the swing.
Yeah, they do have the lead. Blue Star is deciding it at the moment. Gadget goes through as Livy gets the shots in. Should be fairly close to another super. But Tyrant is out of mech. There it is, and he doesn't get it. Missed again. From where he was to where he is now, these supers cannot be missing. But he is the main man on Tribe who's getting these kills, and I'm sure he'll continue to do just that.
It gave them space at a bare minimum, though. Less than a minute on the clock. And everybody's settling down. Pistols at sunset is what it's going to look like. A missed walking cane, but a made pull. Chaos with the follow through. 2-star lead for Totem.
Complete difference here. Hypercharge available from Chaos 2 over this left-hand side. Might be able to make something happen with that. Maru, Gadget, Super. Should be able to deflate a push that comes in, but he has got the blue star. He is the one at risk. He's the target Tribe will be looking for. Anybody on this Reply Totem team falls and it's flipped. Tribe get one. Gadget comes in, spinning onto him. Maru flips it, has the blue star. Tyrant hunting him down. Zulan in the spawn, and they extend their lead further. Super won't get it, and Tyrant alone surely can't make it happen. Match point for Reply Totem up next.
Strong first half for Tribe Gaming. Now they're facing the ultimate test. A crowd rallying behind Totem right now. Tribe Gaming, one game away from going home. What would be absolute devastation. One of the most renowned teams in history of Brawl Stars. Missing Worlds has never happened for them. And this is the first real time that we're questioning that.
A sweep in the golden ticket game would be devastating for Tribe. Not going to World Finals is just unheard of for this organization. And this might be the time that it happens to them. Great shots coming in from Eslevy. Follow-up Super just clips him, and it's extending this lead. Gets 4 stars, and Totem, 2v3. Just gonna have to hold off now, but pull comes through. TP might be there. Gadget used, no connection from Eslevy.
Reply Totem not starting off as hot as they did in game number 2. This is much more reminiscent of what we saw in that opening game as Livy going for a Gadget, a nice pop. That was enough to get him a Super 2. I don't think they know this. Fires connects with Maru. Every time you make a connection with that Mandy Super 2, it's half a Super recharge for Brawler. So as Livy might be 1 to 2 shots away once again. He's got it again. Fires, connects. Maru still staying alive though. He's just too healthy.
These Gene Heals just come in so clutch. Would have got that kill if it wasn't for the Gene Heals. Make or break for both of these teams. Reply Totem win, and they go to Worlds. Tribe Gaming win. They still need another 2 sets, but they stay alive. Super Veil from Eslevy again might be able to score this one. All 3 together just threads the needle, and that's one of the times you don't want to be doing that. Pressure coming in from Chaos. Down the right-hand side, has the Super activated, trying to find the shots onto Tyrant, but no shots are connecting. Tyrant just surviving this one out. Not enough to go down, but Tribe will fall out of that mech, and they're in a tough spot.
This is starting to be a scary situation. Zulan diving in, goes for the kill. He's carrying this blue star, though. He might be pinched if he's not careful. Is Livy ready for a Super? Connects once again. They must have had him playing Mandy all off stage in those first 2 sets.
I mean, this is crazy. His Mandy is just ridiculous. He's putting Tribe on his back at the moment. Chaos, Hypercharge ready to go. This is the push that will decide it all. Will they get it? Super comes through, clips Chaos. TP from Zulan and he gets it. Maru goes in, tries to go right, but he'll fall too. Tribe survive, drag it to a set 4.
You're starting to see the audience come alive. This is postseason Brawl Stars, folks. This team fought through 2 brutal opening sets. We have not been easy on them on the mic, but that's what we're talking about. That's the dream for Tribe Gaming. It looks like this is going to be map dependent as well. I think Fade hopping in for Zulan here, a little pat on the back. Zulan is somebody that's been in this league, in Brawl Esports, for as long as I can remember. And to pat a guy on the back that joined your team a month ago and to say, I'm putting my faith in you right here, right now. That's a wild thing. I mean, we haven't even talked about that dynamic for Tribe Gaming. They're really the only team on the planet right now that are doing this kind of rotation.
I mean, did it work though? It absolutely did.
Oh, I mean, Livvy's cracked with the Mandy. Oh my gosh.
Livy comes in and just does so much. Gadget's hitting, Super's hitting, just getting so many kills. He was the one who really brought that back for Tribe, I feel.
I mean, especially coming off the bench too.
Yeah.
There's egos that come into play. Sure, these guys are all fine and good with each other, but at the end of the day, you're competing amongst your team at this point to get starting time. I think they've just each got designated roles. Tyrant has consistently been in play. I know North American people know how darn good he is at this game on just about any brawler, but it was his Livy that certainly shined there. Meg getting in the mix here and there. We saw Gray go up for those follow kills, some really cheeky ones with that as well, but that game 3, as Livy just had ice in his veins.
They still need another 2 sets, but if it carries on like that, they'll be able to. They need to get the draft right, just as they did then. And Totem need 1 more still. Stats-wise, it's all Tribe.
I mean, goodness gracious.
10 kills for Zulan.
329 DPS as a Mandy? Yeah. He was tapping, and 7 kills, getting outpaced by Zulon. I feel like that's mainly because Zulon would, you know, throw in the shots every once in a while, but because he had the walking cane, the dimensional door, Gray is great for the follow-through. Sure, as Livian Tyrant, the machine gun fire plus the long-range snipes, it's enough to get those brawlers down to 1800, 2000 HP, and then here comes Zulon rushing in, and a cheeky exit with a dimensional door out.
Or a dimensional door in. Like,
absolutely, it's aggressive, it's passive, it's everything.
It does everything. It does everything, and that is exactly what he was doing with it as well. Absolutely everything. His TP's in, getting kills. The walking canes were good for breaking the walls, making sure the Carl can't kind of like peek back and forwards, has to fight in the open ground where he's not too comfortable. Reply Totem, not looking the same as they were, and neither are Tribe. But that's a good thing for Tribe, and not so much for Totem.
It's gotten to the point where people are standing on their feet at the arena here. Set number 4, Hot Potato. Tribe Gaming trying to work their way back in this set. It's going to be the bands of Clancy, Crow, and Colette. A lot of heavy damage dealers. On the other end, Colette, Larry, Lori, and Nita. Definitely made me think that Reply Totem were going to have this first overall pick.
It does seem that way. Clancy, whichever side Clancy's banned on.
Yeah.
The opposite team's probably got the
Ooh.
First pick Frank.
Doing it themselves now.
On Hot Potato, I mean, one hypercharge destroys the entire hit, bear in mind. So it might be useful to actually pair that with some long range for once, but it takes quite a while to get that hypercharge at the start, especially when you're playing quite passive on Heist.
When you're playing Frank too, I feel like it's really difficult to utilize a thrower here, right? Because like you said, if you hit a hypercharge super, that thing's going around in a full circle, 360 degrees of chaos just hitting the ground. And also, it's kind of interesting to see Totem adapt this, because we saw Frank as a first overall pick just a little bit ago, and it did not work out so well, especially into the likes of the old man.
Yeah, well, that's a good pick from Tribe. Offensive, defensive, good against tanks in every scenario, really. Stopping these attacks that Reply Totem are going to want to mount behind this Frank. Hypercharge is just absolutely ridiculous, deals so much damage, and so does that default knockback now. It's actually mad how much that does. But Tribe do still have this pick. We'll see what they do choose to take. Maybe they still, no, they definitely need some damage if they're going to go with a Gale.
That too, yeah.
Barley does roll in, and I love a Barley.
You need to have some kind of heist safe damage. I feel like sometimes pro players fall into this trap of, we'll just win the entire length of the game. We'll hold positioning. You know, maps that come to mind, especially the Kaboom Canes, the World of Safe Zones, a lot of the times you'll see these Eves and other brawlers come out, and I feel like sometimes it's lost in translation that at the end of the day, you got to play the game mode. You're not always going to win, especially in a meta like this, you know, 100 to 75%. These come down to the wire. People are dealing damage. Gale not going to be great at that, but he is going to be great into Frank. Speaking of good at damage, and now good at healing as well. The Unicorn coming into the fray.
I mean, they had to bring in a thrower, and that's going to do a lot of damage to the safe. They linger so long. They just stay there on the safe, you know, and you can increase your heals, your ammo with just throwing them at your feet, help your teammates with the heals as well. And, you know, when you're playing a tank into these kind of comps, you need as many heals as you can get. And the same with Meg as well. Going to be benefiting so much off this berry. It's a very well-rounded comp, but this Frank is either going to hit hard or miss.
Yep, make or break kind of moment here for Reply Totem as well. I mean, we saw this similarly to Tribe Gaming earlier. Obviously a very different map, a very different mode. The Barry, Frank, and Meg combo, though, is insane.
A bull.
Putting your World Finals hopes in a bull.
Not a Primo?
It is interesting. I mean, Bull can get to the end. He is going to be a heavy damage dealing brawler. He is going to do well into the Frank, and honestly, probably pretty well into the Meg, right? I mean, as a shotgun brawler, going to be able to bring it down quick, but the thing you always have to worry about is if you want to combat Meg, you're going to have to get in her face, and she's just going to bounce you away, and he doesn't have long range. It's not a here and now kind of pick. It's not a this meta kind of pick, but I think it makes sense on paper, right?
It does, just because it's heist and it can deal damage.
Sure.
But I don't know, I still would have picked a Primo, I feel. I'm not sure if I'm just being completely stupid about saying that and I'm missing a beat. But it seems to me like that would have been the play. I mean, Faye's just going. He's just going. I mean, that's exactly what he needs to do. Just take the damage, get the super, and also the rest of his team doing a good job of defending so far. First signs of damage do come from Tribe, and he survives it on out a little bit longer too.
Fade finally falling. Mari breaking away on the right-hand side. You're going to see top of your screen there, some damage being dealt. Last call hitting the ground. All the potions from Barley connecting to that high save. Strong start here for the red roster.
I mean, Fade's rolling on in as well with the super swings there, but he's going to be able to get away from it.
Oh my gosh.
That's huge damage. Berserker on safe too. Not really seeing the same from the other side. Chaos getting some damage here and there, and the Frank getting a few taps, but it's still not that much.
Here comes the damage. Ari now putting in some work, keeping himself alive a little bit longer, and all of a sudden, this just got interesting. 1% separating these two teams. Totem breaking through here. The pushback. Fade forced to dive in. He greets him with a shotgun, and now Frankenstein's on the other end, looking to meet him. 2 hypercharge touching down as Livy needs to find some chip shots in here. He's forced away. Here comes Tyrant. The pushback. The fade. It's good. 3% is enough. Tribe Gaming extend.
That safe was burning down for so long. I was like, is this going to finish? Are they going to win? Reply Totem on this side. It was just...
I thought they may have had it.
Falling for so long. But Tribe bounce back. It stops at 3, and they don't stop pounding that safe down until they've won the game. 1 game away from the tie.
This is what we live for, folks. An intense game number 1 here of set 4. Tribe Gaming looking to do the unthinkable, trying to drag us to a second set 5 today.
Same thing happened again. Fade's been allowed to kind of just free roam this left side, get some early poke damage, get some early super. He's not going to complain about his gadget used as well, and he's keeping this positioning. As if he's going to get the kill on the main damage dealer Berry, but Mori going to get that star power use as the extra damage will start rolling through. Oh,
now he's going to cut off Maru here as well. He's got a super available. I mean, Tyrant has just been pesky, looking to push back the enemy. He's going to let his Livy and Fade do work. Chaos diving in. Tyrant slices him back. Fade marching on in, immediately disrupted by an explosion from that mech, but his Livy has a last call available, and it's definitely going to connect.
I mean, those Berry shots are lingering. It gives them the lead pretty much from doing nothing. Fade's just going to go try and leave the Frank gear base race rolling on in. Maru's so low, but Mori's still pounding away at the safe up top. Surely Tribe win this. Berry's going to get taken down. Berserker on the safe. Barley rolls in. We're going to set 5. Tribe even the score.
Set number 5 on the way. These fellas want it bad. Reply Totem now, the one without momentum. That's been the talk of the offseason. 70% of the folks at home picked Reply Totem. The casting desk here was torn. Call it a gut feeling, but I've just seen some adversity from Tribe Gaming more recently. Reply Totem have been successful. We saw them firsthand at the Brawl Ball League put on a clinic for us. They're flashy, they're fun, they're mechanically sound, but they fall victim just like Tribe Gaming does. To me, this is 2 teams that have been parallel the entire year. It's just been a wave of ups and downs. It's been different timings for each of them. Tribe Gaming more recently, maybe not what we would want them to be. Yesterday was a test for them. Foot Esports, a team that I thought were absolutely one of the favorites to making out of here, just blindly, obviously not knowing what those day 2 matchups were going to be. I think it's okay to lose a best 2 of 3. I think maybe we're a little bit harsh on Tribe Gaming. Clearly, they deserve to be here on day number 2.
I mean, the Barley was defending so well against the Frank as well, and the Berry alone. Eventually, when he gets up, it helps the damage so much, but it's the Berserker Bull. It did so much. They let it free, free roam. They did.
Stroll down on the lane.
A little bit of free roam on the left-hand side, straight to the safe. Nobody was contesting that, and it happened twice in a row.
463 DPS, 560. We are hitting record highs here on Golden Ticket Sunday. I'm going to comment on this, too. Corey, if you know him, he's a pretty chill guy. I haven't seen him just erupt with emotion like that in a long time. He was a previous player for this organization, now a coach. He's been through these guys, through it all. He's put a lot of blame on himself at times too. When chatting with him, sometimes he feels like those drafts just haven't been good enough. But we just saw for 2 straight sets what happens when they are armed with good brawlers, when they have those good matchups. Now they just have to ask Corey for 1 more good draft.
That's all they need. As soon as that 3rd set hit and they were against the wall, almost being swept by Reply Totem, everything has changed. The drafts have been good. The gameplay's been miles better. And it's dragged us all the way to a set number 5 to decide it. 2 in a row. The first game decided in set 5. Second game decided in a set 5. We couldn't ask for any more.
The arena's on their feet, but it's certainly a different tone here than what we saw early. A lot of crowd cheering for Reply Totem, and then a retaliation by Tribe Gaming. You started hearing chirps from them. Still got people on the edge of their seats. No matter where you are in the world, this is what we love to see. And with about 30 seconds to go, each of these teams are rearing up what is going to be the most important set of their 2024 year.
Who will go home? Who will go to World Finals? Deep breaths from the Tribe Gaming side as they start to lock in and get ready for set number 5 against a vast opponent in Reply Totem. They need this win. Reply Totem need it as well. Who will be going to Superfest November the 1st? That is the question.
You could hear a pin drop right now. Each of these sides just deliberating what to do. The lineup for Tribe Gaming seems to be Fade and as Livy staying in alongside Tyrant. Zulon sitting this one out. Egos have to be set aside, and he's going to have to put a lot of faith in the man that has joined him for only a month. Here we go, folks. Set number 5, Flaring Phoenix draft underway.
Decided on this map again, and Pearl being picked up once more. This time, Tribe Gaming take it as their first selection. Their bans being the Frank, the Byron, and the Buster. Over the other side, Reply Totem banning out the Larry and Laurie, the Gene, and they don't want to see any Buster either.
Yeah, and the Byron in tandem with 2 tanks is a really interesting one. I mentioned it earlier. They saw it in the ban stage just a few sets ago, but this time Tribe Gaming escaped with the Pearl. It's something that I've really noticed in scrims, in gameplay from monthly finals this year. This is a team that does not mind going Pearl on this particular mode, especially in Knockout. I feel like you saw what it could do earlier. We saw, I believe it was Bobby, right, who is utilizing this brawler in the final set of our previous match here. It has some heavy firepower, a solid amount of HP. It has that chip damage, the burning away as well with that gadget. All of that can be really good. If you are going to have a brawler kind of go at Meg, I think Pearl might be one of the better options, especially considering our bans.
That's why it's so surprising to see them slide the Meg in here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That really does surprise me. I mean, it worked when Eclipse played it against STMN. Eclipse had the Meg, STMN had the Pearl, and they still won. But if you want any answer to that Meg, it's going to be Pearl a lot of the time. Second pick for Tribe Gaming will be following in Tick.
Wow.
Is what we see, and it's been a while, but it's going to be able to keep that huge range advantage, scout out the mid, and deal with the Barley before it gets a bit sketchy.
They have to be careful here because they don't want Reply Totem to boast too much HP, get something really aggressive that could be up in the face of Tick, because Tick is going to be great at the chip shot, the long range, has a gadget that can kind of throw enemies off. It's very similar to the mechanic that Meg's star power is going to have here. The Tick head alongside that hypercharge is really annoying to deal with. Even at a pro level, these guys don't like it. Yeah, I could hear that one from the crowd. A lot of question marks going down. They are rolling with Daryl here into what I imagine is honestly a pretty good matchup on paper into Barley. If they go with the slowdown, that adds a little bit into the equation. But rolling onto Meg makes a lot of sense. It's bold.
I'm not going to try and justify it.
I don't know. Prove it to me. I think it's got a chance. I really do. I don't know if it... Hear me out. It's not the first thing I would have selected, but I don't know. You think Totem prepared for this? You think Totem prepared for a draft where Daryl rolls up? And maybe there's a reason for that. We've seen this in monthly finals in America work out quite well, actually. I don't think we can rule it out. Look, man, they've clawed their way back this far. It was bold. It was crazy. I'm sure the folks at home has as many questions as we do, but these guys have been in this spot too many times to make me doubt them now. I still think it can go either way.
I agree. I mean, Tribe, I'm not going to completely doubt the Daryl. I'm going to question it. Heavily. I'm going to question it heavily.
Fair enough.
As you said, prove it to me, Tribe. Prove it.
Here we go. We're setting up for a banger of a finale here. It's only match number 2 of the day. Reply Totem taking on Tribe Gaming. 2 familiar rivals charging at each other right now. Maru storming down this right-hand side as Mari takes the long range in the mid. Heals available for iChaos as Tribe are already just put in a corner. They have opportunity to get out of this with a Daryl roll. An explosion from Tyrant is a defensive mechanism. Tick can keep the range, but they don't want to extend this too long.
A very different vibe to the last knockout we saw in the previous series. Complete aggression, perfect roll, knocked back, and he cycled it again. Back onto Maru, Fade pulls out brilliantly there. Manages to stay alive, the burn down damage keeps Chaos and Mori low, and Tyrant should be able to sweep in and take this down. Totem not starting good, and Fade, I told you to prove me, and you're proving me, I mean, right? Right? Yeah.
Let's take a good paper matchup. Somebody that's off the meta, arguably one of the worst brawlers in the game, but it works into Meg. I've seen it in scrims. I've seen it in monthly finals, even Matcherino tournaments for crying out loud. This is unusual, but folks, trust me, you just saw what it could do there. This is by no means going to be an easy walk away for Tribe Gaming, though, but I think it put a lot of doubt in Maru's head now.
I think so too. He's not going to be overstepping that line again, is he? Perfect roll over the top of that water, extending it straight onto Maru's face. Then he cycled it for when he got knocked back as well. Couldn't have asked for a better play from Fade. And the Tick just scouting out these bushes, make sure Reply Totem don't come as aggressive as they did last time. And I think Totem have learned their lesson too.
Totem learning their lesson, and they're holding it back this time. It's going to be Daryl waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hypercharge available for Tyrant. Maru still firing down some heavy machine gun action, and Tick can just keep chipping away. iChaos is just hoping that somebody rolls up into one of his shots.
But do they win late game either, Totem? That's the thing. Now a hypercharge comes in around the side. Tyrant going to try and... Oh, what a burn down on the left. Pitches straight across. Tickhead comes in straight onto the RT legs. Doesn't even need it. Tyrant and Fade get the others. Tribe going to match point. And it all happened as fast as that.
Fire in Corey's eyes. What a bold call from Coach. I don't know who suggested that brawler, but the fact that it just won a game in a golden ticket match, and now all of a sudden, Tribe Gaming are the ones on match point. This organization has not missed a World Finals, and they're one game away from keeping the streak alive.
As Louis spamming down early and Totem reverting back to their previous ways of going all out in the beginning and hoping things end differently this time. Shots raining down from the Tick. Maru falling low, healing up, falling low, healing up. The Tickhead connects, and they're backing off.
Totem started once again with no utility to start out on either side. They're okay rushing to the other end. They got to live with their choices. They're getting a few good taps, especially from this long range. I really like Mari's odds here, connecting with Tyrant several times, bringing him down. Fade once again in prime position to just hide it out as Livy waiting patiently. I feel like Tribe Gaming have been just so calculated in the second half, especially here in Knockout.
Roll available again as Livy able to throw this head down and tank some damage. Tyrant played it perfectly with the burn last time. And Fade looking for this positioning once more. Mori able to drop his legs. Here comes the healing tonic, keeping Chaos high on HP. Maru popping the gadget as well. Tickhead comes in, wastes some of that ammo. Perfectly ready to get going now. Tyrant needs to throw down a gadget or something before he goes down. Still so low, Barley will get that. Hypercharge, Tickhead comes down, Fade versus the world. And this time, it won't be happening. Reply Totem take the first round, and Tribe falls short.
You can tell his home court here. Reply Totem fans going nuts for that first round. Tribe Gaming with a long road ahead of them. They can't get ahead of themselves here. iChaos, Maru. This time, they're the ones that are going to wait it out. They had a good result there towards that end game. They played it patiently. They waited around, ended up working out. They're more than capable of trying to take this set too.
I mean, supers, and more supers from both sides. 2 for Totem, 3 for Tribe Gaming. 2 rounds in a row will take for Tribe. Reply Totem need this to even it out and take it to double match point. The engage starting to happen as Mori gets the pinch onto Fade, tags him up, tags Tyrant as well. Brilliant play from him to mark these 2 players and keep them out the way for a bit.
They got to keep Maru in this mech. A pea shooter of a pistol is not going to do any good in these in-game circles. Tyrant looking down this left-hand side. Maru from the long distance. iChaos letting it all loose. Every super hitting the floor. A big pickup there. Fade goes down. Another one for Maru as Livy going to be stuffed in a corner, doing his best to 1v3. But what can a lone thrower do? Double match point.
These games, man, these games are so good. The first series all the way to this game. The second series, more of the same. Double match point. Reply Totem versus Tribe Gaming. Who goes to Worlds and who goes home?
Everybody take a deep breath here. One game to decide a golden ticket between 2 of the most historic franchises this sport has ever seen. Fade starting out hot, rushing to the right-hand side as Mari goes for the long range. Maru firing down an aggressive Totem to start off this game once again. They're already throwing down a super for his Livy. It's going to explode, and if anything, it's going to reveal Fade's positioning a little bit easier now.
Yeah, he's not going to enjoy that, but Tyrant has this shield built up. Mori going to get burned down quite heavily by Tyrant. He might just stay in there. Should be able to get that kill if he follows up. Can't find the connections, and the rest of Tribe are falling apart. Tyrant versus 2, and he does not have a chance.
Not sure about the decision making there. Tribe Gaming to complete this reverse sweep now have to win 2 straight rounds. Reply Totem fans are on their feet, and they're just gonna sit around. They're the ones in the driver's seat here. The momentum has shifted to Tribe Gaming for so long. The bold pick of Daryl, the shots from his Livy, everything has to be perfect here.
Tyrant starts to move forward, gets tapped up, and that mark coming along with it is going to be devastating if he gets caught out of position. Chaos has this last call in hand, and that is so useful for zoning the opponents into a position you want. And with this Tick, with this Daryl, they don't want to be caught in that.
Everybody just being cautious. Nobody over-aggressing here. Daryl has the aggressive role available. Chaos can let loose at any moment. Supers available for both ends, and the red roster have to play this perfect. Shield on Tyrant right now. Maru still firing down. A super going in. Fade diving in at an impromptu time. He's gonna fall to the gadget. Chaos gets connected with, but he hasn't gone down yet. Tyrant, desperation gadget falls. 3 Totem members standing tall as Livy, the last man here, and the Gladiators have done it. Reply Totem, take it all.
Tribe fall short, and Reply Totem will be going to the World Finals once more. Europe prevail over NA again. And look what it means to them. Look at the fans, supporting them all the way through.
What a match. It's one we're gonna remember for a long time. Despite criticism, despite how the year has gone, Tribe Gaming put up a heck of a fight. But spoils go to the victors. Reply Totem, EMEA dark horses here. Crazy that we're calling them a dark horse. But in terms of seeding, they were the last one to earn their spot. Now they're the second team here today to secure a World Final spot.
Go down there with the camera.
Absolutely unreal for these players. Massive, massive stuff for Reply Totem. Drop a little selfie in there as well. And they've made it all the way to World Finals. Tribe Gaming falls short, sadly for them. But Reply Totem are victorious.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The first time we're not going to see Tribe Gaming in a Brawl Stars World Finals.
I did not sign up for this level of emotion when I got out of bed today.
My heart, man. My heart.
You know, I prefer to avoid that at all costs. That and commitments. But here I am. I'm feeling it. My goodness. Tribe come so close. That reverse sweep was absolutely on the cards as Livy subbed in. Incredible stuff.
An absolute
Let's hear from these guys.
Performance. Tribe Gaming gave it all they got, but that was just shy of enough. They didn't manage it. I've got Maru here with me. Are you able to speak? Are you collected? Do you have your breath?
I'm speechless. Just thank you so much to the fans. Look at them. They're crazy. I love it.
I think the fans in the arena going wild was just the bit that pushed you over the edge. You guys almost got reverse swept, but you pulled through. How do you manage to stay that calm and that collected when they have such a strong comeback? Like, what kind of pep talk do you give in that very last game?
I think the key was that we are 3 players that has so much experience in those moments. We did the same against Humble in the monthly final. We had, yeah, that's it.
Professionalism and all the experience wins the game, and I think there's something I need to give you guys. Oh, Ian!
I'm coming, Max, I'm coming. This is it. This is what you guys have been fighting for, your golden ticket to World Finals at Superfest. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Reply Totem!
Maru, one last question. How are you going to celebrate this tonight?
I mean, nothing special as always, but just something together like our family, you know.
You guys have fun, you guys enjoy. Once more for Reply Totem!
Yeah, you keep that. That's your ticket. They'll only let you in.
Said coming into this matchup that they were not afraid to face any team, but that Tribe and Navi were top. And if that performance is anything to go by, I think that's fair to say. Tribe put up an incredible fight. It was not easy to start to turn things around the way they did, as Livy coming in with some of the best Mandy play that I've seen all year long, and that was the catalyst. And then Tribe started just to spring to life. Hot potato, the ball pick, it was bold, it worked. And then just to come short of the end, devastating stuff for Tribe.
And the draft was risky as well in that last set. I mean, bringing the Daryl in is not something that we sort of always see. Bull,
it wasn't on my bingo card.
So, I mean, you are a team that's teetering on the edge of elimination, and you are picking these all-in comps that feature these huge tanks. That is crazy stuff to me. And as Livy, I think, was one of the people that suffered the most criticism after Tribe, exited the World Finals last year. But he was the catalyst for that massive run back. I don't think there's anything harder, though, than trying to stop a reverse sweep as it's happening. Because you get to that last set, get to double match point, and you're like, oh my God, they're going to reverse sweep us. That takes something special to get yourself out of that position, that fear of falling.
It's just a freight train that keeps coming at you, and it gets faster and faster. And Tribe Gaming, genuinely, when they took that opening game of Knockout with a Daryl, I thought, what a run. What could what could you possibly do more? And for Reply Totem to hunker down, say enough is enough, and do what we expect them to do there, especially against a brawler. Like I said, I can't say this enough. Daryl is not usual. Daryl is not normal.
He's not normal.
Bull is not normal. And I think a lot of the times, too, Tribe Gaming are one of these teams that always play it safe. They're conservative. They go with what is known and what is best. And the fact that they made it that far doing that, I think shows a lot of growth from this team. But at the end of the day, just a hair short of Reply Totem and a 3-2 loss.
All right. Join Eclipse or Esports.
That's it. Joining Eclipse Esports, right? Another EMEA 18 qualified. Are you ready to do the honors? You know what you have to do, right?
I mean,
we predict
it's out of love. It's out of love.
We do it together.
We do it together.
Oh, God. It's... No, my boys. Oh, man. That hits.
That's way more that felt way more personal. Any team I tear today, any team I tear today, I think I'm going to shed a tear. Like, that just...
And, of course, that means that Reply Totem goes in the box here. Of course, is the second team to receive a golden ticket. Now, I'm going to fold it exactly the same way that Ark did. Don't you worry about that. Oh, man. Are we ready to call this one of the most electrifying LCQs we've ever seen, boys?
Absolutely. Oh, my gosh. It's been absolutely insane. 2 3-2s back-to-back.
All right, fam. In the box it goes. Reply Totem have made it through. Yeah, incredible game. And there's obviously... You know, there's a degree of rivalry there between these two teams. MVP, well-deserved. iChaos, he has done it all. Coming off that SK Gaming roster, who really did achieve their level of notoriety and success in equal measure. Now doing it again on that Reply Totem, who had to find a replacement for Joker, the Prodigy. And iChaos fits in pretty darn well, I think.
And just following on from what you said about how hard it is to stop a reverse sweep, that's what's happened to Reply Totem in the July monthly finals versus Later Division. They suffered that reverse sweep. They were not able to bring it together. And I'm sure the Demons started to come back around towards that final stage.
Oh, yeah.
Unreal that we've had our first 2 matches go the distance, but we wouldn't have it any other way at the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. 2 matches down, 1 banger still to come until we go to our final match.
I'm not built for this, man.
My heart, honestly, it's on its last legs. But up next, we will have BSC Gaming versus Luminosity.
Please, one NA team. Please win the game.
NA hope. How are you guys feeling about this?
I believe
we're fine.
They've done it before. They've been at Worlds. They're doing it the hard way this time. But man, like, we've been watching them all year. We're proud of them making it this far. But I reckon they can go all the way. I reckon they can make it to Worlds.
Yeah, Luminosity had a bit of a shaky game yesterday, but nonetheless, I feel like they're going to be able to match the heat to come. But do not go anywhere. That matchup just to come after a very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, friends. I'll just keep it a bit low.
Don't do that.
Let my voice recover a little bit.
I don't care about your voice.
Listen, I'll let Uber shout for you. I'll let Uber shout for you guys if he's gonna be that harsh for me. You know, 2 absolutely electrifying games here at the Brawl Stars Championship.
I don't think he's working.
You're on the clock, big dog.
Sorry, mate. I thought that was just a whisper.
I'm addressing the crowd.
Yeah.
Right? I'm addressing the
guys.
audience.
Sorry.
Can you stop interrupting me? Absolutely electrifying here at the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Genuinely 2 absolutely incredible games. 2 3-2s to decide who goes to Worlds and whose year stops here in Augustus. Uber, I'll come to you because you seem to want to speak so much. How are you feeling after those first 2 games?
Mate, I tell you what, yeah, I mean, just being sat here watching it, I think, like, coming back after the break, with so much energy is getting bottled up in here. Obviously, we're not out there in the crowd, but we can feel the energy from everybody at Gamescom as well, everyone online joining in the conversation. It's been crazy, and like I said, an emotional roller coaster, because all these teams, the people we love, and Zulan just tweets out, first time since 2019 he's not going to a Worlds, and here there's so much on the line too. The plucky upstarts of BC Gaming against Luminosity, who have had their struggles, but, you know, the power of friendship has led them so far.
I will say, I really wanted to predict BC Gaming. I was like, I feel that. After yesterday, I was like, I had to do everything in my power not to press that button on event.brawlstars.com because they won my heart yesterday, and they won the hearts of a lot of people around the world, I'm sure. But you just can't look at Patchy's
boy Patchy. I mean,
just look at Patchy's face. You can't not.
That's the reason why Patchy's face.
That's what did it. That's what pushed you over the edge.
You can't not predict Luminosity with those players.
Okay. I think it's kind of interesting too, right? We've got BC Gaming here, who are the spunky upstart, never really been to the stage, not a lot known about them. LG weren't quite that last year, but for all intents and purposes, first major international event, and the fact that they were able to go toe-to-toe for a match, I know you remember, Trav, against Zeta Division, 1 goal, quite literally changing history as we know it for Brawl Stars against the eventual winner. The fact that yesterday they struggled a little bit, again, it's kind of how I felt about Tribe Gaming as well. I mean, obviously, we've covered NA all year long. We know how good and competitive it is. I mean, no short difference for EMEA. Obviously, it's insane there too. But I'm just going to trust in the past, trust in what Luminosity have done. Now they're 1 year removed from that, 1 year hungrier. I don't know. I can't bet against them either.
I just can't see Luminosity not winning and not going to Worlds. That's the thing. Like, seeing this many big orgs, this many big teams not make it, you kind of look at Brawl Stars Esports, and I'm looking at the logos behind me, like, just looking at that, who deserves to be at Worlds? And you can't think Luminosity, you just can't think they wouldn't be there, you know?
One thing about them is they always play up to their opposition, and I think the gravity of a match. You mentioned that Zeta Division game last year. We've definitely seen Luminosity struggle a little bit, I think, against, you know, some of those underdog teams or lesser known teams. Like, we're not convinced about the way they exited that group, the way they, you know, went up against STMN EU, struggled there, and that Connections game was a little ropey for my liking. But they get a stay of execution, so to speak, and our chance again, but still up against a lesser known team. So hopefully they don't need a stronger, like a way stronger opponent to play up to them. I asked yesterday, I said, I want to see clean drafts and excellent gameplay. And I think we got that towards the end of that Connection series. I thought, like, the Hot Zone parallel plays especially, the Stu play was unreal. Just the individual prowess on display. We know what this team's capable of. It's about peaking at the right time, and I think it's about now.
It's time.
I'll say, though, the thing is as well, if we look at yesterday, if yesterday's anything to go by, STMN just got beaten by a team who BC Gaming swept yesterday. Slaughtered them yesterday. And
they got
STMN slaughtered Luminosity yesterday. Like, if you think about it logically from what we've seen at LCQ, BC should be winning, and that's that.
But I think Luminosity Gaming's technique is unmatched. It's unparalleled. Like, they are just so technically gifted in the game. I just feel like that is the time for now it to shine, really. I mean, you know, BC Gaming definitely had a rough season, but Luminosity were in the grand final 3 times. Yes, they didn't qualify for 1 month, and that is what really harmed them. But I think that they know that crowd there, a full sold-out stadium, like, that is going to be driving their mentality.
And they're doing that. They're getting to grand finals in a region that features KCP, Elevate, STMN, and Tribe. It's so, like, you know, it's so easy to fall out just in the quarters against these teams. Yeah. And whereas I would suggest that in the APAC region, there's like 1 or 2 dominant teams, right? In, you know, when we're talking about Rival, we're talking about, you know, Crazy Raccoon, Navi, sort of up and down here. Whereas then NA, it's literally anybody's, you know, any given Sunday, anybody can sort of take away those monthly finals. And we really saw that sort of play out. So I think that Luminosity are really, they're in a real incubator over there in North America. But so far, our NA teams, NA players on EU teams haven't risen to the occasion.
72% though. I'm looking at that prediction. 72% of the public agree with all four of us, bear in mind. We've all said we think Luminosity will win this one. Regardless of my heart swaying me the complete opposite way, we do agree with that 72%. Not sure if I'd sway that far. I'd probably say 60-40 Luminosity in my eyes. I think that's a pretty well-rounded prediction.
Just to say, if BSC Gaming win this, I'm absolutely okay with that going against my prediction.
Me too.
This guy was virtually a free agent team, for so much of that APAC here, right? Coming together and really exploded onto the scene, I think, early on. It's a really hard game to call, and we saw just how different Eclipse looked today as opposed to yesterday. Even overnight, you can see massive changes with these teams, and it starts with the mindset. And for me, I want to see great drafts because Kenny Ark is talking up a lot of the time the individual skill, the mechanics. That's great. But obviously, you can lose a game before it even starts if you make mistakes in that pick and ban.
I thought you brought up a really interesting point, too, about LG in general. It does kind of feel like they do play against their opponents sometimes, and that's not always a great characteristic to have, and not to kind of take away from what teams in their group stage last year were, but to be honest with you, Revenant Esports, a lot of those players aren't even here today. They played against what is basically Toxic Lotus now 1 year ago. I think that one might have been a pretty close one, too. I mean, they had some close calls in there. Zeta Division, obviously, they played up to their opponent there. Maybe we're underestimating BC, but at the same time, I don't think I was as tempted as Trav. We've covered both of these regions and casted these regions all year long. Angelic at the time, now this BC Gaming org, who've picked up clearly a very talented roster of young prospects. LG got the experience. To me, they're the better players. They play really well in those live audience situations. They've been grinding all year long, tested, made multiple grand finals. I think the resume just speaks for itself. This is one where I'm overthinking the first two that we had today. This is one I'm just not overthinking. I feel like this is more of a 75-25.
I just don't think there's a lot of pressure on BC Gaming.
And that's a fair point, too.
They came into this tournament saying, we generally think we're the worst team. We just don't have a problem saying that. We're not even sandbagging. We respect our opponents, and we don't really think anybody should have great expectations of us. But that has changed after yesterday. It's undermined to start things off. Gem Grab and Berry is already snapped up here by BC Gaming.
And I'm sorry. The bull? Oh, yeah, this can't be right? There's no way. We're going to take this with a grain of salt. We're seeing some names from different teams. We'll analyze what we can, assuming these are brawlers that showed up. I think some of these brawlers are really reminiscent of a previous set, so we'll hold our breath maybe just a little bit. This looked really similar to what we saw from maybe Hot Potato, I believe, a little bit ago. But either way, it's going to be undermined for sure. We know what this map entails. I think having Clancy banned here makes a lot of sense. You could see Meg joining the mix, Gale joining the mix. Some of these brawlers I could see happening. I would be really surprised if this ended up being the result, of course, though.
Yeah, obviously we're looking at, trying to control or sort of ban out some of those really powerful mid-range brawlers on a map like Undermine. Meg has been so hotly contested today, and she's been used to great effect, so it wouldn't shock me if we see that start to make its way in. We do have conferral here between players and their analysts, so there definitely are some, the way I see Patchy swiping across the screen there, they are definitely discussing their draft strategy here. Big turnout here for BC Gaming. Quite a few of those signs out in there in the crowd. I guess in some senses a bit of a hometown team, if you want to use the org as any indicator. But this Angelic squad really did not mind going up against teams like Crazy Raccoon month after month, Na'Vi, they really were able to play up against these big names and not really let it rattle them too much. And it's a really unique region, because in that APAC region, they are traveling every month. They're heading off to Hong Kong to really try and get the best out of their service selection. That's a huge commitment to try and make it here to an LCQ or potential World Finals.
A lot of studs in the audience as well. Shout out to some of our co-workers there from the B stream. I see you, Reddy. I see you, Teddy. Howdy, howdy. And I noticed that I think they were on the LG side. Does not surprise me, considering that LG was harbored in Reddy's room for about 6 months this year.
Yeah, kept it a little bit of a secret. He was very excited to do it like an in-person interview with LG if they won a monthly final.
Such a cool opportunity, absolutely.
Didn't really happen though, did it?
Well, you still got to chat with them. Obviously, they all try to travel to where the server was. Reddy happens to be at the server. But, we did get to spend a lot of time chatting with these guys. And Reddy is a big believer in this team, and I think for good reasons, like a lot of us are. I feel like they have been tested all year long, making 3 grand finals. Obviously, the last one didn't go super well, but at that point, you've been fighting for your lives for 2 straight matches. You're playing against what would become a World Finals opponent. I think it's okay to let loose in that situation. situation. The previous two, I'm sure they would want back, but here we go. This is looking more like it. Undermine going to be where we're at, and we'll be giving this sec. Bear with us, folks. We're getting into this draft setting. Players are underway. They're all good and well.
And again, they're probably just soaking up the atmosphere a little bit there. Gamescom is a unique experience, I think. The sheer amount of foot traffic is wild, and a lot of people here turning up for this LCQ, for this Brawl Stars action. And now we've had it announced, if you missed the start of the show, World Finals for Brawl Stars is going to be a part of Superfest out in Helsinki. Mark your calendars, November 1st through 3rd at Superfest. I'm pumped. It's going to be freezing, though, out there. Hopefully we get to head out that way. Okay, so we're going to jump into the game here. We have, okay, Amber Jessie picked up here, and a kit for Megu.
A kit is one that's standing out to me. We don't necessarily know the order of operations. We've got a lot of spicy picks in here. I think Amber makes a lot of sense. The kit, interesting in this setting. We're going to also see on the other end of Lily, who we saw a little bit earlier today, and that's just kind of a boom or bust brawler. Up in your face, though, Lily is lethal.
Yeah, Lily, Nita here. For Charles wants to push aggressively. Megu, though, a dive across the map just shuts Charles down entirely. Sargo here trying to pressure the backline, though, with Chino the one carrying those gems. The super will burn the toes of Chino, but Patchy is able to deal with that encroaching Amber. But Chino will burn down, leaving those gems back towards spawn, and Patchy is bowled over.
The presence of that Jessie turret, and now a dive-in from Kit, clawing his way against the enemy there. Now Patchy a little invisible. No, this map has opened up. This makes a difference. Now the pressure for Luminosity isn't nearly as immense. They can kind of escape these situations. They don't have a fourth brawler essentially on the map anymore, and now they're making another good tackle right-hand side. Such a back and forth.
Hit on its own, and have to deal with the Lily there on that side lane. Bruce able to make some distance, make some ground and move up, but it's going to be a very big hypercharged Scrappy thrown into the middle part of the map, and Charles can't do anything. They get knocked flat. BC Gaming now up to those 7 gems, and Sargo continuing to try to zone Chino away from the middle part of the map. Again, Patchy struggles. Megu on the kit, such a problem.
Is fragging out, and honestly, that was a really interesting interaction to see there. He tackles, survives with just enough. A little assistance there from Geki as well. You can feel the Jessie turret, the invisibility from Megu. They're going to scout him out with a Gene tag. A pull from Chino, though. What a big one there for them as the flamethrower erupts. 9-6. One more gem needed for BC, but Patchy, hang on, going to be trying to make his presence known in the mid.
Hypercharge available, though, for the Jessie here. It could be a problem for the next turret cycle. Chino able to bring Megu down at the very least. Of course, hypercharge up here for the Gene, but more likely to be used for those raw stats. 1 gem away from the countdown, though. Luminosity need to move in and take some of this map control now. It's going to be Chino moving up the middle part of the map. Patchy connects with a super. Geki has to get away. Magic Hand comes out. What a dive from Megu onto Patchy, who gets intercepted on his way in. 5 seconds left in the countdown, and Charles doesn't have an engage tool available.
Making a statement here. Charles with no way to approach BC Gaming. I feel like they were never really out of it or down. Sure, they got pushed back a little bit in their spawn at times, but the player that stood out to me, my goodness, the Kit was getting so many kills. I feel like a lot of the times players give Kit credit because of the association with other tanks. Kit is good when in combination. That was just a standout individual working the map right there.
No Kit supers used on teammates there for BC Gaming. They were all used for that lockdown on a single brawler, and quite often it was the Lily getting taken out of the game. Megu looking for another matchup in that side lane against Patchy here. And already Sargo getting the better of his lane opponent. Charles looking to return, and Patchy has to gadget away from the Kit.
Patchy hovering by Megu. The tackle connects. It's going to be Patchy with the takedown. Geki responding, though. Charles cleans up. Now it's going to be a 1v1 in the mid as Gene stays back for now. A little assistance from Bruce the Bear. There's just so much extra helpers on this map right now between Bruce and Jessie. So much potential for chaos.
Big lead after that dive early on. That set up by Patchy, but Megu's able to find Charles, and there was a gem being held, but it doesn't matter. Megu gets brought on in with that magic hand. Patchy looking to try and create some space here and look to set up yet another assassination, but there's so few gems on BC Gaming right now.
Another perfectly timed pull and a wall break as well. Here comes Megu diving in once again. Geki with the follow through, so it's ultimately going to be a trade, but more gasoline fueled on the ground. LG with less space to work with.
Patchy again gadgets to get past the field of oil here. Going to pop out right in front of Sargo and picks him up instantly with a super. Now to take some mid control is the plan. Geki can of course get a hypercharged Scrappy. Going to make it a little bit harder for Luminosity to step into the middle of the map, and it's very aggressively positioned.
Scrappy 2.0 on the field. Nita focusing it alongside the teammates. Battle on the left-hand side. Patchy victorious this time, but he goes down to two other brawlers. A dive from across the map connects. Chino barely holds on though. The help from Charles, and now a hypercharged bear, a freight train running at BC.
Now map control squarely in the hands of Luminosity, and they have themselves a 5-gem lead. Patchy is more than happy to run some interference here, getting down the throat of BC Gaming, and BC don't have a great engage tool either. Meg, you're gonna have to use the cardboard box to close the gap a little bit, and the hook brings Sago into his doom. Patchy gets the job done with that super, and Luminosity fight back in gem grab.
Fantastic retaliation coming in from LG. BC Gaming with a big statement there in that opening game. They were always lurking, consistently getting kills. Game number 2, Kit didn't run away from them though. I thought that was a great adjustment from LG. Another masterful gene pull. Just a lot of little things going right that time, I think, for Luminosity.
Biggest thing here is that they're doubling up on the Kit after Kit aggressively supers in. It's never just Patchy solo getting locked down. Chino's helping that side lane, and Charles is getting involved to take the cat out of the picture.
Patchy, low HP, burns to the ground. That's going to be a victory for Amber here early. It's going to be a dual 2v2 as both sides recover just a little bit. These early games have been intense. If either side can break away with a little bit of control, it's going to go a long way. This time, Megu surviving. That's much more of the likes of game number 1 from BC Gaming.
Dangerous! Patchy jumps on the gem carrier, gets into the backline with the gadget, but will be traded out. Chino doesn't really have the ability to go and scoop those gems up. He'll have to be satisfied with the 3 he holds.
Another pull, connects, nails it. It's a takedown immediately there. Charles fighting against Megu. Assistance from Bruce the Bear. He's on a tear. Hypercharge down, and Bruce back to life.
8 gems already for Luminosity. This has been a tough one for BC Gaming. Truly aggressive dive there from Megu. Doesn't pan out at all. Patchy going to be able to pop out of that gadget Shadow Realm. Sitting on the side lane with a super in hand, and he uses it instantly. Everybody piles in with their supers, and Geki's the one that eats the magic hand. But there wasn't any backup for Patchy. 7 gems plays too. Luminosity in the driver's seat firmly.
LG aren't playing around. No playing down to opponents here. Megu looking for a takedown, a reset. Chino rushing for 1. They need at least 1 more gem, though, if they want to start this countdown back.
Charles, look at the map control generator. He just steps up, audaciously takes the gem away, and Sago's forced to part with his own. It's a trade, but Patchy's happy to go down there as Geki gets caught inside the magic hand once more, and Megu's got no choice but to go for it. Everybody piles in on the Kit, and Luminosity successfully defend their horde.
Much more convincing there in games number 2 and 3. The mechanics from Luminosity, the gene pulls, the Lily dives, knowing the timings and the interactions of hitting the Shadow Realm, popping out, and just taking advantage of all the grass covering those side lanes. As a result, Lily can kind of get that surprise factor. They also use Nita Bear. I mean, safe to say, the hypercharged bear in the quick cycle of those two to essentially get a team wipe was basically enough to win them game 3.
You notice there was no faux fur on the Nita.
I know, it's kind of wild too.
Very big, obviously, course to be able to land a stun like that. The start of that last round, though, it was the dive by the Lily immediately onto the gem carrier. If you don't police these side lanes heavily and you let a Lily walk up on you, gadget or otherwise, you are in deep trouble. You can cover the map with that Lily super and instantly burst down the usually pretty squishy gem carrier. Only 7,000 HP on the Jessie, not enough to deal with that assassination dive.
One of my favorite things about Luminosity is that all 3 of their members can be that guy at times, can make that monstrous play. Gene pull, Lily dives, Bruce the Bear being cycled in several times. I mean, look at that. That was the entire set. Even in that game number 1, Chino was still nailing these Gene interactions.
You see a great lamp blowout there from Chino, forcing Megu to go in essentially solo. And they answered the threat of the Kit so well this time around, Luminosity. Only the one round where they struggled, where they left Patchy on an island to deal with that lockdown, that Kit super. This time they responded beautifully here. Geki obviously really locks down the map effectively, but Jessie wants to keep her opponents at arm's length. As soon as that hard engage comes out, whether it's a stun from Bruce or, of course, that dive in from the Lily, Patchy just absolutely made mincemeat in BC Gaming in those last couple of rounds.
When analyzing the Kit, too, you see 6 kills. To be honest with you, 4, maybe 5 of those probably came in that game number 1. I feel like Kit was not nearly as much of a presence in that games 2 and 3. That's part of it, too. You see the same brawlers 2 to 3 games in a row, and such different results. These pro players know how to make adjustments. And I think for Luminosity Gaming, immediately after game number 1, the identification that, hey, we got to take care of the Fesky feline right there. That guy's got to go down, and by removing him from the equation, Jessie is a great mid-presence, not a carry brawler. And the same can be said for Amber.
Yeah, I mean, she's designed to give you the map control so Amber can aggressively push up and basically threaten anybody that stands out in the open. But just as it's important to defend against the kit dive by doubling up and getting an extra player, you as the team with the kit have to follow up on that super. You need to add your damage to the kits because, yeah, the lockdown is great, basically taking a brawler out of the game for a few seconds, but kit doesn't do much damage with that super. You need a little bit of help, especially if you're going to burst down a tank.
Yeah, at that point, we talked about especially that the kit was impressive as a standalone in that game number 1. To me, though, kit is an excellent brawler. But if we want to get a little nitpicky, obviously still kind of needs that assistance, and we saw that kind of progress there. Luminosity were able to handle those 2v1s. Instead of being a lane win, it was a trade at best, and that's something you can't afford. Jessie with great mid control, Amber with a great presence. They're not necessarily built to be those top frags, to be what Lily was to Luminosity, right? To get in your face, to disrupt things. And I feel like LG just had an overall really good composition. And again, the mechanics from those guys, unreal throughout that set.
Yeah, and you're only really using half of Kit's capability if you're purely using that super offensively. But there isn't a brawler in that draft that BC Gaming can use to stick the kit to, make them virtually unkillable. And also, the range of your opponent's brawlers is too long for Kit to be effective, while attached to a teammate throwing those balls of yarn. They do a disgusting amount of damage, but the range is really, really short. So that's gem grab done. Luminosity here again. What I wanted to see was them being able to bounce back from a slower start. I think we got that. The draft, I think, looked pretty darn clean, and the individual level, I don't think anybody is going to complain with what we saw from that LG squad. They are here to play.
It's only been one set. Obviously, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, but when kind of coming into this day for predictions overall, I felt my heart being tugged a million different directions. Obviously, it's been an incredibly emotional day for Brawl Nation across the world. Doesn't matter who you're a fan of. I mean, there's just been players and teams out here with legacies that are definitely going to be affected by this, and LG kind of still building that brand, building that up. And I think we put a lot of stock into this group stage yesterday, but at the end of the day, it's some of the best teams on the planet playing best 2 of 3s. It's going to be a little volatile, right? So coming into today, LG is just one of those teams. They've been consistent for me. They've been really solid. And coming out in game number 1, in set number 1, excuse me, and doing what they did kind of reassures me they're still the team we think they are. I mean, I'm always surprised in Brawl Esports, but so far that's kind of my expectation.
And I think yesterday our buzzword was momentum, right? Can you just sweep someone aside in a quick 2-0? Today, that's less of an opportunity. It's about being able to bounce back from those slow starts. And also, we almost saw a reverse sweep in that previous game. Oh, it's the boys. What's good? Shout out Ready, Set, of course, who joined us covering, both these regions throughout the course of the year. And of course, Teddy, another Brawl Stars commentator there. Great to see them having a good time in Cologne. A little bit jelly, boys. Bring me back something nice.
Hearts right back at you, fellas. Appreciate y'all doing the stream B as well. I'm sure a lot of y'all at home.
Watch out them buys it. You got a license for those guns?
I told you he's been training, man. He's been working out. He looks good.
Unreal respect. I think one thing for me that's been very clear, it's so hard not to get caught up in all of this, even as people who are supposed to be impartial observers, as commentators here, because you can see just how much it means to these players. We had a big pop-off from Gugu, obviously, after that first game. The emotion. I think Ope threw his jersey just into the crowd. I am so here for that. Chaos jumping off the stage, greeting friends and family after that win here. It isn't the World Finals, but it means just as much to these guys because each of these games are the most important game of their year. For some, their entire career. The chance to fight at World Finals, you can just see it means everything to these guys, and they're focusing on these games right now. World's not really an issue. They need to get there first, and they are laser focused on these matches.
To many of us here and to the plethora of people in that stand, this is our favorite game. We love doing it. I play it all the time. This is their lives. Yeah. This is their jobs. This is 10 to 12 hours a day, believe it or not. If you see on Twitter some of these guys posting their screen time, I've seen Angel Boy, I believe I've seen Patchy talk about it too. You put in hours and hours. It is a job to them. It's what they love. This is what they invest all of their time and their resources in. They could be doing other stuff, but because of the love for the game, because of how darn good they are, they're here putting on a show for us. I think that's partially why, especially as we progress through our years of Brawl Stars, it's gotten better and better every year.
Yeah, and I think that's a great indicator, although talking about the screen time, is just how much it takes to stay at this level. Because we talked about so many of the teams that in the years gone by were dominant, right? Teams like Tribe, for example. what you have to do to stay at the top level is immense, and that's why we love telling the stories of these players. Now for another chapter in this particular novel. Penalty kick coming up for our second set. It will be off to Brawl Ball, and this map we've seen a lot of Dynamite play today.
I do love a good Dynamite. Did escape the ban phase, and also Larry, Lori, and Barley are banned, so if you kind of want a thrower, might be the selection that you go for. I can't imagine it's a first overall pick, but it seemed like there are two pretty different strategies here. Ooh, the Lobster is here. The Mr. Krabs look-alike making a stay here.
Okay, so we've seen obviously Meg be pretty hotly contested on maps like this. Gale also brought into answer the threat of those tanks, but with Frank being banned out here by Luminosity, that might not be an issue. We might see the draft take a completely different direction. Wisely, of course, Nita taken off the field. That virtual, extra brawler that you have access to. We just saw Luminosity really exploit that to the nth degree in that previous Undermine set up against this very BC Gaming team. So Surge comes in, obviously a great pick as those games go a little bit longer, and those invulnerability frames are so crucial in those clutch moments.
Interesting to see Surge also be a brawler that's kind of dependent on his tiers, right? When Clancy's at stage 1, when Surge is at stage 1, some of the weaker brawlers in the entire pool. Instead, though, you're going to get two brawlers that when they're at their tier 3, and for Surge, of course, tier 4, they're unbelievably powerful. The damage output, the jumps that Surge can do. And Clancy, I've mentioned it several times, a wild brawler to watch because he just covers half the map with his shot.
I mean, and Clancy's super gets empowered as he levels up. Right, you get an extra 50% damage, you get longer range in general, whereas Surge's super is used more for survivability and, of course, to get that rank up. So that's a big point of difference between these two brawlers. Surge, though, is more than just serviceable once he gets a couple of ranks under his belt, and obviously having a gadget that can allow him to reload, stave off that damage, makes him very, very good in just a straight-up fight. This dude's back. We saw this, of course, from Luminosity yesterday on Parallel Plays. The mechanics were unbelievable, and Chester will be the answer. Another terrifying mid-range brawler.
Patchy on the stew. I mean, even before this weekend, it's one of his most iconic brawlers. This man has done magical things on Louder in terms of pushing trophies. I mean, just domination on that set. And honestly, Stu isn't really known for being a Parallel Plays kind of brawler. I mean, that's kind of a one-off, I would say, something that fits them. I love just seeing good brawler choices paired with what makes players good. Like, this is a comfort pick plus a good pick. Oftentimes, I've talked about it with iChaos and Rico. There are just some brawlers that particular players are just special with.
We were waiting to see the Meg come out. It's actually Escapes sort of picks and bans up until the last selection for BC Gaming. Here it is. Dynamite makes a return for Luminosity. Again, that hypercharge is pretty terrifying, the amount of coverage you can get. But of course, Dynamite's ability to stop you in your tracks, perhaps, with the gadget that does stun, and just the straight-up raw damage really punishes slower brawlers like that Meg. And also Chester isn't the most spry of brawlers, can definitely get caught up and eat a lot of that damage.
Two terrifying teams right here. We're going to see Stu for Patchy, Dynamite with the big boom. We get to see Clancy. Obviously, we've got Meg in the mix. Chester, a better brawler now in this current meta. Set number 2 underway. Here we go for penalty kick.
Meg with the star power that allows Clancy to start with some coins here, so already off to the races in that regard. Whoa, Geki gets burst down so heavily, taken out of Meg virtually instantly. And Sargo has to respect this and give up the mid.
Huge start here for Luminosity. The red side marching down the map. Chino already at stage 2. Geki trying to rely on that long range to blast his way back up. Zago popping off here too, and Chino forced away, but he is at tier 3.
Patchy here just dodging this Clancy damage. He's been called on so many times to answer this brawler. Sargo just barely alive here, but this should be straightforward stuff. Geki's healthy, but in a very dangerous position to play against him. Mike and Chino steps up and slots the first goal.
Sneaky little super there as well to open up that entire right-hand side of the goal. That's part of the problem. This map can sometimes play very defensively, so having that wall break capability from somebody like Dynamite to just immediately eliminate that, that's going to free up Luminosity as this progresses.
And the only brawler with wall break on the side of BC is that Chester, and that's only randomly if you get the right super that comes up. Trades of damage across the map, and Charles is getting pushed on by Geki, but he's able to stay alive and take the Mega out of the robot.
Chino won the war there as well. Didn't allow for that super to pop off. Instead, Chino stamps his foot down, makes a big leap and a ginormous kill. Still no tier 3 for Clancy. We need to see him get there if they want a chance at a comeback.
Chino's rank 4. This guy is not messing about. Surge is at his absolute strongest right now, and it's terrifying to play at mid-range. Even Sargo can't deal with it. Look at these shots as they come in, and of course they split into 6, which is even harder to dodge away from. Geki has to respect the Dynamite here. Super and Hyper both available for that short-range thrower. And Patchy again duking away from this Clancy damage. Megu still looking for that level 3.
They bring Meg down. Only a pistol remaining. A little tiny shield, 430 HP. Charles, Patchy, and Chino just playing this patiently. They know they don't have to rush. They're the ones with the 1-0 lead, and now they've grabbed another kill too. With this ball just pocketed, I don't see how BC can rush to it.
This is the perfect start for Luminosity, denying Clancy those levels, allowing Chino here just to be an absolute menace. The shots cover so much of the middle part of the map, and here comes a hyper from Charles. He wants that Clancy for dinner, and instantly Megu is blown to smithereens. Chino has no reason to leave this corner right now. He keeps Sargo and Geki both at bay on his own, and he demexes Geki. Luminosity sailing comfortably here to a first round.
Luminosity taking their time once they scored that goal. I think they understood perfectly how this map can play out. If you get an early burst of damage, a couple kills, a quick goal, they just pocket that ball in the top right because they know the other side doesn't have wall break. They just puppy guarded it for an entire game.
Yeah, it's one of the worst maps here to fall behind in against an opponent that knows that pocketing the ball is a safer strategy, because you have to walk up that tiny corridor against the Dynamite to try and get the ball back. It's virtually impossible. BC Gaming cannot afford to fall behind early again.
Not to mention, too, Megu just couldn't get the ball rolling here. Game number 1, and now he's gone down early. Charles popping off. Chino, dribble, right-hand side. They're just going to play this patient. They know they don't have to rush because the second they get a Charles Super, they can blow this map wide open.
Yeah, they want to cycle into another Dynamite Super here and allow Charles to play from this incredibly oppressive position. There goes the Super. Map starts to get opened up a little bit more, and this is going to be them running roughshod over BC Gaming. A clean first goal again for Luminosity, who look unstoppable.
1 bucket, 30 seconds in. Chino rushing to the mid once again. He's already at that tier 4, partially due to the gadget, but Charles has another super. The stun coming through as well. The pop-off, the great connections are going to lead to LG contesting this mid and not allowing BC Gaming to progress whatsoever.
2 gadgets from Charles, 2 D-Mechs on the Meg. That is value right now being generated by the Dynamite. And look at Chino's damage. Eventually, though, he overextends. Geki able to stay alive here, but Megu is blown up by that Charles Super. Hyper in hand as he passes the ball down to Patchy. That's an easy super shot. Luminosity run away with Brawl Ball.
Luminosity showcasing what they can do. BC Gaming, one of the darlings of our LCQ weekend, but right now, we have not seen a lot from them. It was a good start. They had an opening game. I think they contested really well in that opening set. LG doing something special there in set number 2. They didn't even entertain the idea of Clancy getting to that tier 3. Made spectacular connections with Dynamite hitting super, Stu skating around the map, and Surge was terrifying to take on.
Yeah, again, Surge is able to get a lot of safe damage at the start of these rounds because of the zone created by Dynamite. Your Meg cannot walk up into the middle part of the map, especially not when she gets stunned out. Look at how early Chino has that rank 3 here, and you mentioned the gadget obviously assists in that regard hugely. But there's just so much utility here for Luminosity, and Patchy simply on a mechanical level made Clancy look like a clown.
Clancy never even hit that very feared tier 3. We know what he can do, and the one time I think he was about to pop a super, Surge just jumped on him, tackled him, disrupted that shot, and as a result, he couldn't even fire it off. Look at the stuns here. Charles putting in work, Patchy flanking left. Just pure synergy from these guys who are great friends in real life, who kind of have that brotherhood going. And another common theme this weekend, just family. A lot of these teams putting in so many hours together, it's personal, and how they kind of deal with each other, how they manage each other. It's always interesting from team to team. LG are not afraid to call each other out, and that's something I love about them.
Now let's have a look at the stats here for Brawl Ball. Giving up map control against Dynamite is basically a recipe for disaster, and BC Gaming had no choice. They lost out so hard on that side lane. Megu with only that 1 elimination, only 113 DPS, while Patchy is able to do so much. And again, just put himself in a position to receive the ball and threaten a super shot on goal, which is exactly how Luminosity finished off the map. A lot of Feast or Famine brawlers here on the side of LG, but they showed us what you can do when you get rolling. Over to Hideout now, and BC Gaming need to put that last set out of their mind, because this is their last chance to take a step back to make this a little more interesting.
Brawl Ball is going to be a tough one always when you're facing the likes of Luminosity. This is very different, an opportunity for a reset. And one of the dark horses of this entire week, and somebody that I didn't even expect to be here at this stage, let alone getting the #1 seed from their group, have just selected Piper first overall. No Nani in the equation, no Byron. I think they're trying to claim one of these sharp shooters based on their bans and just what was already taken out on the other end.
Yeah, so it doesn't leave a lot available, especially with Angelo being banned out on Luminosity's side. You know, Mandy's always an option. We've definitely seen her used here. We saw Tribe use her to great effect on this map because Olivia was having an incredible game. Gadget shots through walls were connecting. The follow-up from the Super was also there. However, Luminosity can opt into a little bit more of a tricky all-in setup. I like the combo here. Remember, we saw this by Tribe as well.
Yeah.
The Grey goes in, swaps spots almost with that Meg as they both use the dimensional door in opposite directions, and delivering that gigantic mech right in front of a Piper, for example, is how Luminosity want to run into BC Gaming.
The teleportation also kind of steers away from, if they want to throw her, makes it a little trickier. Walking Cane plus the TP. Again, I'm not really doubting any pick from these guys so far because the mechanics have just been so sound that I feel like they can kind of run whatever they want. We did see 8-Bit a little bit earlier too. I actually think this could be a solid option. It would have been something that also would have been great into Pipers. They kind of removed that from the equation. But with the amount of HP that 8-Bit boasts, Gray's going to have a tough time taking him down. Meg's going to have to walk all the way in front of him to get a baseball swipe at him. So I actually think this can work.
Yeah, so we're thinking of a brawler on the Luminosity side that might be able to put some pressure on 8-Bit at range, but 8-Bit tends to hold their own so well just on the basis of their durability. Such a high health brawler for the raw amount of damage at range, crucially, that they can put out. So we will be rounding up this composition here with a Tick. BC Gaming feel like 8-Bit is enough of a deterrent against that dive onto their thrower, and Last Hurrah, of course, gives Tick that window of survivability if they get jumped on. BC Gaming feel comfortable rounding out their comp this way. A very classic composition.
The survivability is an important feature here for Tick. Compared to other throwers with the gadget that you mentioned, with the extra super that can kind of lunge its way at enemies, blow things up, it does give him a little bit of space to work with. And Tick is somebody that heals so quickly too. He doesn't have the most amount of HP, but you really got to make it count to bring him down quickly. You're going to have to deal all 6,000 some odd HP roughly to do that. I think Carl is a great way to address that thrower though. Up in the face of 8-Bit with the tailspin, I think it's going to be great. He's tankier. It's not going to be easy for Piper to bring him down. And Luminosity just guaranteed themselves the star off the rip.
Even with Protective Pirouette, of course, the star power that makes you more durable during that super for Carl, you do need to respect that Last Hurrah for Tick has a damage component attached to it. He gets a shield, but then there is an explosion that can knock back their would-be assailant. So for Chino, it's about working around these cooldowns. Make sure the Piper doesn't have super. Make sure, of course, the Tick can't just, bounce you backwards and then nail you with a bit of extra damage. This is by no means a sure thing for Luminosity, but the flying hook means they get the blue star to start.
Luminosity starting out with confidence. Blue star in their pocket, but immediately Meg knocked out of the mech. That's a big deal. It's not nearly as threatening of a brawler when she's got that pistol.
LG don't have a good matchup into this 8-Bit in general. Meg is horrible going up against that brawler, and Chino is completely outranged. The confidence here is starting to brim. Geki gets out there with that cheap cartridge, and in the meantime, Sargo hits him with the old 1-2. And that's going to be Carl picked up. Blue star for BC Gaming.
Meg already back in mech. I was wondering how they would kind of approach that. It's kind of a dicey one, right? You can grab that kill. Obviously, 2 stars is always going to be great, but you gotta make sure you don't feed her. And I feel like that's something that's a little bit more difficult for one of the slowest brawlers in the game that is 8-Bit.
The map is opened up here. Walking Cane used also to try and take down the damage booster from 8-Bit, but an open map can benefit BC Gaming with their superior range. Sargo here wants to play behind cover to some degree, but Charles also needs to go to the left. Otherwise, it's just easy pickings to generate more supers for BC Gaming with that long-range damage.
Everybody constantly rotating. There's particular matchups that each of these sides want, but one favoring the end of BC Gaming has to be Piper. Going for another one, 980. A nice dodge from Chino. Doesn't escape with ease, but does manage to get away and hold on to those 2 stars.
Sargo aggressively using that homemade recipe to secure damage on these Luminosity brawlers, but LG have no choice but to try and walk up the map. Walking Cane for Patchy doesn't quite connect. Sargo is able to outrange it slightly, and Chino has to dodge a lot of this damage. Here come Luminosity. Now a bit more of an aggressive posture, but the head first is used by Megu to make some space and force Chino to respect it.
Let's see if LG can clutch up here. About to enter the shot clock, and Gary is all on his own. Piper looking to do some extra damage. Chino cycling in. There's the first. They need one more. Megu backed into a corner. Long-range shots not available for Piper here. Jumps into the air. Might fall into Chino's arms. Swipes away. Dives out. Chino in and out here to take a match point.
Unbelievable. In the final seconds, Luminosity able to snatch the round with 1 star to their name. And you can almost see it play out in slow-mo. Luminosity move up the map, despite it being opened up a lot, despite the fact that they have to constantly juke away from this 8-Bit, from this Piper poke, to dodge away from that extra damage being thrown down by the Tick. But once they get Carl into the cookie jar, it's all over.
so much last-second potential for the side of LG. You can never feel too comfortable. Confidence exuding from the fellas on stage right now. They're one game away from securing another World Finals for themselves.
2 walking canes already for Patchy, right? Not really generating any opportunity, but LG, of course, have the blue star. They still want to go aggressive. It's Chino flying hook forward, but Geki has the durability. Chino still wins it out. Charles knocked out of mech, but it's a 5-star lead here. Now down to 2 with that trade. Carl's picked up, and Charles is looking a little bit lonely out there. That's devastating for Luminosity. They overextend and are devoured.
Massive response from the blue roster. A reset here for LG. Back in spawn and trying to work their way up this map. They have a quick opportunity. Patchy can dive in. They have to be careful though. Piper has a get out of jail free card with that super, can dive away. He's going to take his chances anyways. Great mechanics there. Good timing. Will stay alive. But unfortunately for them, they have lost some positioning, which is something they really needed at the end game of that previous one.
Patchy able to convert his super into some map control for a time. Saga was healed up now, but there it is. Charles pops out of nowhere. Instantly demech. The damage on the 8-bit is terrifying. It's a 1-star lead, though. It's close. Geki went down with 4 stars in hand. The primary target for LG. With 43 left on the clock, it's as close as it gets.
BSC are certainly competing here. I still feel pretty good about Luminosity's odds. 30 seconds roughly on the clock. Positioning evenly matched. And of course, Chino has a way to get in quickly. And they have the dimensional door.
Charles is threatening here. Dangerous using that dimensional door. Patchy hasn't built up another super quite yet, though, so there's no upfront all-in potential. What a catch for Sargo. Charles lingers a little bit too long on the left-hand side, and now it's a 3-star lead for BC Gaming with 15 seconds left to play.
Shot clock begins. BC Gaming up 3 stars, fighting for their tournament lives. Luminosity trying to close out here. Backed away. Chino flying in. Tailspin connects, but he finds himself in the face of a super. 2 pickups for BC Gaming, and they'll extend us for at least one more.
BC Gaming had all that they needed to stop the all-in from the Carl. They have a head first with the knockback component, a cheat cartridge to get the 8-bit out of the way. They knew what was coming for them this time, and they were ready.
Whew. No easy wins. It's been very successful for LG so far. But honestly, in a map in mode like this, BC Gaming are showing they've got the mechanics too. Saga and that Piper, unreal that last game.
Patchy able to pick up the blue star, but gives it up instantly. That's nasty. Saga also able to avoid the crackback from Charles, who is in deep trouble now, being demeched deep in enemy territory. And the head first claims another for BC Gaming. A huge lead early in the round.
Phenomenal coordination coming in from these gents on the lower side of your screen here. The sharp shooting, 8-bit with the follow-through shot, and honestly, Megu just kind of patiently keeping his distance, just aggressive enough to be pesky, but not bad enough to get taken down.
Oh, Patchy held on to that walking cane for a long time. Abiyan Geki out of position, but Chino now is losing some of that cover, and the shots are coming in from the tick. Pressure mounting in the bottom right corner of the map. Chino now no longer is healthy enough to dive, and the walking cane almost sets Patchy up for an easy kill. Instead, he gives it up again.
Sago there to the rescue. Geki narrowly escaped the shots. A good gadget there to preserve Charles in that mech. Chino still a strong presence on that right-hand side. Now he's making it known a little bit more. Tailspin available, cleans through one, gadget available. Meg fires, connects, looking for one more takedown. Sago jumps, they're protecting him as much as they can. Chino just swiping away, going for another one. Trades everywhere. LG prevail.
They come out of that fight with a 6-star lead, and they're able to get away with it too. Patchy takes a shot from the Piper. But Luminosity now can back up. 6 stars in it. It's going to have to take it all in for BC Gaming to take this set, to stay alive in the LCQ, Kenny.
It's going to take everything they have. One of the darlings of our tournament weekend, now with backs against the wall. The aggression remains, though, from Luminosity. Going for 1, 5 stars being the difference maker here. They need at least 2 kills. Chino dancing on the right-hand side. Patchy there to clean up. And the boys in blue with a road to redemption in 2024.
And Luminosity Gaming, like you said, Kenny, get another bite at the apple. Shining that light all the way to Helsinki and flying the flag for North America. They did not know what they'd be going up against. They saw BC Gaming yesterday, a top seed coming out of their group, whereas Luminosity struggled. They were dragged, kicking and screaming out of their group in 2nd place. And there were so many doubts on this team. And I'm sure they felt it on their shoulders too. The burden of knowing they had to turn up against a relatively unknown opponent and make it look convincing. Strike fear into the hearts of their competitors at Worlds and put NA back on the map.
Some big smiles being shared by the LG side. And I think they were definitely part of the conversation coming into this, right? I feel like people were not giving them enough credit. And that was one of my big notes before this. Sometimes you just can't overthink it. Sometimes best of threes happen. Chaos is what we face every single month here in Brawl Stars esports. Today was no different.
Man, I'm absolutely devastated for BC Gaming, but Luminosity thoroughly deserved that, especially in that closing thing. Let's take a little bit of a listen into this interview with Luminosity.
About to be gifted, well, I say gifted, and that's for sure. Let's just run it back really briefly, Patrick, to yesterday. It wasn't what we expected from you guys. You were like favorites coming in here. When you take things really seriously, is this the sort of result we can come to expect?
That's exactly the result you can expect.
What is it about this game that makes you come into your element? Because right here, right now, this was unstoppable from you.
This is what we were prepared for. We knew we were going to make it to day 2, and we were prepared. And this is all we were ready for.
How much preparation did you guys put into this weekend? Because it came right down to the wire. Of course, you would have much rather have made it to Worlds a lot earlier than this, but you knew this was your last chance. What sort of work did you put in behind the scenes?
Since we lost to Elevate in that monthly final, a whole month of prep. It's been a long journey.
All right, well, that journey concludes for now, right here with a certain ticket. Max is standing by. Shall we bring this out and give it to our amazing players here? Yes.
Let's give it up for Luminosity Gaming! As much as I wanted to see a Game 5 again, these guys went all the way. 3-0, very well played. But I think it's time to move on to our last game. You guys go and celebrate. Have yourself a day.
What an incredible game that was, genuinely. Like, how good of a performance that was. Night and day difference from Luminosity compared to yesterday. He said, you know, they expected to get to day 2. They knew they were going to get this far. So I imagine that's just probably what they prepared for. And maybe that's why it wasn't as convincing yesterday. I think that's probably their version of the story. I think maybe they did just... USA, USA, USA.
We needed one. We had to have one. We were in shambles, fellas.
I was saying that final set, for me, Chino. How good was his Carl gameplay? Unreal.
I mean, I feel bad for the Piper, man. Like, he was popping off. Like, every time at the end of the game, he had like 6 stars over his head, and that was the difference maker because he'd got so many kills. He was the target. This moment, though, I was a little bit confused. He didn't kind of like hypercharge before he took off. Would have definitely, would have probably won that game if he'd have managed to do that.
I have fancied the raw stats when he landed or something similar like that. But I mean, you are playing Kyle into like one of the most high damage comps up close in the game, right? You need to navigate around the damage booster, the 8-bit that can teleport away from you with cheat cartridge. The tick can head first you, knock you back. Last hurrah, knock you back. The popping from the Piper to get them out of trouble. You have to be an elite level player to navigate this situation as Chino because you're taking the risk.
Look at that.
You are making the play.
From beyond the grave.
Yeah.
Unreal.
It's a posthumous pounding delivered there from Luminosity in general. And like, this is what I've been begging for this. Give me some clean. I love close games. I love reverse sweep potential. But when it's, you know, quote unquote, my home, I use air quotes, my home region, right? I do want to see like a clean win here. Again, set them up for that run into Worlds. And after that Elevate game at the last monthly final, like you could see how much it hurt them to sort of not be able to guarantee that World spot. They've earned it well and truly here.
Yeah, well, an Australian pretending to be American.
I'm not pretending. I mean, he's... there was an Australian region. Forget about it. I will turn it so quickly. It's not even funny.
For the sake of a win.
Yeah.
Well, Luminosity do move on, defeat BC Gaming in a convincing 3-0. There was a little bit of pushback here and there, but overall it was Luminosity who did manage to take the win home and head to the World Finals at Superfest in early November. We do still have that one last game remaining of Foot Esports versus Toxic Lotus, but it has been back and forward all day long. BC Gaming, I don't think that was the best. I don't think it was the best that they could have played. I think they were fine. I just think Luminosity really did shadow them quite a bit, Kenny.
I feel like at the end of the day, some of the mechanics still showed through there with BC, but it's a team that even them coming into this, we've quoted them all weekend, they didn't expect to do well. I don't know if they even expected to go undefeated in the group stage. I feel like what they've achieved so far this year has already been enough of a big step. I mean, if this is a team that if they continue forward, that keep putting in the reps, we saw big moments. I mean, Sago on that Piper, that's why I let out a kind of a sad sound there, like, oh, because he had 8 kills. He had 8 kills for his team and they lost.
I mean, BC Gaming have earned their halos, boys. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Well and truly. That is, you know, and I can't wait to see more from them next year. And I'd love to see them. Yeah, you like that one?
Yep.
Little throwback. I'd love to see it and all get involved with this team because I think they're here for good and they're continuing to show us that APAC isn't just about Crazy Raccoon. There's so much depth in that region. That's why their monthly finals are so exciting month after month. They're the real deal.
Yeah, and I think bringing out performances like that do get you noticed as well, individually, not just as a team, but it's that time of the day. Sadly, we're going to have to get rid of one of these slices of paper, and Ark, it's going to be BC Gaming. Do you want to do the honours of ripping it all?
Like a cracker at Christmas, isn't it, this? But
it's
with a lot more...
Inside is only sadness. There's no paper hat and crappy joke. It's just sadness.
Just sadness.
Sadness, pure sadness.
We love you, BC Gaming.
Like pulling it. Oh.
Until next time.
Guess who won? I got the bigger end, guys.
Ah, there you go. Look at you.
Right? Does he though?
I mean, that's how crackers work, right? That's how crackers work. But Luminosity, you can see it, advancing to the next phase. They will be drawn at the end of the day to see which group they will be heading into for the World Final.
I love arts and crafts with Trav, honestly. Can you follow it one more time?
He does reviews. He does arts and crafts.
Look at that.
There we go.
Love it. He loves it.
That is sublime. I'm actually a big fan of that.
Great
I love it.
Just like Chino folded them, baby. Just like laundry. Come out squeaky clean. Let's go, LG, baby.
Hey. You 3 teams in the box. One more to join them. It's going to be Foot Esports or it's going to be Toxic Lotus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that intense action after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Kenny Barlow, joined with some of the fabulous folks to my left. We've got Trav, Ark, and Uber alongside me. Fellas, it's been an intense weekend, a little bit of an emotional roller coaster, if you will. And honestly, I think we may have sent the most heartfelt match for last. The first ever Chinese mainland team to try and earn their way through Worlds through an LCQ spot, getting their first ever international win here. And they're taking on one of the SA superstars. It's going to be Foot versus Toxic Lotus. This is kind of a crazy matchup.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but it's going to be sad to say goodbye to them. Toxic Lotus, at least.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, right.
You were way nicer to BC Gaming. What's your deal?
He's made the call pretty early. Okay.
I just think that Foot were literally the best looking team yesterday.
Okay. I don't think that's...
What about their gameplay?
Yeah. Wait, is there anything in there?
It took me a sec. You called my wardrobe dad joke. That was a good dad joke, though.
This guy. I stand by it. Look at that man. Look at them.
Yeah, I mean, the jaw lines are just like out. They're out here, man.
Absolute chisel. That
it's the second time today, based on looks you picked,
male,
by the way.
Physique on footies.
He might not like it. This is what peak performance looks like. You know what I'm saying?
That's how the prediction master done it. We're starting to find out little secrets.
Backflip.
Again, this Toxic Lotus team, by the way, like, look, in Brawl terms, no spring chickens. With these guys are like mid-20s, 25, 26, the oldest team on average here, obviously at the LCQ, still reaching for glory for mainland China here and really want to put them on the map. We got teams, OU and Engine, I think, were on that BC Gaming roster last year that really got to start to show a bit more about what that region's capable of.
Part of my heart was really hoping that one of us would pull the trigger here and go Toxic Lotus, because it's hard not to root for them, right? I mean, this is a team that has become one of the favorites in the entire world. I mean, kind of recapping yesterday being on Twitter, seeing how many people were just throwing out support. The fact that these guys have fought tooth and nail for years to get some recognition and then finally to do it in such a fashion is excellent. I'm kind of with you, though, Trav. Unfortunately for them, Foot were one of my favorite teams coming into this weekend already. It was a team that, no matter who they played, I probably would have locked them in. I mean, there's a couple teams I would have thought about. They beat Tribe Gaming, so that kind of answered that question.
Like Reply Totem.
Reply Totem's the world. I would have debated, but blindly into just about anybody, I think they would have won. And that's kind of the unfortunate thing for me is Toxic Lotus on the other end, since they didn't get that 1 seed in their spot. Well, they're exiting groups as a 2 seed and facing off against Foot. I mean, what are the kind of feelings we have here? To me, I feel like this is another one where I want to believe in Toxic Lotus, but this is just another one like last match. I don't want to overthink it.
But esports have the highest set win percentage of this competition outside the mainland China region, which had obviously a different format. Toxic Lotus technically take that 100% because of the amount of sets that they won. But I mean, you know, like following from what you said, Uber, I mean, going back to last year at the World Finals, they took Luminosity and Revenant Esports to the 5th and final set. As a mainland China team, that is unheard of. I mean, it really is, like you said, a team that I want to root for. But for Foot Esports, they've won 2 grand finals. They appeared in 4 out of 5 grand finals of the year. And Space Station Gaming, honestly, the caliber of players that were on that roster, for Foot Esports to really battle them back and forth and grow along the way. They had a bit of a slow start to the season, and then they found their footing.
There is no other team in this LCQ that has as many circuit points as Foot has. They won 2 monthly finals. It's only just the way that SA works and that they only have 1 guaranteed world slot. Otherwise, Foot would be there. They wouldn't have to be going through all of this process. But we're talking about a very experienced team. We've got players that go back to the AC Milan Clash era, Renegados, like all these like household names in South American Brawl Stars esports, going up against team players from Nova China, Trick of China, even Reconic TOC over the years here. Like, I don't know if you have more years of Brawl experience across too many other matchups here. And like, Toxic Lotus are literal Brawl royalty from that mainland China region. Like, they love these guys, and they have been basically representing them at every international opportunity since they've had Chinese teams at these events.
It's basically royalty on both ends from the respective regions, and it's easy to forget too. You know, we've talked about Foot this year. The players last year, they were at the World Finals. They directly qualified 2 of 3 of them. One of the standout players for me this year has been Hubi. I mean, Trav, Ark, you guys covered SA more than any of us here on the stage here. He's a player that stood out to me every month, and I think it is a top-heavy region. We saw Team Queso not quite deliver on the expectation of maybe of what we would have wanted from them, but people know how good SSG is. We've seen how good Foot are in the past, in the present. I mean, I feel like this is a team that even at World Finals could be potentially scary, let alone against Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, Foot Esports' performance yesterday were just really, really convincing. And, you know, you mentioned about them being all year long so convincing, having the most circuit points here. They have been incredible all year long. I did come into yesterday kind of underestimating just because they come from that South America region. It's got the 2 teams from that region, and they just fell short in the last one.
Who didn't underestimate them? Me? You? Yeah, me.
Yeah,
Knows ball. We get it. We get it. You got a prediction right.
At the beginning of the season, though, following on from what you were saying, Kenny, about Juby, like, you know, they dropped Tufa. Tufa. Like, I mean,
historic player.
I mean, it's unheard of to drop someone who's been around that long and to bring in Juby. And I know, as Roll said in the interviews, like, he's so happy. He actually said that that was the pickup of the year, in his opinion. That's how much faith Roll has in that player.
For me, he's been one of the standouts the entire season, and obviously he hasn't made it to this length in the postseason. He didn't fall short yesterday, though. I mean, he was on the B stream. It's a little bit different, obviously, but now he's got a whole crowd rearing behind him. Neither of these teams, I would say, have home court either, right? This is in Cologne, Germany. Nobody from EMEA here. Toxic Lotus on the other end, though. They've known all season long what it feels like to be an underdog. They're going to be prepping here. They need to do it for one more against 3 players on the other end who have been nothing short of phenomenal this year, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, like, both of these teams are about as good as their region can spit out. Other than SSG, you know, from LATAM, from South America, FUT Esports have been an equal playing field to that Space Station team who's going directly to Worlds as well. These two are literally the best the region can offer. Last chance qualifier, an 82% to 18. I'm honestly not mad about it.
It's the biggest difference of today, and to be honest with you, I think if there was, for example, a matchup of Toxic Lotus versus BC Gaming, I think I would still side with Toxic Lotus. It's not that I don't believe in this team, it's not that I don't think they're legit, it's just the respect and regard I have for FUT Esports. I'm sure that's the conclusion that a lot of people at event.brawlstars.com, when wagering their votes, how they kind of made this decision too. Really tough site, breaks my heart a little bit. I mean, you can't help but cheer for an underdog, but FUT Esports have the history, they have the mechanics. It's not that Toxic Lotus don't, it's just FUT have done it more consistently.
Yeah, they really have. And FUT Esports, they are just one of those teams, such incredibly mechanically skilled players, but not just that, they kind of have that individual prowess along with amazing team play as well. They know when to let certain players run riot, and that is exactly what many players on this roster, Pekka, Motep especially, Hubi kind of seems like the glue, occasionally makes those big plays as well. But that is exactly what this team will do. They'll just run riot individually, but play amazingly as a team too.
A clash between SA and mainland China. 2 regions that are definitely different in terms of the draft compositions that they have compared to the rest of the world. These guys are doing things that are certainly unorthodox in NA and EMEA. It always kind of throws a little curveball in these international events because usually they don't 100% know what to expect. I mean, you scrim, you gather information, but every region kind of has those little nuances, those little picks, the Mr. P's of the world that we kind of know them for. Maybe not as much this year, but you know, they've got that. And mainland China, obviously with Toxic Lotus, it's an unknown threat just waiting for them. And I feel like each side can kind of take advantage of the uniqueness they bring to the table. And I feel like both the styles could end up being very different.
Yeah, to me, it just kind of seems like South America as a region as a whole are the one that kind of like, it's like an outlier in terms of the meta all year long. And then when they come to these events and they start scrimming against the rest of the world, I think they could kind of settle back down to, I'll say the norm, because it's what most of the world would play. But as you say, the Mr. P's of the world is what LATAM likes to go. Those kind of brawlers that are kind of good against very, very specific matchups, but the rest of the world just wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole.
They're not afraid to think outside the box, and we've certainly seen some outside-the-box picks today. So we've seen Bull, we've seen Daryl. It's wild to me that some fan favorites from home just trying to make the best of it on Everyday Ladder have shown up here on a professional stage. It's something that a lot of pro players mention too, and in conversations, sometimes there are drafts that players just feel like are unwinnable. But at this stage of the game, you got to be perfect at 2 stages. You got to nail your draft. You got to nail the mechanics. There is no mercy for error, especially in a golden ticket match.
I mean, I think in the majority of these, maybe save that Luminosity game where they were just more skilled. The rest of these golden ticket matches have been decided in draft. When a team has draft, they win. When a team doesn't have draft, they lose. And that is exactly what happened through both of those 3-2s. As soon as draft hits, it wins. And as soon as it misses, they lose.
Fans showing out in the crowd for FUT Esports as little conversation going around in the arena. It's been a spectacular weekend of Brawl Stars. The emotion, the intensity, everybody laying it out on the line. And this year having LCQ with a live audience, not just players and casters, a whole community united here. Everybody prepping for Superfest that is just around the corner. November 1st through November 3rd, we are going to be joining the likes of Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. And we've got one more team to award a spot there. 3 golden tickets have been distributed, and only one remains between Foot Esports and Toxic Lotus. I feel like a lot of people are going to be super happy either way about this resort. I feel like both of these teams have a lot of fans out there, but Toxic Lotus, we talk about sometimes the pressure that comes with the name of your region. EMEA, I think, have a lot of pressure. NA have a lot of pressure because of the competition levels. Because they're so top heavy, they're kind of carrying an entire region on their back. There's a lot of pride that goes into this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's so much pride with the Brazilian side as well. I think both teams just really having a just go for their country.
Well, they're going to have one last go at it. Foot Esports versus Toxic Lotus. Let's throw it over to our casters. Uber and Ark, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kenny. And like you said, one more golden ticket on the line here. Heading into this game, it will be undermined once more. We actually have Frank and Max both banned out, and a first pick Clancy snapped up by Toxic Lotus.
We saw earlier today that the Surge pick is a really valid one to be able to counteract this, but it's still scary. Nonetheless, Clancy for sure, definitely up there with one of the best brawlers in the current meta. For esports now, chance to respond. And what I will say, following what Trav was mentioning about how important the draft is, going back to that July monthly final, that was really what underpinned the demise, actually, of esports. Space Station Gaming really were inside for esports' minds, and for Toxic Lotus, I really hope they've done their homework. Buster going to be coming in. What a fantastic start. I've got to say, we've seen some really great Buster plays today already, and as we know, that gadget can be really, really devastating.
Buster, incredible at taking that space and also creating opportunities for other brawlers to really establish themselves in side lanes. Toxic Lotus need to get off to a good start early because Chester is going to be a more powerful mid-range brawler earlier in the round.
It's definitely going to be a deterrent for Toxic Lotus for sure. Some control, some long-ranged ideas wouldn't be the worst of things here for Toxic Lotus. They're going to be feeling pretty happy with that Clancy pick, but it's not going to be necessarily the best of gem carriers in that mid, and having something to be able to counteract that Buster. Throwers, of course, being a good thing for it, but the lane sides, it's not really going to cater for it. You need to kind of have something to go, fist to fist, realistically speaking here. Toxic Lotus about to come in now with kits. Really, really solid. Very, very difficult to deal with. Of course, the cardboard box allows you much more maneuverability around the map, and if you just find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time, you are going to falter. And the additional healing which that brings to a brawler like Clancy, that can really keep you on your toes for a lot longer.
Undermine is the kind of map that doesn't necessarily cater to Kit using that super defensively, just because the range your opponents can play out against you is quite long, and usually they can outrange those balls of yarn. But in the previous series, of course, we saw that played against Luminosity, and always used aggressively, diving onto individual players, trying to catch them out, but eventually LG cottoned on that they just have to focus that Kit when they dived. But here, I love this. This is a safe mid to bring into the mix. Of course, Magic Pass for healing, and the threat of a Magic Hand to snatch up a gem carrier, or just get a pick to give map control.
As we saw already today, the Chester worked out well in the mid for Eclipse Esport. And whether Foot decides to do the same or go onto the lane side, it's that very versatile brawler to have. Well, that tells me exactly where Chester's going to be. Piper is bold, but Pekka on Piper is cracked. Honestly, when this man taps, it's just chalk it up. It's done.
The Pipers from this region are insane. Like Firecrow, Pekka, there are so many incredible sharpshooters coming out of that South American region. Pekka definitely considered to be one of them. So now you have a Buster that could really bully at side lane, take a lot of space, and make it pretty comfortable for Pekka to sit back, hit shots, and of course the potential to guarantee an elimination with homemade recipe, and to have the safety of your super to get out of trouble makes Piper very powerful. Already Pekka strikes and puts the fear of God in White.
Finds White beneath the cardboard box also. If Pekka can get an early super and try to get this forwards break, it'll go a long, long way for him for sure. And keep an eye on those clown pins. You're going to see a lot of them from that man. He's going for a new record.
That's it. Yeah, I'm trying to do a bit of a second best out here. And there it is. The kick dives in, but it's able to be a trade because Pekka gets involved. And elsewhere, OU goes down. Engine on their own, in no position to contest the middle part of the map.
Well, Pekka chose to not go for the break there as Engine was in a difficult spot to evade. Oh, yeah, there on the right-hand side gets a lovely takedown as they find Motive. Also, the support from there from OU is there. And a break now for Pekka as they know that they're going to need some space to retake. Cardboard box over for White. Will he find Pekka?
Dangerous Pekka.
Get 2 swipes. Oh, he has 3!
Motive in trouble as well. They're going to be jumping on him. White looking for yet another Super One, and Toxic Lotus run over Foot Esports. And that's to the tune of 6 gems that they were able to walk away with. OU does get caught, and last shot. Pekka guarantees the elimination with the homemade Recipe, but White picks up the gems. It's the last brawler you want them to be on, though. White needs to find a way to get them to someone safer.
A little shot from OU. Oh, Humi with a lovely gadget, gets the gems as well, and Motive can just go super on the aggressive. What a steal, as now for esports start to retreat back with all the gems. I don't know whether there's going to be enough time for Toxic Lotus to do much about it. White's got to come in clutch for his team now.
Pekka has super available. They cannot pin the Piper down at all, and Motet goes forward to run up there. Oh. Juby stays alive with 3,500 health and half of those gems to give Foot that first round. These two teams are playing no respect, no holds barred brawl.
What a crazy game to start things off. I mean, wow, that was brutal. There was just enough time there as well for Toxic Lotus. White just got super at just the right time, but the seconds was all that was in it. It's now the double stacking on the right-hand side between Engine and OU. Massive amounts of value. White, though, going to be then taking a nice takedown onto Humi there, but he's staying in the mix as Motive comes in, picking things up. Gems are scattered in the mid, but they want them to be with Pekka.
Turning a Kid Super into just a trade is not good enough. You have to follow up on that. Find the gem carrier and make use of that very aggressive engage. Pekka gets jumped on here. I think he queued up a homemade recipe. I love that super from Juby. Makes it impossible for Toxic Lotus to follow up on the dive of the kit. Basically meaning White was feeding.
Well, Pekka has the break. White goes in, and Juby comes out. Now taken care of by Engine, who is weak himself, but that magic hand is available. Motive gets some good damage in, but now the healing puffs will go straight into Engine, getting closer in those stack stages as well. So nice taps down to Juby, going to be bringing him ever closer to getting towards being a really devastating. What a connection from White.
Unreal.
I thought he was going to miss that.
Yeah, again, it's not the carrier, though, that Toxic Lotus were looking for. Pekka and Juby now with 9 gems between them. They're happy to give up a little bit of map control for the time being. It's Motive throws that super down, big damage. Pekka able to follow up there with a homemade recipe, and Engine has to back out. OU only with 2 gems to their name, and they will be stripped from his grasp. 13 seconds left, and Toxic Lotus have a lot of catching up to do.
There is time, but it's going to be now or never. Engine goes in, 10 HP, he won't come out. White is able to reset now, gets some swipes onto Pekka for good measure also, but Motive from behind now allows all the gems to do with Pekka.
Magic hand available though here for OU. There is pick potential, but it's Motive that is more than happy to be grasped and drawn in. Jubilo here just going to run a little bit of interference, and White has to use the super on getting rid of the Buster in the way. 2 seconds left, and Pekka with super is untouchable.
The idea was there from Toxic Lotus to try to get the takedowns, but the time ticked down, and Pekka was the immovable object with those gems by the end. A lot of confidence there for me being displayed by Foot Esports. They weren't really deterred by much that Toxic Lotus brought to the table, even under pressure. They looked pretty solid.
Toxic Lotus had to split the map west to east because they're up against that oppressive Piper in mid. Gene can't really hang in that matchup. The Clancy able to close the gap, and the damage was good. But so much of Toxic Lotus's composition depends on them following up on the kit super. And when your Buster throws a montage down behind the kit, it makes it impossible for that Clancy damage to make a difference. And so Kit dives in, gets eliminated, rinse and repeat.
How close that really was there. There could have been a reset. There really could. Pekka as well. I just love the energy that he brings to this team. He's been a shining star for me this year. He really has. He's doing wondrous work so far for his squad. That is just the first set. Certainly for Toxic Lotus, going to be having a few words behind the scenes now as to what went wrong there. But again, I felt like the draft was just such a solid one. And honestly, the win rates for Clancy, they're not going to be great this LCQ. I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, it's not necessarily the best brawler everywhere. And the Piper mid, I mean, you know, that just shows to me like that Toxic Lotus might have maybe considered getting inside the mindset of Foot Esports that a little bit more. I mean, if you watch Pekka throughout the year, he has been phenomenal on Piper. And if you can break that map open, it's just such a great shooting practice for a brawler like that.
I mean, I don't blame Roll for calling Jubilo the pickup of the year. Quite a few of the slow-mo replays were absolutely back-breaking for Toxic Lotus. At the end of that first round, Juby hits a 2-player slow-mo replay, drags them on in, and forces Toxic Lotus to go for an engage. Toxic Lotus don't have to pick Kit. They price themselves into an all-in strategy, which is really risky, especially against a team that has Montage, the ability to escape with the Piper Super. There are so many ways to subvert that attempt from Toxic Lotus to lock you down and to leap upon you. Yo, shout out Semantic, my boy, looking damn good.
Pedro there as well.
Mr. Guillaro.
Yeah, his hard work's done, isn't it? Let's be honest.
No, he's chilling. Pedro doesn't have to do LCQ this year.
He's going to be feeling good about that, for sure. Can just enjoy the event for what it is and just be there with the atmosphere and the crowd. As we move in to penalty kick for Brawl Ball, the bans were Clancy, Gale, and Rico on the side of left as Larry and Laurie show their faces for Foot Esports as the first and early pick. Frank, Clancy, and Chester as the Barley pick is there. Toxic Lotus, some decent bans for me, actually.
Yeah, I do like the Barley pick. It obviously outranges Larry and Laurie pretty extensively and brings extra utility in the form of that healing tonic. We are seeing throwers be really favoured here because once you get that map control and the defenders respawning have to come up behind that fence, it's open season for your thrower if you're able to take that space. I think both these, brawlers are strong. The reason why Dynamite we're seeing a bit more picked recently is that wall break potential that they have. And it's one of the things about penalty kick. It can be hard to score a goal even if you have a player advantage and map control, just because you need to navigate those boxes and advantages the defenders. That's why you want the throwers here to punish defenders being forced to trickle out.
Surge going to come in. I love it. It's going to get a lot of value off the Meg. I kind of want to see us do here, but I mean, it's not necessarily for esports' go-to pick, but certainly in South America. I mean, that is a go-to brawler that's had some fantastic results on this very map here today. And who could forget Kaya Dog for Space Station Gaming all year long, just showing us that he is one of the best players in the world on that very brawler. But I think control with the Larry and Laurie is there. The Surge, the aggression, and the ability to really feed off those tanks is there. But now, needed to add to the equation. I mean, that is a really nicely rounded comp. I love it.
I mean, look, Bruce is so good at forcing throwers to respect it and give up that ground, right? There's not much energy you can do when Bruce is running at them. And we've seen a couple of options. If Motep wants to brawl a little bit, right, you take Bear with me. That way, both the Nita and the Bear can heal each other up as they sort of throw down and fight in the middle part of the map. We've also seen, Fofo used at times if they want you want to take their map control against throwers or the stun. And here's a Dynamite. It is a double thrower setup for Toxic Lotus, and Foot don't really have a way of directly threatening these throwers with a backline dive.
It's going to be tough now. I didn't see that one coming, I'll be honest. It's definitely going to put whoever's playing the Larry and Laurie out into a definite position of having to really carry the team. They're going to have their hands full with that one.
I do think Laurie's amazing here. Both Laurie and Bruce, remember, are, pseudo-extra players, right? And what they do is they run up on those throwers and they put them under pressure, allowing someone like Nita to move up the map physically and take that space away. So, keep an eye for those deployers. We might have 5 brawlers up Foot at some points.
Yeah, Motep's going to have to go long with the Bruce Bear to try and get behind the throwers and just bring them forwards into a tough spot to really take care of them. There's going to be a very defensive comp here as well. There's no wall break on the side of Foot Esports, and that's what Toxic Lotus are banking on for sure. But the Bruce Bear might well be enough, especially with the hypercharge. If Motep can get some good value early on, certainly Juby needs to get off those surge stacks quickly as he can, and then he can start to jump over those walls and start to take care of some throwers.
Again, pretty easy to get damage against this Meg. Is Juby able to get to rank 3 right now? Put that pressure down. Engine got to be demeched here. White trying to hold that right flank, and OU definitely feeling the burn a little bit here as the pressure starts to mount. Here comes Juby. Ends up being a trade, but White is deep within enemy territory. OU finds Motep though, and that's what shuts down this attack. But the map's starting to get broken up on the Toxic Lotus goal.
OU with some great defensive work. Pekka there is being very patient. Could have thrown a super out and tried to keep the pressure onto OU and heal along the way with the gadget. But for esports, know that it's kind of good to be in the position that they're in. Come back in, hold the line. As now OU's are into a really difficult position in this corner. Big Bomb goes out, connects with Motep, who's low now as well. OU's going crazy in this defense, but the ball past to Pekka in the perfect position to get the goal from Foot Esports.
Little moment there, that was so huge. The Surge Super came out to dodge the super swing from the Meg. Juby had perfect timing in that duel.
Pressure on Toxic Lotus now, as Foot Esports really are finding a rhythm. Difficult comp against double thrower. But OU is just that, again, a movable object on the defense. I feel like, honestly, Toxic Lotus at the moment are getting a bit shortchanged. They're playing great.
Notice that White has to use the last call to actually answer the Laurie, just to throw an incendiary field down to punish that super from Larry and Laurie. Jubilant wants to take space here. Yeah, only rank 2, but still able to hit hard and can outrange Engine to a degree. Motep almost cops it there. Dude does well to back away, give a little bit of space. Pekka trying to punish OU, and they have been dodging so many of these shots, but they have to back away to their goal. Look at the map control that the Laurie has given Foot. They're going to walk it in again to take this round away. That is a strong showing against a nasty double thrower composition.
Now things are starting to look a bit scary for Toxic Lotus. They've got to find some aggression somewhere. They're just not finding in many opportunities. They're just on the defense. And against a team like FUT Esports, that can only last so long before the inevitable is going to occur. They've got double throw. It's not a bad idea strategy-wise. OU certainly has got the backpack on. We just need to see that little bit more from everyone else.
Pekka has been so aggressive on this right flank, constantly looking to force White back, and that might be why we've seen Engine switch to this side of the map.
Okay, White goes down, Engine still staying in place, but for OU, waiting just for that right time to gadget. As Engine's feeding more over to Pekka, that's dangerous. Once Pekka has that super, it can really cause a big problem for both of these throwers here. Now, trying to find Pekka still, who's juking well, but conceives a shot, gets the heal off again, and goes straight into a mighty barrel of boom.
Yeah, Pekka definitely forcing the super out of OU there and has to give up a little bit of ground. Juby threatening here behind that wall. Look at the map control slowly being taken. FUT are trying to choke Toxic Lotus out here. The Bruce gets brought down, but Motep is now nestled in this corner, and White loses out across the fence against Pekka. Here comes Motep, and here they fall. It's Engine trying to hang on now, trying to defend against 3. It's too much to ask.
Great communication there. The pop of the gadget on the surge and the support just to ensure it, as that could have been a fumble. To be honest, it's not easy to score those moments. The patience prevails as now Mota brings in the Bruce on the hypercharge. It's going to be such a tanky thing going in on White. OU's going to be troublesome here as everyone falls, but FUT Esports stand. Another certain goal and another certain set.
We talked about it at the start of this game, out of the draft. The Lorry and the Bruce, both of those deployable extra brawlers, the pets getting thrown out. At the start of that last goal there, FUT literally just hypercharged Bruce. They went for it. And because Bear With Me was on Motep, he's able to keep that Bruce alive. Normally it takes like 3 to 4 shots from OU on the Dynamite to bring it down, and that puts a lot of pressure, forces them back into goals, but a little bit of extra healing for the Bruce meant that both throwers from Toxic Lotus had to sit in their own goal while the entire map was taken over by FUT Esports. That comp worked perfectly against the double thrower setup.
The thing about FUT Esports for me, if you've been following the South American region this season, is just how aggressive they are. And in this meta, it really is all about aggression. And that was my comments towards Tribe Gaming earlier, as we know who aren't going to make the World Finals because they are that more control-based, passive team that like to have their opposition play into their strategy. This is not that meta. It's all about chaos. It's all about going in and having the confidence to really bring home the goods. And that is what FUT Esports for me are just exuding at this moment in time. And it's really like troublesome to feel like, you know, for Toxic Lotus, have we seen enough so far to feel convinced that they can start to bring the reverse sweep into motion?
I think they lose this game in the drafts, if I'm honest with you. FUT Esports are incredible on an individual level, but look at that last goal. This is how it goes down in the end. FUT's composition is just very, very good at saying, no, we have priority on this map. We are going to take map control and force you to be defensive. Even with a Meg, we are going to make you fight for every inch, and then we can exploit our thrower presence. We could throw Bruce at you. We could get Surge up ranks because he can get safe damage and build lots of supers. And you can see that here. Pekka with 284 DPS. Julo as well at 229 means that those supers are coming thick and fast.
When we saw the double thrower comp from Toxic Lotus, I did say whoever's playing the Larry and Laurie has got to put on the big backpack.
Yes.
And for Pekka, I mean, he's got 2 more kills than the entirety of Toxic Lotus combined. So that he did. And you can see there on the stage as well just absolutely why he deserves to be celebrating in that moment.
And a little thing we saw from Pekka, he is actually using his gadget to keep Laurie alive. Not for the mobility, not so he doesn't get eliminated, because he knows that if Laurie is on the field, it generates a ton of pressure against those enemy throwers. Little things like that specifically target Toxic Lotus's composition out of that draft, and that's something they need to be on the watch for, because this is their last chance. Set number 3 is just around the corner, and FUT Esports are looking to join their brother Space Station Gaming at Worlds.
Big smiles from them and confidence being exuded. It's a region that really are that...
Oh, God.
Oh, no. I mean, that is a mighty first pick for FUT Esports. And, I mean, in any other instance, I would say it's kind of a bit risky, for sure, to have a Piper that early on. But, again, you just know where that brawler is heading, straight into the hands of Pekka.
It's not that easy to counter on a map like Hideout either. Sometimes we've seen teams attempt to bring in like a Sprout to cut off sidelines and let you move up on the Piper, but I don't feel like that looks good here. Toxic Lotus, again, might be priced into an all-in style that we saw in the first set, right? Because they do have a Grey here. However, getting the Pearl where she's needed most, up close and personal with the gadget available, does give Toxic Lotus this like insta-kill potential.
I love that. The Brock with the wall break potential as well, combined with the Piper and the Meg. It's looking very difficult, honestly, to be able to think about how Toxic Lotus is going to be, how to handle this. I mean, they're going to have to be up against so much aggression. Obviously, over time, the Pearl gets stronger. And for esports, know that. They're going to be going straight for the jugular. Artie coming in, a brawler pick that I really quite like. The Grey, of course, can really take advantage of when for esports are at their lowest in terms of that HP. But at the moment, for esports are on cloud 9. They know how close they are now to securing themselves a spot, the final spot at the Brawl Stars World Finals. And this is a comp that I feel was a bit of a winning one, potentially here for esports.
I like it too. I do think a lot hinges on the Blue Star and how that gets exchanged here, because Foot are not really going to be incentivized to move up too much. So if they are, put on a defensive footing, they might be forced to give a little bit of the map control to Toxic Lotus, who do have a comp that has to close the gap, that has to dive in, has to make use of those dimensional doors to get in the face of Foot esports. But first and foremost, Ark, it's about that Blue Star. And Foot say, thank you very much.
They had to clear out the Grey because ultimately they're looking to get a Walking Cane connection off the back of that Blue Star creeping forwards into the hands of Foot Esports. And the Engine didn't go for that. I was kind of surprised to not see it, as now Foot Esports will just get themselves and their heels dug firmly into the mid and just aim to get that utility, get some supers on the map. Ultimately, White now is really cooking on that Pearl, but he's got to land the shots into Jubilee, and there's a Walking Cane that actually doesn't really find much.
Breaks open the map a little bit, which doesn't necessarily benefit Toxic Lotus here, but White is hitting so hard. And he has so much confidence moving up here just to pepper that Meg down. That is a beautiful Walking Cane connection, and Motep is felled.
Pekka, though, getting some really good taps, keeping Engine and both White low, as now Juby coming from the right-hand side. Another great gadget from Engine, landing the mark, but I do worry a little bit here, as this could be a pinch coming in, forcing Toxic Lotus potentially over to the left here, and into the hands of Motep, who's very healthy down that bottom left.
Yeah, and you see the gadget popped here in the back for White, but it's not enough to deter Foot for coming forward. Engine wants to get towards Motep, one shot will do the job, but Pekka is there, and nobody from Toxic Lotus able to get forward through that dimensional door in time.
Pekka missing a couple of shots there, which is unlike him, and realistically, nonetheless, for esports are still looking strong, and that's a concern for me. It's Pekka going in really deeply to OU on the left-hand side. White is just dancing on down the bottom left with Juby, but ultimately, it's Toxic Lotus that have got to make the move. And look at the clock. We're almost at 10 seconds.
OU doesn't have super, so he can't threaten an all-in. Jubilo just straight up wins the duel against White with the burst damage from the swing. And Toxic Lotus falling behind by 6 stars means that this is all but impossible. They need 2 eliminations right about now. And the hypercharged rocket rain from Motep means that they aren't stepping up on these boys. Foot Esports looking confident, and they are 1 game away from qualifying to Worlds.
Well, seeing Wiggly's face there in the crowd, for me, kind of said it all. That is not the face of someone in the crowd that feels like Toxic Lotus is going to be able to reverse sweep this scenario, because Foot Esports have not missed a trick. They have been advancing so well against Toxic Lotus, giving them no look in. It's now or never. Toxic Lotus could well be going home here.
Pekka here again, respecting OU's range, as it is comparable, of course, to the Pipers. We'll see Motep here sitting back, being more than happy to play passively, controlling space through mid. White has to win against the Meg. That is a huge ask. And there's some poke damage coming in. That makes it a little bit hard for White to move up as he would like.
Well, a big break into the mid there from Motep is going to provide an additional angle here for Pekka, and nowhere to hide for Engine and White. Still just that Blue Star, a shot that almost connected there from Pekka onto Engine, but not going to do much, just scathe the air, the pixels between. Pekka now being pressed a little bit more, but has now the hypercharge, and that is something of a saving grace as he pops the homemade recipe and keeps OU low.
Pekka not able to complete that kill, but it doesn't matter right now to Foot Esports. They're ahead. They have priority, and White has to try and step up, put their life on the line in order to threaten. It doesn't work out. Pekka's more than happy to use the super to back away, and Motep will be threatening a hypercharged super of his own in a few moments.
Look how patient for esports are. Oh, what a gadget from Juby there. Survives out of mech, though. And that's a disadvantage, realistically, here for esports. He needs to get back into mech, but he can use the aggressiveness, then, of Toxic Lotus trying to push up upon him to do just that. But one single takedown is all it needs for the side of Toxic Lotus for esports here on the cusp of going to the World Finals.
20 seconds left in the round, and Toxic Lotus need to figure this out. A super for Engine would be massive. They need the option to close the gap. If they just walk up, they're going to expose themselves to far too much of this poke damage, but here they go nonetheless. White down to 3k HP. OU trying to deal with Pecky, who has the extra speed from the hypercharge, and Engine gets caught out the middle part of the map. Foot Esports sweep Toxic Lotus aside and book their ticket, the last ticket to Worlds.
What a moment for Foot Esports, who narrowly missed out on going directly to the World Finals under what was the most clutch scenario and bounty. And now they can rest easy. Now they can join their brothers on the world stage. And look at them. They've deserved every mount of this.
And Toxic Lotus going further than any other mainland China team in before. But the reality is, it just wouldn't be Worlds without Pekka. It wouldn't be Worlds without Foot Esports.
And it's going to be Worlds without mainland China. So close. Excellent steps this weekend, but ultimately just not enough. We knew that Foot Esports were going to be a team to be trifled with this weekend, and they end it with a little bit of an exclamation mark.
I mean, who can deny them after that? Absolutely deserved domination from Foot Esports. Toxic Lotus just falling tiny bit short. They made it to day 2, and obviously they did get sweeps. It's sad to see that mainland China will not be there at the World Finals, but at the end of the day, Foot Esports could not be more deserving.
I want to point out, it's never been harder to make it to Worlds, right? There are less opportunities, I think, than in the past in terms of those monthly finals. Now mainland China gets in through LCQ. They have to go up against incredible teams from around the world, because Foot's region is also hard to qualify out of. This team is unbelievable. Pekka and Motive not at Worlds would be an absolute travesty. And Juby's looked absolutely phenomenal.
I actually understand English, so I was like, oh, well, too late. I prepared this.
Trying to listen in. Think
wait,
they're
I'm getting a place.
Possibly considering an interview here.
You can do this after.
See what they can do.
Too busy signing merch.
Signing merch, though. I was about to say, he took a little lap there at the end of that as well. They're on the stage signing scarves, signing tickets.
He dropped a nice "soo" on stage. I got away from him, but he was...
He had a touchdown dance, like he IRL emoted. That was a bit wild. Haven't seen anything quite like that here.
Language, but one final question. That would be, parabéns, caras. Uma última palavrinha para os seus fãs.
Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu pela gente. Isso muda muito e essa vitória é por vocês. Muito obrigado.
And you can translate that maybe in a second. Did you hear what he said?
Could you repeat?
Could you repeat what he said in English, or just say it in English?
I haven't listened.
Then say anything you want in English to the fans.
Thank you very much for everyone who has supported us. Thank you to Food. Food is the best tour we have ever had, and thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
Then there's only one more thing to get. Ian, I'm gonna need you out here.
Vamos!
Brazil!
All right. For the final time here, we've got a golden ticket, and it goes to Foot Esports!
Our final golden ticket awards none other than Foot Esports. What a weekend, fellas. It's been an insane kind of day here. So much action. Some of these a little clear cut during the second half of our matches, but nonetheless, I think strong showings from just about everybody. I think Foot Esports doing what they did this weekend, dropping minimal to no sets. I'd have to fact check.
They're big chilling. Oh, no.
They're big chilling, right?
Yeah, big chilling. They did not drop a set.
It's kind of unreal considering the level of competition we've had this year. You just talked about how it is harder than ever to qualify for the World Finals. That goes for any region. We've said goodbye to some insane teams. No more Tribe Gaming, no Bobby, no Drage, no Angel Boy. So many talented players here that we've had to say goodbye to. But along with the goodbyes, a lot of new doors open and a lot of welcomes here. We've got our last 4 teams that are qualified. Here's how it turned out today. 3-2s for our opening half. Eclipse, our Esport, and Reply Totem. 2 EMEA teams breaking through on the back half. Luminosity, one of North America's last remaining teams, getting a 3-0 victory. And of course, many celebrated team of the weekend, Toxic Lotus, unfortunately falling 3-0 to Foot.
It is very disappointing to see a few of these teams leave. You know, STMN EU, Tribe Gaming, BC, Toxic Lotus, all such big names in the scene and, you know, big teams in their respective regions as well. So it's really disappointing to see all of those drop out just before Worlds. But as you guys keep on saying, it's never been harder to get to the World Final.
And we were saying it, no more easy games after yesterday, right? You know, through groups, even like some of the teams we thought would be the best struggled, right? Like even teams like Connections in Group A caused so many problems. But I want to point out Toxic Lotus struggling a little bit in the draft. I actually think their composition for Hideout was fine. I just think that, you know, Pearl can be a little bit exploitable if you know exactly what White is trying to do. The damage is incredible, but it's very telegraphed if you're not able to make use of a dimensional door to close the gap. And I'm sorry, but double sharpshooter, Pecker on Piper. Look, it couldn't have gone any other way in my opinion. This team is terrifying.
It's just meant to be. I think they set themselves up in the draft. The execution was perfect. This is a team that I think is a real contender for the World Finals. I mean, coming to this weekend, we knew how strong they were. They were competing with SSG all year long. And now, fellas, only one thing left to do. Trav, I'm going to have you tear apart that piece of paper alongside my heart with this Toxic Lotus team. We're going to be kissing them goodbye. I, of course, have Foot Esports here. This is our fourth and final team of the day. We're going to give this a nice little fold here. And then we're going to do our live drawing. The destiny of all of these teams underway. Oh, Trav.
It's hard to see that happen. I mean, incredible players on that Toxic Lotus team. You know, we didn't talk a ton about the match because honestly, it was pretty cut and dry. Like, I look at that Brawl Ball game as being the most emblematic, I think, of Toxic Lotus's struggles at this level. Not only do you need that individual ability, your drafts have to be squeaky clean. And I think they leave themselves open to exploitation with a double thrower setup, for example, on penalty spot.
I mean, this is the thing that I was saying in the matchup is that when we saw Space Station Gaming versus Foot Esports in the last monthly final of the year, the reason for me that Space Station Gaming had that edge was simply because they were so on point in that draft stage. They really read the Foot Esports book. Pecker, of course, with the MVP, and I can see why. This is what I'm saying about Toxic Lotus. They should have been more brushed up in their drafts. They should be able to ban out some of those team picks that Foot Esports are going to bring in. And, you know, you don't really have to watch many of the monthly finals, even in the South American region, to know that these brawlers cannot be left open in the hands of Foot Esports.
You can't win 2 monthly finals and not be at Worlds. I just don't accept that reality. So, you know, the sacred timeline has been preserved here with this last game.
Well, good stuff. Finally, what a lot of you all have been waiting for. We're going to have a live drawing here. 4 teams going to World Finals. All of their names in that box right there. We're going to give it the old mix-up. Here's how it's going to work. The first name that I draw out of this box will be Group A at Worlds, so on, so forth. As we progress, first team goes to Group A, second team to Group B. You all know how it goes here. We're going to give this a nice little mix-up. It is a clear box. We have folded these very tightly. I'm going to let Uber do a little bit of shuffling here. And then we are going to draw up the names. A little dance with it, too. Okay. Break it down. Break it down.
Watch that. I'll start twerking. Just don't get too excited. Okay, so obviously the way we're going to do it is you're going to look away. You're going to drop your hand into the box and pull it out. It's very straightforward. We are drawing each of these teams into groups A, B, C, and D, respectively. These, of course, are the papers that we've folded up and put into the box, featuring our 4 golden ticket teams that we've covered our bases here. So give it a bit of a toss as well. You know what I mean?
Good thing. I've never gotten backlash from a drawing.
Let me lay this flat on your lap. I want you to mix it around a bit before you do it.
All right, here we go. Gonna pick a piece of paper here.
Thank you.
This is for Group A right here, right now. Our first team is going to be none other than Foot Esports, the team that just won. They will be joining Group A of our Brawl Stars World Finals. Next up, we've got Group B. Here's how it's starting out. This is all the teams that have earned their way here so far. Elevate, SK Gaming, and Foot Esports. So Foot barely dodged their rival in Space Station Gaming in the next group. Pioneers and Space Station Gaming are about to find out who their next opponent is going to be.
All right, Trav, this is going to sit on... Actually, we'll get you to do it. Oh, we'll go down. We'll go down.
Share the love a little
Trav,
bit.
this is going to sit on your lap. Why don't you give it a bit of a mix and then pull that team out?
I'm so worried because I know what's coming next.
Yeah, Group C is a little scary.
Just one, right?
Yep, just one.
No, this is
what kind of question is that?
One, yeah.
All right, let's have a look.
What we got, Trev?
So, team being seated in Group B?
Reply Totem. Wow,
that is a deadly group.
That's an interesting one. So Pioneers, Space Station Gaming, and Reply Totem. And we usually coin it the group of death at these events when we have something.
They're all groups
of death today. But CR and Zeta Division world champions alike on both of these teams. One of our last remaining ones that Arc is, of course, going to draw here is going to fall victim. My PR team could not handle this if I draw this group, so we're sending it over to Arc.
Under that, big boy. Here we go.
Why did I sit in
Good
this
luck.
seat? Like, why did I sit
Oh,
here
you
today?
got it.
This is the one that I'm going to go with. I'm so sorry for whoever this is. Oh,
wow.
Luminosity?
Lots of storylines in that group. A rerun of Zeta Division versus LG in the group stage. This was a team last year that was one goal away from beating what would become the future world champions. And of course, with one team remaining, it is going to be Eclipse Esports joining Group D, Humble, Rival Esports, and Eclipse Esports. So after that live drawing, this is what the World Finals groups will look like. What are we thinking, fellas? This is exciting.
Luminosity, don't at me on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I'll just
I've already gotten enough from it
had to draw Luminosity just to like even out the amount of cheering you guys have been doing for them today.
There is so much to take in here. I mean, Elevate, SK Gaming, and Foot Esports all in that same group. That is unbelievable. Yeah, Group C obviously is absolutely filthy. Humble and Eclipse are also in that same group there, so Eclipse get a chance to come back some of that regional rivalry. All of those groups are fantastic, and of course, for completeness' sake, yes, I have the Eclipse Esport one we pulled out last. I can't wait. I mean, now the storylines are going to start to brew. Teams are going to go away, start putting in that work, maybe get a little bit of trash talk here, and already, I cannot wait for these next couple of months to pass and to get us out to Helsinki and see what is going down. These are sick groups, man.
Of course, World Finals announced today. It is going to be a part of Superfest. It's going to be Brawl Stars times Clash of Clans times Clash Royale, and we're going to be a part of that fun there. So many talented teams here today, fellows, and as we close out the show, any last remaining thoughts? I mean, for me, it has been nothing short of just emotions this weekend, and joyous ones, sad ones, all the same. I mean, I'm sure Brawl Nation at home feels the exact same way, but man, it's just been wild to see how much talent there has been all year long.
Yeah, I mean, it's been heartbreak, but it's been genuinely incredible this weekend, crowning these 4 teams and sending them to World Finals. Obviously, the rest of the teams, we had sent 8 home, and it was even more sad to see that because they've been competing all year long, giving their absolute all, just to not make it to the World Finals. It's sad to see, but it's got to be done.
I think for me this year, I mean, looking at just how many of those superstar names are not going to be at the World Finals speaks volumes as to how much work, effort, everything has gone into qualifying for these stages, and it has been brutal. And that's the reason. Like, it's crazy to me that we're not going to see those teams and those names at the World Finals, but that is the level of competition now. It gets tougher every single year.
For me, what stands out is how many of these teams that are at Worlds now are actually newly formed this year. You know, we have seen teams with years of experience behind them. Like Tribe is a great example, a roster unchanged for quite some time, who struggled to fight up against these young, hungry teams. And you can see how much it meant to every single one of them. Look at the emotion on Eclipse. I see Pekka run up down the middle of the stage. And the heartbreaking defeat also is something that we can't gloss over here. Brawl's in a great place. We have the very best teams representing at Worlds, and I think there can be no questioning that.
And we're just a short distance away from that World Finals. We will see you there November 1st through 3rd. On behalf of the entire team, across multiple languages, it takes a village to put on these shows. My wonderful co-casters here, all the people that put in work on Stream B, thank you. This is Kenny Barlow signing off. On behalf of the Brawl Esports team, we will see you at Superfest on November 1st and 3rd.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next World Champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. But wait, there's more. Comment on this video online to win a trip to Superfest for yourself and a friend. Check the video description for details. See you at Superfest.